Even if he won't marry you in the future, you can only be his shameless lover for the rest of your life. Are you willing to do so?" The man looked deeply at Wang Shijuan on the opposite side. After hearing the words, Wang Shijuan bit her lower lip lightly, hesitation flickering in her eyes. And when the man saw Wang Shijuan's hesitation, there was a hint of joy in his heart, because it seemed that Wang Shijuan had not fallen into that Zhou Hao's mud feet. But when he was about to persuade Wang Shijuan again not to be obsessed with Zhou Hao, he saw Wang Shijuan suddenly gritted his teeth and said seriously and solemnly, "I am willing, even if Zhou Hao will not marry me in the future, even if I will not have a reputation, I am also willing to be with him. Because, without him, I can't imagine whether I can live. In comparison, I would rather stay by his side and be his woman obediently." It is hard to imagine that Wang Shijuan, who has a soft appearance and gives people a lovely feeling, would say such firm words, especially the look in her eyes, which makes people no doubt about her words. Seeing Wang Shijuan's firm expression and firm words, the man's heart jerked. Now he really has the urge to see that Zhou Hao, to see what kind of person he is, so that a girl like Wang Shijuan can be so devoted to him, and would rather be a shameless lover for a lifetime, willing to leave him. But he didn't show anything on his face. He still kept smiling and said to Wang Shijuan, "You also said just now, what you fear most now is that he will abandon you, right?" Seeing Wang Shijuan nodded, he continued, "There is one method can help you test his attitude and see if he values you as much as before." Hearing what the man said, Wang Shijuan asked quickly, "What is the method?" Wang Shijuan's eager look made the man's heart more sorrowful and saw him smile. "That is, you should not contact him for the time being, and don't let him find him. If he is nervous about you, he will definitely do everything possible to find you. This way will he worry?" Wang Shijuan hesitated. The man wanted to cry without tears. Wang Shijuan was really thinking about Zhou Hao all the time. If he had changed himself, he would have died of happiness long ago, and Zhou Hao should be hugging him elsewhere at this time. He said to Wang Shijuan, "If he still has you in his heart, of course he will be worried. However, if he really doesn't like you, then not only will he not worry about you, but I am afraid that you will disappear forever." As soon as Wang Shijuan heard this, another layer of water vapor rose in the two eyes that were already wet with tears, and immediately started to cry. Seeing that the man couldn't bear it, he quickly comforted, "I'm just guessing. If he has you in his heart, he will do his best to come to you. By the way, do you have a mobile phone with you?" "Yeah." Wang Shijuan nodded and took out the mobile phone Situ Jinying had given her just now. The man took Wang Shijuan's mobile phone and shut it off. Wang Shijuan hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Let him find you." The man smiled. "When he can't get through your phone, he will naturally worry about you." Wang Shijuan still hesitated. "If Zhou Hao is worried, will it be bad?" "I've said it all. He is worried. He is worried and also means that he cares about you." The man said, "It's getting dark. You can just wait here and see if he will come to you." Wang Shijuan nodded and said to the man, "Thank you, sir. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet." The man smiled softly. Before asking someone's name, it should be polite to tell others your name. I'm sorry." Wang Shijuan stretched out his tongue. "My name is Wang Shijuan. You can call me Shijuan." Wang Shijuan's tongue-out appearance was really cute, which made this man feel a deep pity and love, and he wanted to rub Wang Shijuan in his arms and take good care of him. However, he finally suppressed this impulse and said with a gentle and polite smile, "Hello, sir. My name is Lu Mingwei. Just call me Mingwei." "Oh, Mingwei." Wang Shijuan smiled shyly. The sky was getting dark. The city outside the window was quickly shrouded in the night, and the colorful neon lights slowly lit up. Wang Shijuan and Lu Mingwei were sitting in this cafe and chatting, but Wang Shijuan's mind was full of Zhou Hao, so he was always a little absent-minded. Lu Mingwei also knew that she was thinking of Zhou Hao, but he didn't tell the truth. He still chatted with Wang Shijuan and solved her. After chatting, Lu Mingwei learned that Wang Shijuan had come to Hong Kong from China to visit. Lu Mingwei was also very curious about Zhou Hao and wanted to know something about him from Wang Shijuan's mouth. Wang Shijuan is very proud of Zhou Hao. When it comes to Zhou Hao, her whole face is full of glamour, saying how good Zhou Hao's grades are in school, how Zhou Hao helped her family to open a restaurant and cake shop, and how Zhou Hao is open an investment company in Hong Kong. However, because Zhou Hao's Galaxy Investment Company and the fact that he is the holder of Polaris did not want others to know, Wang Shijuan did not talk about it with Lu Mingwei. Even mentioned Zhou Hao's investment company, it was also taken in one stroke, without even saying the name. At this time, she still thought of Zhou Hao everywhere. At the same time, Situ Jinying was also in the ice room opposite, watching Wang Shijuan closely. When she saw Wang Shijuan talking and laughing with a handsome young man, she was secretly anxious. Who is that man? Why is Shijuan having such a happy chat with him? She took the fixed phone in the ice room and dialed Zhou Hao's number. As soon as Zhou Hao heard Situ Jinying's voice, she was very surprised and asked, "Jinying, are you still with Shijuan? How is she?" "I'm not by her side, but she is within my sight," Situ Jinying said. "Then what is she doing now? Is her mood better?" Zhou Hao asked on the phone. Situ Jinying said, "She is in a cafe. Well, she is sitting there by herself. It's okay. I'm watching her. Don't worry." She didn't dare to tell Zhou Hao that Wang Shijuan was talking to a handsome young man. The men are together. Since Situ Li is the chief of public security, Situ Jinying also knew about Yin Qing's kidnapping by Du Fenghai. Du Fenghai wanted to get rid of Yin gently, so he kidnapped her, just touching Zhou Hao's inverse scales, causing Zhou Hao to commit a murder, killing 2 of his companions, and cruelly abolishing Du Fenghai's limbs. Let him spend the rest of his life in a dark prison. Zhou Hao usually treats people kindly and politely, especially the women around him are gentle and considerate. It's just that Zhou Hao's gentleness doesn't mean that he won't get angry. His Ni Lin is the woman around him. If anyone dares to beat his woman's idea, Zhou Hao is bound to be brutally retaliated against. Situ Jinying thought that Wang Shijuan was righteous now. If Zhou Hao knew that she was with a man, he would definitely rush over at all costs, and it would be even harder to recover if the sparks hit the earth with Wang Shijuan. And Zhou Hao here was more relieved to hear that Wang Shijuan was still with Situ Jinying, and he would also attend the Polaris cocktail party. So at this time, I was changing clothes with Su Lin and drove to the Regent Hotel, where the reception was held. The Regent Hotel in Hong Kong is the Hong Kong Intercontinental Hotel that will change its name in the future. Since the Hong Kong branch of Polaris is now located in the building of Asia Television on Broadcasting Road, it is not appropriate to hold a cocktail party there to entertain VIPs, so Guo Xiannong specially booked a banquet hall in the Regent Hotel to host this event. Reception. According to Zhou Hao's plan, ATV will relocate as a whole after the Zhangquan-owned new television city is completed and put into use at the beginning of next year, and the remaining old building will be used as the Hong Kong branch of the Polaris, and it can be considered to be fully utilized. Although all the tycoons in the Hong Kong entertainment industry attended this reception, Zhou Hao did not wear a tuxedo or other formal wear like other people, but a light blue vertical pattern casual shirt with a dark blue slim body. Dress up in jeans and white Nike Air Force One sneakers. In Zhou Hao's previous life, it would have been a very casual and handsome dress for young people, but now it looks very special. It is completely different from other celebrities and rich people dressed in formal attire, but it does not give people any uncomfortable feeling, but looks different. Elegant. Su Lin is more formal, wearing a tube top style white strapless knee-length dress, which looks very noble and generous. As soon as the two entered the venue, they attracted the attention of many invited guests. They were not familiar with Zhou Hao, but they recognized Su Lin, who was only in the limelight before the media today. These people are celebrities in the Hong Kong media industry. Among them are the editor-in-chief and even the boss of major newspapers and magazines, as well as the executives of film and television companies and record companies, as well as the real superstars. Even Xiang Huaqiang and his wife Ni Yongxiao came to Zhou Hao, joined in. Except for Xiang Huaqiang and Ni Yongxiao who knew the inside story, everyone else was very curious about Su Lin. After all, although ATV has always been under the pressure of TVB, it is always the second largest TV station in Hong Kong. Its development is of great concern to everyone present. However, Zhou Hao looked at the banquet hall, but did not see Run Run and Fang Yihua. He thought that Run Run and the others knew that Polaris was the company that acquired Asia Television, and they dug away 1/5 of the wireless talent resources. He couldn't help but didn't attend either. However, With the exception of Run Run and the others, the people at this banquet almost included the entire Hong Kong entertainment industry. A man in his 30s, dressed in a black suit, stood in the center of the reception. This man is not handsome, but he is very good-looking, and he has a calm aura on his body. At first glance, he knows that he has experience in the sinister world. When he took the microphone handed over by the waiter, he smiled and said to everyone, "Good evening, everyone. I welcome everyone to take time out of their busy schedule to come to our Polaris reception. I'm here to thank you all." This man was introduced to Zhou Hao by Ni Yongxiao and Guo Xiannong, who was arranged by Zhou Hao to manage the North Star, Hong Kong branch. He said to everyone, "Let me introduce my colleague first. Haha. I believe you have seen her on TV before, and you are sentimental, Su Lin, the new general manager of the broadcasting business department of our ATV." Su Lin smiled at everyone and went to the center of the banquet hall, standing next to Guo Xiannong, holding a microphone and smiling at the guests at the reception. "Hello, everyone. The little girl just became the general manager of the business department of ATV. The experience is still shallow, so please take care of me." Everyone applauded Su Lin to show their support. The well-dressed Su Lin is more beautiful than the female stars present, and she is the general manager of the broadcasting business department after ATV changed ownership. The power is very large, which is enough to become the focus of everyone present. "Mr. Zhou." Guo Xiannong came to Zhou Hao and greeted him respectfully. Today's reception, many big names in the entertainment industry in Hong Kong have come, and our Polaris is a start. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "No, this cocktail party tonight is not a top shot. We have to come up with a good work to be considered a top shot." Guo Xiannong nodded. "So Director Du has been closely preparing to start filming Dark War based on your script." "Haha," Director Du said. "Mr. Zhou, your script is very exciting and very powerful. You said that you will use this movie to make everyone is very confident that Andy Lau won the actor." Zhou Hao knew that according to the development of his previous life, the best actor in this year's Hong Kong Awards was Zheng Zishir, who starred in 3 Wounded Policemen. Zhou Hao didn't have any worries at all for Dark War to compete with 3 Wounded Cops. At this time, he saw Su Lin not far away chatting with a man in a suit and leather shoes. Su Lin's communicative skills are very strong, and he is not inferior in dealing with these sophisticated people at the reception. Seeing that Zhou Hao's eyes were on Su Lin and the man over there, Guo Xiannong proactively said to him, "That's Shan Zhanshua, the manager of the Foreign Affairs Department of TVB." Sha and Fang Yihua did not come, but sent him over. Zhou Hao nodded and watched that Shan Zhanshua and Su Lin were talking and laughing, but Zhou Hao knew that they were actually fighting in the dark, especially that Shan Zhanshua. Although his face was full of friendly smiles, he smelled like a knife hidden in a smile. After all, ATV and TVB represented by the two have been competitors for many years. Now that ATV was taken over by Zhou Hao, a large number of TVB talents have been poached. Therefore, Su Lin and Shan Zhanshua are naturally different from each other. Given, Zhou Hao didn't talk to him in the past either, because this was a good opportunity for Su Lin. After all, she would formally fight wireless on behalf of ATV in the future, so it's okay to get to know her opponent now. Holding a glass of champagne, Zhou Hao thought of Wang Shijuan in his heart, and a melancholy thought spread in his heart. It can be said that Wang Shijuan is the person who can affect his heartstrings the most, because he missed Wang Shijuan in his previous life. At that time, Wang Shijuan married a wealthy businessman in Hong Kong when he was 19 years old, and he rarely met Zhou Hao. So after rebirth, Zhou Hao said to himself that this time he must never miss Wang Shijuan again, lest he regret it all his life. Looking across the audience, Zhou Hao saw a Steinway grand piano in the banquet hall. With an idea, he said to Guo Xiannong next to him, "Is there a camera here? Can it be broadcast live in Hong Kong?" Guo Xiannong was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly reacted, "Yes, Mr. Zhou, we have the filming equipment ready to change jobs. However, if it is to be broadcast live in Hong Kong," Zhou Hao undoubtedly said, "then give me a Hong Kong live broadcast. I want to make it visible on all outdoor advertising screens in Hong Kong. Also, let ATV also pause the original program and broadcast it to me." Although these things are difficult, they are not impossible to complete, especially Zhou Hao is the boss. No matter how difficult it is, was Xiannong must find a way to complete. These things were ready quickly, and the guests at the reception were surprised to see a group of film crews walking and carrying the camera, and subconsciously wanted to avoid the camera. But they were superfluous, because the camera didn't want to shoot them at all, but followed Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao went to sit down in front of the grand piano in the banquet hall, with both hands on the keys, and at the same time turned around and nodded to the film crew. The staff carrying the camera pointed the camera at Zhou Hao, and the director next to him stretched out his finger at Zhou Hao and counted down. After the countdown, the director pointed to Zhou Hao, indicating that he had entered the live broadcast. The guests around looked at Zhou Hao curiously, not knowing what Zhou Hao wanted to do. Seeing Zhou Hao facing the camera, he first took a deep breath and then slowly said, "Today, I heard a girl. I am very guilty. When I saw her tears, I felt my whole heart broken. I don't know if she can see it now, but I still want to tell her, I love her. I can't live without her." His face is very sincere. "Here, I offer a song for her. Song. I hope she can come back to me." Others realized that Zhou Hao wanted to use the live broadcast to retain his girlfriend, and he felt that his actions were ingenious. And many female guests looked at Zhou Hao's handsome face and sincere expression, and couldn't help feeling envy for the girl he wanted to keep. Only Su Lin knew who the girl was. At this moment, she looked at Zhou Hao quietly. The expression in her eyes was very complicated. However, there are some people who are disdainful of Zhou Hao's actions, because many people here are leaders in the Hong Kong recording industry. The singers who have been trained, such as Guojiang Zishan, now Zhou Hao actually wants to play his own creation in front of them. The songs made them feel contemptuous, and they also had an attitude of watching Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's 10 fingers beating on the piano keys, everyone heard a melodious and pleasing flow from his fingers, and Zhou Hao also sang affectionately into a microphone on the piano. "I'm still the same at this time. Loneliness at night is easy to make people sad. I dare not think too much, because I am alone. Oncoming moonlight stretches the figure, walking aimlessly in the cold street. I have no news from you, because I miss you. Love me, do not go. If you say you don't love me, don't hear you really say it. Give me a little more tenderness. Love me, do not go. If you say you don't love me, don't hear you really say it. Give me a little more tenderness. I'm still the same at this time. Loneliness at night is easy to make people sad. I dare not think too much, because I am alone. Oncoming moonlight stretches the figure, walking aimlessly in the cold street. I have no news from you, because I miss you. Love me, do not go. If you say you don't love me, don't hear you really say it. Give me a little more tenderness." This song is exactly Zhang Jinyue's "Love Me Don't Go," but according to the original development, this song will not be officially released until December next year. And at this time, Zhang Jinyue has not created this song at all. Therefore, when Zhou Hao sang it this time, he became his original in a fair manner. Zhou Hao's voice is relatively deep and full of magnetism, more flavorful than Zhang Jinyue. Moreover, the melody of this song, "Love Me Don't Go," is very pleasant, so when Zhou Hao spoke, he attracted the thoughts of everyone present. At the same time, his voice and appearance also appeared on the televisions of many Hong Kong homes through the camera, and Zhou Hao sitting in front of the piano also appeared on the large advertising screens in the big shopping malls and on the outer walls of the buildings. The scene of playing and singing. "Love Me Don't Go" was originally a song played with guitar concert, but Zhou Hao now uses piano to perform it, but it is more flavorful and lyrical. In addition, he has excellent appearance and temperament. The ladies at the reception, the actresses were staring at Zhou Hao with brilliance. Suddenly, there was a feeling of suffocation, and Zhou Hao felt a suffocating charm. The senior record company executives who had been very disdainful of Zhou Hao at this time also looked at Zhou Hao dumbfounded. From their professional point of view, although playing the piano alone will make the melody a little thin, it also shows Zhou Hao's extremely magnetic and charming voice. In particular, Zhou Hao's martial arts cultivation has reached the realm of translating meaning into form, and his mental power is extremely strong. Now that he plays and sings like this, he naturally infuses his spiritual power into it, and the appeal is greatly enhanced. People who heard it deeply felt his sincere feelings for Wang Shijuan. Lu Mingwei and Wang Shijuan were chatting in the cafe, but suddenly, a melodious music and a magnetic male voice came from the TV in the cafe, which shocked Wang Shijuan. Moreover, There is also a large advertising screen on the outer wall of the shopping mall opposite the cafe, on which Zhou Hao is playing and singing. For unknown reasons, Lu Mingwei suddenly saw Zhou Hao playing and singing on the opposite screen and the singing in it. He smiled and said, "This guy is also very thoughtful. I don't know the girl he wants to keep. Who is it?" As soon as the voice fell, he saw Wang Shijuan on the other side burst into tears again and cried bitterly. Zhou Hao had previously learned from Situ Jianying that Wang Shijuan was in a cafe in a downtown area, and Zhou Hao thought that there should be a large advertising screen there. So Zhou Hao used this live broadcast method to show Wang Shijuan his feelings for her in front of the people of Hong Kong. Below those advertising screens, or outside the door of a TV store, many citizens stopped, especially some young girls, who were deeply attracted by Zhou Hao's looks and temperament and his charming singing voice. Is this an idol singer who is about to debut? However, after Zhou Hao sang the song, "Love Me Don't Go," the live broadcast ended, and the original program was resumed. Those who had been attracted by Zhou Hao were very dissatisfied. Many people even more. It was calling major television stations and magazines to ask who this handsome man suddenly appeared in front of the general public. At the Polaris cocktail party, after listening to Zhou Hao's singing, those people were all shocked by his talent. Those senior record company executives who had been disdainful of Zhou Hao before, now they are all around. "Mister, what's your name? Are you interested in releasing records? You can sign a contract with our company. Is this song called Love Me Don't Go and sell it to us, okay?" Sony Records, a general manager of the company, said to Zhou Hao, "Sir, as long as you sign a contract with our company, we can promise to release you at least one album every year." A senior from Universal Music also said to Zhou Hao, "We will also repackage you to fight for you in film and television. In terms of development opportunities, as long as you sign a contract with our company, I promise that within a month, you will become a famous star in Hong Kong." Every record company rushed to throw an olive branch to Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao had no interest in it. He turned down the people from these record companies and walked to Su Lin and said to her, "I'll go find Shijuan first." Su Lin nodded. "Well, I'll just go home later." She looked at Zhou Hao deeply. "Bring Shijuan back." "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded slightly, stepped out of the banquet hall, and went straight to the parking lot of the Regent Hotel and drove away. He went directly to the front of the cafe Situ Jianying said. When he got out of the car, he saw Wang Shijuan sitting behind the floor-to-ceiling glass window. At this moment, she was crying with her face, and Zhou Hao felt distressed. However, Zhou Hao also saw Lu Mingwei sitting opposite Wang Shijuan and immediately frowned. It seemed that he had a strong heart, and Wang Shijuan, who was hiding his face and crying, suddenly raised his head and saw Zhou Hao, who was standing outside the cafe, silently staring at him. "Zhou Hao," Wang Shijuan called out, and then couldn't help it anymore, leaving his seat desperately and ran outside. Pushing the door of the cafe, she rushed towards Zhou Hao and plunged into Zhou Hao's arms like Rian throws a nest. Zhou Hao also spread his arms and hugged her tightly after Wang Shijuan pounced into his arms. She buried her head deeply in Zhou Hao's chest, crying, "Zhou Hao, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will never leave you again. I'm sorry." Zhou Hao hugged her, only feeling a feeling of pity and love filling his chest. "It should be me who should say I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Wang Shijuan couldn't help shaking his head. "No, I shouldn't have run out to make you worry. Did you just hear the song I sang for you?" Zhou Hao put his arms around her and said warmly, "It was specially made for you by me, called Love Me Don't Go." In this way, Zhou Hao plagiarized other people's works. Hao was also quite guilty, but for Wang Shijuan, he had to bite the bullet and admit it. "Stop talking. I would cry when I heard your song." Wang Shijuan sobbed, because the lyrics of Love Me Don't Go are too emotional, especially in the case of Zhou Hao and her. It couldn't be more appropriate, which deeply moved Wang Shijuan's heart. Feeling the jade in his arms, Zhou Hao let out a long sigh, finally feeling like the sky has passed by after rain. At this moment, he also saw that the man who was with Wang Shijuan just opened the door and walked out. When he met the man's gaze, Zhou Hao realized that there was a deep hostility in the man's eyes, and this hostility was aimed at him. At the same time, he also felt that the man in front of him seemed to have seen him somewhere. "You are Zhou Hao, right?" Lu Mingwei said to Zhou Hao. "Just now, When Wang Shijuan saw the man playing and singing on the big screen on the outer wall of the building opposite, he immediately cried out. Lu Mingwei was quick thinking and immediately guessed that the man playing the piano on the screen should be Zhou Hao. Lu Mingwei was shocked when he thought that that person was Zhou Hao, let alone Zhou Hao's ability to make such a big movement. How powerful is the power behind him, and the charm that he exudes from singing that song is irresistible. It can be seen from the eyes of the pedestrians who were attracted by Zhou Hao's singing. He had previously thought that this man could spend so much effort to keep his girlfriend. It is really commendable, especially his singing is so moving, and he will change his mind if he is his girlfriend. However, he never expected that this man was the Zhou Hao whom Wang Shijuan loved. Lu Mingwei asked himself that he was not inferior to Zhou Hao in appearance, but Zhou Hao's extremely romantic act was actually more lethal to the girl. Lu Mingwei now understands a little bit why Zhou Hao stepped on multiple boats, but Wang Shijuan was still desperate for him. Facing Lu Mingwei's obviously hostile question, Zhou Hao just nodded and smiled. Yes, I am Zhou Hao. May I ask if you... Wang Shijuan lifted his head from Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao, this is Mr. Lu Mingwei Lu. He is a very good person. He saw me so sad just now, so he kept chatting with me to understand me. He also told me, if you care about me in your heart, you will definitely try your best to find me. It turns out to be true. After saying that, she lowered her head shyly. She didn't expect Zhou Hao to use this Hong Kong live broadcast method to tell herself express your mind. Lu Mingwei. When Zhou Hao heard the name from Wang Shijuan, his heart jumped, because he clearly remembered that the rich Hong Kong businessman who married Wang Shijuan in his previous life was named Lu Mingwei. Is this Lu Mingwei the one who married Shijuan? Zhou Hao deeply looked at Lu Mingwei in front of him. It seems that he was right now. No wonder he felt like he had met him somewhere just now, because at that time Lu Shiping's family still kept the wedding photos of Wang Shijuan and Lu Mingwei. Zhou Hao used to have seen it once. Let them meet like this? Zhou Hao looked at Lu Mingwei and Wang Shijuan in his arms suspiciously. They were husband and wife in the previous life, but now they have met after Zhou Hao changed their lives. Is this a fate predestined by God? Zhou Hao couldn't help but raised his head and glanced at the deepening night sky. His arms around Wang Shijuan became tighter. Whether I am destined by God or not, Shijuan is my woman anyway. No one can take her away from me. Zhou Hao said fiercely in his heart, and the eyes looking at Lu Mingwei also had a faint shadow. Ruthless. He smiled at Lu Mingwei. Hee. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I trouble you because of our business. Also, thank you for your understanding of my girlfriend. She is unfamiliar in Hong Kong, and I am afraid of her. I will meet bad guys. Lu Mingwei raised his eyebrows slightly. Wang Shijuan was pure and kind, so he couldn't hear Zhou Hao's meaning. But Lu Mingwei knew that Zhou Hao was clearly saying that he was the gangster who wanted to treat Wang Shijuan unruly. At this level, Mr. Zhou, you don't have to worry. Our Hong Kong law and order are very good. Lu Mingwei also smiled at Zhou Hao. By the way, I heard from Shijuan that the relationship between you is in trouble. Although saying that love is a matter of two people, outsiders shouldn't be nosy. But Shijuan is really a good girl, so I still hope you can treat her well, Mr. Zhou. Otherwise, with such good terms as Shijuan, and you are not the only man in the world. Without Zhou Hao speaking, Wang Shijuan in his arms said to Lu Mingwei, Mingwei, don't worry, Zhou Hao and I are fine. Thank you for comforting me just now. Hearing Wang Shijuan's words, Lu Mingwei felt a sting in his heart, because people with a discerning eye could see that Wang Shijuan only saw Zhou Hao in his eyes. To Lu Mingwei, she was just an ordinary friend. Shijuan, you have to consider your own affairs carefully. You must know that you are not the only person beside him. Lu Mingwei said to Wang Shijuan sternly. Zhou Hao frowned. Although Lu Mingwei was Wang Shijuan's husband in his previous life, to some extent, Lu Mingwei was Wang Shijuan's ex-husband and husband in his previous life. But that was a matter of the previous life. Now Wang Shijuan is his own woman. When Lu Mingwei speaks like this, he is already interfering with Wang Shijuan. However, Wang Shijuan shook his head and said firmly, I don't care how many people are around him, I will not leave him. Hearing Wang Shijuan's words, Zhou Hao felt as sweet as he had eaten honey, especially when he saw the helpless and annoyed look on Lu Mingwei's face. He felt even more happy. Shijuan, You get in the car first. I have to thank Mr. Liu. Zhou Hao smiled at Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan was obedient to Zhou Hao at this time. He nodded when he heard that, said goodbye to Lu Mingwei, and got into Zhou Hao's car obediently. Zhou Hao turned his face to look at Lu Mingwei. The smile on his face immediately disappeared, and a cold expression changed. Mr. Liu, thank you very much for your understanding of my girlfriend, but there is nothing necessary in the future. I hope you still don't want to meet my girlfriend again. Facing Zhou Hao's words that were so cold that they were almost cruel, Lu Mingwei was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. He looked at Wang Shijuan, who was sitting in Zhou Hao's car, and when he saw her in the car, his eyes remained on Zhou Hao's back, as if the entire world was only Zhou Hao. Lu Mingwei's heart stabbed again, and then he approached Zhou Hao and said in a low voice, Zhou Hao, you better treat Shijuan better. Although it is the first time I saw her today, I already like her. As long as you relax a little and let me take advantage of it, I will definitely take Shijuan away from you without hesitation. You don't deserve to have such a good girl. Zhou Hao just shrugged and smiled at Lu Mingwei's remarks. You can let go and see if you can take my Shijuan away. After that, he patted Lu Mingwei's shoulder and turned to the car. Go with. As soon as he took a step, he turned around and said to Lu Mingwei, Yes, I forgot to remind you. If it is to deal with the enemy, I have never paid attention to any means, so once you take action, you have to deal with it. My preparation for counterattack. Then I walked over and got into the car. Wang Shijuan lowered the car window and waved slightly to Lu Mingwei. Mingwei, goodbye. Lu Mingwei also smiled at Wang Shijuan. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Wang Shijuan closed the car window again and had no reluctance to leave Lu Mingwei. Looking at Zhou Hao's fast-going car, Lu Mingwei suddenly shouted from behind. Zhou Hao, I am not an ordinary person. Lu Mingwei, you will remember it. Due to the long distance and the tightly closed car windows, Wang Shijuan did not hear Lu Mingwei's voice, but Zhou Hao's hearing was amazing, so naturally, he heard it clearly. However, he just sneered at this, because even in his previous life, Wang Shijuan would marry him only because Zhou Hao did not seize the opportunity to confess to Wang Shijuan. If Zhou Hao knew that Wang Shijuan treated him, if you seize the opportunity with your own mind, Lu Mingwei's turn will be the one to intervene. Therefore, the relationship between Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan has been established now, and it is even less likely to be broken up by anyone. As for whether Lu Mingwei will use other methods to deal with Zhou Hao has never worried about this level. On the contrary, he still has an impulse to teach Lu Mingwei and see who is the most qualified. Wang Shijuan, a person who is at ease. While alone in the car with Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan looked at Zhou Hao beside him, and his mind came to mind that he was playing the piano and singing the song, Love Me Don't Go, and his heart was sweet. Perceiving Wang Shijuan's silky gaze, Zhou Hao smiled slightly, and then sighed. Shijuan, Lu Mingwei was right just now. I'm not the only woman by my side, so, would you still be willing to stay with me? Wang Shijuan nodded solemnly. As long as you don't want me, I just thought, if you really don't want me, then, I really don't know how to live. Zhou Hao fondly stroked Wang Shijuan's still slightly immature face. In the eyes of others, Wang Shijuan might be stupid to do this and violated himself very much. Lu Mingwei did not understand why Wang Shijuan was willing to be so wronged and wanted to be with Zhou Hao. However, there is an old saying that if you are not a fish, how can you know the joy of fish? Only she herself knew Wang Shijuan's feelings for Zhou Hao, and she knew that her world could not live without Zhou Hao, otherwise the whole world would collapse. However, when did the matter between you and Jinying started? You have kept this from me for so long, and I am really a little angry. Wang Shijuan pursed his mouth. Zhou Hao was taken aback, because he didn't expect that Wang Shijuan even knew about himself and Situ Jinying. He drove the car to the opposite street, and Wang Shijuan saw a familiar figure walk up, opened the door, and sat in. It was Situ Jinying. Jinying? Didn't you go? Wang Shijuan was very surprised to see Situ Jinying on the street opposite this cafe. How can I rest assured you? I'm afraid you might have any accidents, so I'm looking at you from the other side. Situ Jinying said, and handed a bag to Wang Shijuan. I know you haven't eaten for a long time. This is freshly baked pineapple oil, so let's pad your stomach first. Situ Jinying cared about herself so much. Wang Shijuan was very touched, thinking of telling her to go away like that before. She couldn't help but said a little guilty. Jinying, I'm sorry I treated you like that. It should be me saying I'm sorry to you. Situ Jinying also sighed. I have kept things from you about Zhou Hao for so long, and I also blame myself. But now it seems that you and Zhou Hao should it's raining past the sky. Yeah. Wang Shijuan smiled sweetly. Situ Jinying came to Wang Shijuan's ear and said, from then on, if Zhou Hao bullies me, Shijuan, you have to help me. This guy is very hateful, and he specifically bullies us weak women. Zhou Hao could naturally hear Situ Jinying's words, so he stretched out his hand and patted her straight buttocks, and said with a smile, don't speak ill of me. However, Wang Shijuan suddenly asked Zhou Hao, besides Sister Su Lin and Jianying, are you and Sister Qingjing also? After this incident, she is now fully understood, and she recalled being a family member. Every time I mentioned Zhou Hao to Yanqing's eyes always showed sweetness and happiness. At that time, Wang Shijuan didn't understand, so he didn't think of other aspects. But now that he wants to come, Yanqing is just like himself and has deep roots in Zhou Hao's affection. Zhou Hao took a breath, and he didn't expect Wang Shijuan to notice it so quickly. And Situ Jinying also smiled next to him. I knew this guy had no good intentions towards his cousin. This guy is born a big pervert. Wang Shijuan gave Situ Jinying a lightly white look. Then you don't know if you tell me. Her face was flushed. This is terrible. I often talk about him and Zhou Hao in front of Sister Qing. Don't you know everything about Sister Qing? Zhou Hao said. Don't worry. Cousin Gentle has already known about me and you, but she is afraid of hurting you, so she has never told you. Wang Shijuan looked at Zhou Hao angrily. You guys are so annoying, so I won't let you know everything. I used to say so many shameful things in front of Sister Qing, so shameful. Now she finally understands why Yanqing refused to pursue Xiao Jiming's pursuit. It turns out that she, like herself, has tied her heart to Zhou Hao. After returning to the villa, Su Lin was already there waiting for them. After everything was confessed, the three women couldn't help but confess their heartfelt words, but they also drove Zhou Hao back to their room in a tacit understanding, and the three women chatted together. After Zhou Hao returned to his room, he immediately called Ni Yongxiao. What's wrong? Are you suddenly interested in being a singer? Do you want me to help you contact those record company bosses? Ni Yongxiao joked when he received Zhou Hao's call, but to be honest, Zhou Hao's performance tonight, the singing skills that came out really surprised him. What are you talking about? Zhou Hao scolded with a smile. Even if I really have this intention, I should also find my own record company. Could the fertilizer flow into other people's fields? School Ni Yong smiled and said, that's right. By the way, you quietly tell me while there is no one next to you. Who is the girl you hurt? Did you coax her back? You don't know? Now it's really famous in Hong Kong, and many people are asking about you. Leave them to find out. Anyway, I am not interested in developing in the entertainment industry. These things will be diluted after a while. Zhou Hao said. It's you, a dignified leader of the club. When did you become so gossip? Is it a sequelae of marriage? Don't say so much. Now you can ask someone for me first. Who? Zhou Hao said. His name is Lu Mingwei. He should not be an ordinary person. Please help me find out. Lu Mingwei? I seem to have heard this name before. Ni Yongxiao muttered. Do you know him? Zhou Hao was also surprised now. If even Ni Yongxiao knew that Lu Mingwei, it means that he is really no ordinary person. Let me think about it. Ni Yongxiao said on the phone. By the way, Zhou Hao, have you ever mentioned Lu Luanhong? After Zhou Hao paused, he said, is it Lu Luanhong, the chairman of that Amico, who is called Delu? Ni Yong said, it's him. In fact, Zhou Hao knew about Lu Luanhong, not because of other things at first, but because of Lu Luanhong's scandal with those entertainment stars, and then he got to know him. Ni Yongxiao introduced. This Big Lu is a very famous sniper in our Hong Kong stock market. In the 1980s, he once sniped Feng's Chinese property and swallowed the huge Chinese property whole and will become prominent for a while. The Feng family was completely defeated. Moreover, although Lu Luanhong loves to raise actresses and is relatively high profile in his emotional life, he is very low-key in the business field. He belongs to the kind of people who are cold arrows in the dark. Although according to the assets announced by the group under his name, His net worth is behind the top 10 consortiums in Hong Kong. But there are also rumors that his fortune is on the same level as the top 10 wealthy people in the top 10 consortiums, or even worse. Then Lu Mingwei. Zhou Hao asked again. That Lu Mingwei is Lu Wanhong's son. N.I. Yongxiao replied. Originally, Zhou Hao's knowledge of Lu Mingwei was just an ordinary wealthy businessman. Even when the internet was developed in the previous life, Zhou Hao did not deliberately check Lu Mingwei's relevant information. Because at that time, when Zhou Hao understood Wang Shijuan's intentions, Wang Shijuan was already a wife. Under the pain, Zhou Hao subconsciously avoided everything about Wang Shijuan and did not ask for any news about her, including her husband, Lu Mingwei. Now, everything is different. Zhou Hao doesn't have to taboo this anymore, so he immediately inquired about Lu Mingwei and wanted to know what kind of person he was. Zhou Hao did not expect that this Lu Mingwei turned out to be the son of Lu Wanhong, the Big Lu. This Lu Wanhong is comparable to the top 10 consortiums in Hong Kong. Although Zhou Hao became the biggest winner during the Asian financial turmoil, he won billions of dollars in huge sums of money. However, compared to Lu Wanhong or any of the top 10 consortiums in Hong Kong, Zhou Hao still has a long way to go in terms of assets. Moreover, the top 10 consortiums in Hong Kong, as well as the top wealthy people such as Lu Wanhong, have accumulated intangible assets including brands, contacts, and even management experience after years of operation. They are much better than Zhou Hao. I also heard N.I. Yongxiao say on the phone. This Lu Mingwei was sent to the UK by his parents to study very early, and only recently came back to help Lu Wanhong manage the business. But although Lu Mingwei is young, he is not a small one. Look, like his dad, he is very talented in the field of stock market finance. I heard that he used to snipe a medium-sized company in the United States and then split it up and sold it, earning hundreds of millions of Chinese homeowners. Zhou Hao nodded. From this point of view, Lu Mingwei belongs to the kind of person with a distinguished family background and capable of himself. However, if he was able to successfully attack that medium-sized company in the United States, he should also rely on the huge financial support of Chinese landlord or Lu Wanhong. Otherwise, with his personal ability, it would be difficult to accomplish this. However, the prominent family background is also a kind of strength. This is beyond doubt. As Lu Mingwei's successor to Lu Wanhong's commercial kingdom, he has the full strength of Lu Wanhong, and he must not be underestimated. Well, thank you, young school. Zhou Hao said into the microphone. You're welcome, but Zhou Hao, I have to remind you first. N.I. Yongxiao said. If you want to deal with the Lu family, it is best to take a long-term view, because the wealthy businessmen like Lu Wanhong and others are also very powerful in black and white. Yes, if the power of the underworld is used to deal with him, if someone is discovered, I am afraid the government will not be easy to explain. N.I. Yongxiao is telling the truth. Rich people at the level of Lu Wanhong have long been in the sight of Hong Kong and even the central government, so the government will take some measures to protect them. Take Li Ka-shing as an example. His eldest son was once kidnapped by Zhang Zihao, a big thief. Although the Li family did not call the police, Zhang Zihao was arrested in China and shot to death. This is the method of the central government to show the government to the Li family. Will protect them. Of course, if the Li family breaks the law, they will still be punished by the law. The United Kingdom has just surrendered to the country. If Lu Wanhong is moved, it may cause domestic suppression. This cannot be ignored. Of course, as long as you don't let me send someone to kidnap them or even kill them, I will never refuse other things. N.I. Yongxiao said. Zhou Hao scolded with a smile. Do you think I am Zhang Zihao, kidnapping people at every turn? After talking with N.I. Yongxiao, Zhou Hao took another bath before leaving the room to the hall. Turning on the TV, I saw that ATV was playing the scene of myself playing and singing at the Polaris cocktail party. Since Zhou Hao was broadcast live on ATV at that time, ATV still has this video. And Zhou Hao's affectionate performance of Love Me Don't Go caused a sensation in Hong Kong. Many Hong Kong citizens have been inquiring about who this handsome man who has appeared on TV and advertising screens everywhere is exactly. And also, an Asia TV also took advantage of the situation to repeatedly broadcast this video, which has also significantly increased the ratings. However, ATV and the Polaris people have received orders not to disclose Zhou Hao's information to the outside world, so ATV did not disclose any information about Zhou Hao, only that he was one of the guests invited to the Polaris reception. At the same time, Guo Xiannong also responded to many people's speculation that Zhou Hao is the singer of Polaris, denying this rumor. As a result, Zhou Hao, who appeared in front of the Hong Kong people for less than 4 minutes, became more and more mysterious, and the turmoil caused by it became more and more intense. It seems that you can't show your face outside in a short time. Su Lin's voice suddenly came from behind, and she was seen pretty behind the sofa where Zhou Hao was sitting, leaning against the back of the sofa. The chin rested lightly on Zhou Hao's head and watched the video on Asian TV with him. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. I finally understand why Andy Lau and the others wear masks and big sunglasses every time they go out. He pointed to the TV and smiled at Su Lin behind him. However, looking at it, it turns out that I am so handsome. Yes, you see, when I play the piano, do I also have the taste of the piano prince? Su Lin tapped on Zhou Hao's head lightly. You are so stinky. But in his heart, Su Lin also felt that Zhou Hao was indeed very attractive, much more charming than many singers. By the way, what about Shijuan and Jianying? Lust seductive? Wang Shijuan looked at Situ Jianying timidly. Yeah, Situ Jianying said with a chuckle. Shijuan, you look like this. I feel sorry for me. I am a woman and I can't help but want to kiss you, Fangza, let alone Zhou Hao's big pervert. Wang Shijuan still hesitated. Is it really possible? If I do this, Zhou Hao will he misunderstand that I am a random girl? You have been with Zhou Hao for so long. Doesn't he still know what kind of person you are? Situ Jianying said. Moreover, we have to go back to school in some time, and we won't know that Zhou Hao will meet. You won't go back with us. In that case, we won't see him for a while. You have to seize this opportunity to completely become his woman. Wang Shijuan knew that Situ Jianying was telling the truth, but when she thought of being like Zhou Hao, she couldn't help but jump and thump in her heart. Then I heard Situ Jianying said, by the way, Shijuan, the Lu Mingwei you met today, if there is nothing necessary in the future, you should not meet him. You know, you are Zhou Hao's woman now. If you go with another man, it's not good to get too close, although he won't feel dissatisfied. When Wang Shijuan heard the words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood what Situ Jianying meant. This is the same as a married woman who is not suitable for getting too close to a man other than her husband. Since Wang Shijuan has made up his mind to be with Zhou Hao for the rest of his life, she has to learn to avoid danger, not to mention that she does not want Zhou Hao to stop. Happy. Moreover, I can see that Lu Mingwei is not at ease with you. Situ Jianying said bitterly. She had been observing for a long time there before, and saw Lu Mingwei's tirelessly making Wang Shijuan happy and chatting with her. Obviously, it was because Wang Shijuan wanted to pursue her. In Situ Jianying's eyes, the person who took advantage of Wang Shijuan and Zhou Hao to take advantage of the problem was a villain at all. He was really a disciple. No, I think Mingwei is a good person, Wang Shijuan said. Situ Jianying shook his head, thinking that Wang Shijuan's kindness is good enough, just a little ignorant of the unpredictable truth of the world sinister, because Zhou Hao and others have protected her too well. She said to Wang Shijuan, you said, if he doesn't have a purpose for you, how can he treat you like this without repaying? With such a thing as a man, it is difficult to keep his motivation simple when he sees a beautiful woman. In fact, there are so many women around Zhou Hao, but Situ Jianying has never felt that Zhou Hao is a playboy, and Lu Mingwei just showed a slight favor to Wang Shijuan. She is regarded as a disciple. This can also be attributed to the lover's eyes. The truth of Shishir from the inside proves that love can indeed make people blind. However, Situ Jianying also said that Lu Mingwei was really moved by Wang Shijuan. In short, you won't meet with that Lu Mingwei in the future. Situ Jianying reminded Wang Shijuan. You are making friends with him in a pure and kind heart, because he is afraid that he will have other goals for you. Oh, I see. Although Wang Shijuan still didn't think Lu Mingwei had any sinister intentions, in order not to worry Situ Jianying and others, and to prevent Zhou Hao from misunderstanding, she decided not to meet Lu Mingwei again. The night was getting deeper and deeper. In order to cope with tomorrow's work, Su Lin had already gone back to the room to sleep. And Situ Jinying also stayed in his room in order to perfect Wang Shijuan. Instead of sneaking into Zhou Hao's room to enjoy the pleasures of fish and water like before, Zhou Hao was lying on the bed alone with his arm pillow, thinking about the development of Asia Television and Polaris. Today, he is planning to buy a communications satellite for use on ATV satellites, and he can also lease other channels to other TV stations for profit. He also intends to purchase civilian communications satellites from the world's largest communications company, the Hughes Corporation, and at the same time allow ATV to add a Mandarin channel for national broadcasting. After the addition of the Mandarin channel, coupled with Zhou Hao deliberately invoking the resources of Hongdian Film and Television City, many popular TV dramas in previous lives such as Daming Palace CI, Bright Sword, Soldier Assault, and even Wulin Why Sure Wait, and so on, all can be shot. Since this Mandarin channel is aimed at domestic audiences, there is no need to consider the tastes of Hong Kong audiences too much, and there is already ATV's original Cantonese channel, Hong Kong Station, for them to watch. Therefore, although this Mandarin channel belongs to Asia Television like Hong Kong Channel and International Channel, and can share various resources with each other, there is no need to pursue unity in content. As for the TV station of this Mandarin channel, Zhou Hao decided to name it Xinghe TV. At the same time, in order to increase the ratings of Hong Kong Channel, ATV has been preparing a TV game show Millionaire, which was extremely popular in the past life, according to the plans set by Zhou Hao. This TV game show originally originated in a British TV station and has different versions all over the world. After Asia Television bought the production rights and broadcast it, it immediately set off a wave of knowledge for wealth in Hong Kong. In the previous life, Millionaire was conceived by a British director in 1995. After several years of discussion and revision, it was finally premiered in the UK in 1998. In his previous life, Zhou Hao also liked to watch this program full of knowledge, interest, and excitement, and he knew the production of its key links, so he didn't need to discuss and modify it all, and he directly came up with a plan to let the people of Asia TV to achieve. Moreover, after the British TV station produced Millionaire, it could in turn collect production copyright fees from other TV stations that wanted to produce this game show. As for the host of Millionaire, of course, Chen Qitai did it. Although Chen Qitai is already busy filming the first film, I Have a Date with Zombies, since Millionaire was only released at the end of this year, the filming of I Have a Date with Zombies should have been finished. So it will not hinder Chen Qitai's work. There is also the Polaris. In the domestic discussion with Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan on the acquisition of the Huai Brothers Media Group is very smooth. People over there in the country conveyed to Zhou Hao what the Wang brothers meant. They wanted to sell the Huai Brothers Media Group for 300 million yuan. Zhou Hao had agreed to this price. Moreover, Zhou Hao also let Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan stay to help him manage the Polaris and promised to give their brothers 3% of the shares. Wang Zhongjuan is a rare talent. With their help, the development of Polaris will be much faster. Thinking about it, Zhou Hao noticed that the door of his room was suddenly pushed open, and then he saw a slim figure hiding behind the door, hesitating for a while before walking towards the big bed. Although it was pitch black in the room, it could not have any effect on Zhou Hao's eyesight, so he could clearly see that this figure was Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan was wearing a short white skirt and pajamas, and his slender thighs were dangling white. Zhou Hao lay on the bed pretending to be asleep and deliberately made a snoring sound. I saw Wang Shijuan cautiously walking to the bed, first looked at Zhou Hao on the bed, and then stretched out his right hand to him timidly, as if he wanted to touch Zhou Hao's face. But when her hand just reached the top of Zhou Hao's body, Zhou Hao categorically reached out and grabbed her, pulling Wang Shijuan's whole body into the bed with a little force, and held her to stick her in his arms. Wang Shijuan was taken aback by Zhou Hao's sudden action, and it took a long time to react, pouting, "So you just pretended to sleep? Blame me." Zhou Hao hugged this lovely jade person and smiled. "Say, these 3 watchers sneaked into my room in the middle of the night. Do you want to do that lewd business of stealing jade and scent? Good you what a courage to be a prostitute." Wang Shijuan was indeed following Situ Jianying's teaching and wanted to come in to seduce Zhou Hao, but he didn't expect Zhou Hao to act first. She twisted her body in embarrassment and said reluctantly, You bully." As for Zhou Hao, he should have gone to Yuning Middle School to start school, but he still wanted to see what happened in Hong Kong. So he asked Li Ruolin to ask the school for leave. Given Zhou Hao's relationship with the Xiangqing city government, the school would naturally not be difficult for him. After sending Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying back, only Zhou Hao and Su Lin were left in the large half-mountain villa, and they could all enjoy the joy of fish and water. Such a life made Su Lin often complain to Zhou Hao, saying that he had to work on the TV station during the day, and he had to wait for Zhou Hao, the great master, who had become Zhou Hao's slave. A few days later, Zhou Hao received a call from Liang Xiaobing, who was far away in the United States, saying that she was coming back to Hong Kong. When Zhou Hao left Hong Kong to go back to Xiangqing last time, Liang Xiaobing also went to New York to study acting. At that time, Zhou Hao also specially borrowed several skilled female soldiers from Lu Zhenwu to serve as her bodyguard. Now more than 2 months have passed, and the short-term course of performing arts that Liang Xiaobing reported has ended, and she also missed Zhou Hao very much, so she wanted to come back to Hong Kong. On this day, Liang Xiaobing's flight arrived in Hong Kong at around 3 in the afternoon. Because Su Lin had to go to Asia TV, Zhou Hao sent her to Asia TV after dinner and went to the airport to pick her up. Liang Xiaobing. It's just that after Zhou Hao sent Su Lin back to ATV, it was too early, and he thought that he and Liang Xiaobing hadn't seen each other for more than 2 months, so it would not be good to pick her up with nothing, so he wanted to buy some flowers. He remembered that there was a flower shop called Dai Lianhua in Central. The last time he was there, he wanted to buy flowers, but he was delayed because of other things. So Zhou Hao thought of going to the butterfly flower this time. But on the way, he suddenly remembered that there was not much cash in his wallet. At this time, he happened to see a branch of HSBC on the other side of the road. So he parked the car on the side of the road in front of this branch, got off the car and walked in. It's just that during this period of time, Zhou Hao's self-playing and singing Love Me Don't Go video was so popular throughout Hong Kong that Zhou Hao did not dare to go out during this time. Now he also wore a duckbill cap and a pair of sunglasses covering half of his face before he dared to walk into the bank. Zhou Hao has a personal account with HSBC, and now there are still 3 to 4 billion Hong Kong dollars in deposits in this account. Due to the huge deposit amount, HSBC also specially gave him a VIP Platinum card. Walking into this branch, Zhou Hao found that the area of the branch is very spacious, with 13 service windows. But at this time there are many customers in the bank, and there are people in line at almost every window. There are many waiting guests. A female manager in a bank uniform came to Zhou Hao, but because Zhou Hao had a duckbill cap and big sunglasses, and this was a bank again, this female manager was subconsciously wary of Zhou Hao. However, she still smiled friendly and asked him, "This gentleman, is there anything I can help you with?" Zhou Hao smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want to withdraw some money." "Mister, let me help you with that, because today our branch has more customers, so I have to trouble you to wait a moment." The female manager said politely, Do Platinum VIP customers have preferential treatment?" I remember what the manager who opened my account said. "Platinum VIP customer?" The female manager was slightly surprised, looked at Zhou Hao, and then smiled. "Then could you please show me your bank card?" So Zhou Hao handed over her bank card. When the female manager saw this exquisite bank card, she didn't need to read it carefully to know that Zhou Hao was a major customer of the company. She quickly said to Zhou Hao, "Sir, please go to the VIP room. We will handle it for you right away." After that, she personally took Zhou Hao to a separate room over there. When he came to this room, Zhou Hao saw that the area was also very spacious. The coffee table and sofa were complete, and there was a woman sitting on the sofa. Before he could see the appearance of this woman, Zhou Hao first felt the noble aura exuding from her body, which was the kind of real ladies. This woman looked like she was between 25 and 60 years old. She wore natural long hair draped behind her. Her face was like a goose egg. Her eyes were like the sun and the moon. Her nose was like a hook. Her lips were like cherry petals. And her face was not sure-fendai. Only a touch of pink on her lips, gorgeous, but unassuming, just like the burning red glow on the evening sky. At first glance, although this woman is not as stunning as Zhao Yuqin, Li Shuihan, or Nanami Keru, the more you look at it, the more you can discover the charm of her body. Just like a light sandalwood, The fragrance is not strong, but it is pure and calming. She wore a neat black gauze dress. The skirt just covered her knees. Her legs were gently close together and placed on the ground, wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored silk stockings, and outlined a very graceful curve. And the stockings also reflected a gleam of brilliance, which looked very charming. Looking at it again, I saw a piece of white, seamless skin on the V-neck, which was not deep, and the two well-exposed collarbones. There was also a thin platinum necklace hanging around my neck, a small but dazzling sapphire, and her arms exposed out of her sleeves are as slender as a lotus root, white as mutton fat, and 10 jade fingers are slender and graceful like green onions. However, on the ring finger of her right hand, there was a shiny white gold diamond ring. At this time, the woman was sitting on the sofa. Although she didn't move, she still exuded the elegance and nobility of a lady, and the tranquility between her eyebrows. It seemed that as long as she saw her, even if she was the turbulent mood will instantly turn into no waves. At the first glance of this woman, Zhou Hao was almost certain that she was definitely not born from an ordinary family, because the temperament on her body could not be cultivated by ordinary people, and she could come to this VIP room. So Zhou Hao affirmed that this person must come from a rich family. Seeing Zhou Hao coming in, the woman politely smiled at him and nodded, and Zhou Hao immediately smiled back. "Sir, please sit down first, and I'll go through the withdrawal business for you right away." The female manager asked Zhou Hao to sit on the sofa, poured him a glass of water, and then smiled at the woman next to Zhou Hao, then turned around and walked into the office on the other side of the room dedicated to VIP customers. Seeing that there were no people in this VIP room, Zhou Hao took off his cap and sunglasses on his face. Sitting beside these ladies, he felt a scent of scent drifting into his nose, and it was straight to his heart. He knew that this was not any kind of perfume, but the body fragrance naturally emitted from this woman. I can't help feeling that this woman is really natural beauty, because there are not many women who are born with body fragrance, and she is so beautiful. He looked at the woman's right ring finger, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It wasn't that Zhou Hao had an irrational feeling about people as soon as he saw a beautiful woman. This was just a common problem that many men had. Whenever he saw a beautiful woman and found that she was already a woman, he would always feel regretful. "Come to withdraw money too?" Zhou Hao asked her with a smile. She smiled on her jaw, still quiet and elegant. Zhou Hao's gaze fell on the sapphire necklace under her neck, and saw that the necklace was a thin platinum chain. The shape of the sapphire was very special. It looked like a teardrop and looked like a blue one. Beautiful teardrops. Moreover, although this sapphire is only the size of a little finger, it is dazzling. If you pay close attention to it, it makes people feel as if there is another small universe in it. What a beautiful sapphire necklace. It must be made by a master. Zhou Hao couldn't help but admire it. When the woman heard Zhou Hao praising her necklace, her face showed a happy expression, more than admiring her own beauty. Just listen to her smile and say, "This is a token of love that my father gave to my mother many years ago, and then my mother gave it to me again." Zhou Hao listened to her softly, just as comfortable as Chun Feng Runwu. He smiled and said, "Your mother must love you very much, and gave you the token of love that your father gave her." "Yes, my mother loves me very much." There was a loneliness between her eyebrows. However, she is no longer there. It turned out that her mother had passed away. Zhou Hao said apologetically, "I'm sorry." She smiled slightly. "Nothing. Many years have passed." At this time, the door of the office over there opened, and two men in HSBC uniforms came out, a man and a woman. The woman was the manager who had received Zhou Hao just now. They both held a stack of brand-new banknotes with seals in their hands. The man walked straight to the woman next to Zhou Hao and handed her the stack of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars worth of banknotes. "Mrs. Su, this is you. The money to withdraw." "Okay, thank you." This Mrs. Su took the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars and put it in the bag beside her. The female manager also gave Zhou Hao a stack of banknotes totaling 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Mr. Zhou, this is your money." After withdrawing the money, Zhou Hao stood up with Mrs. Su, and the two managers, the man and the woman, personally sent them out of the VIP room. After coming out, Zhou Hao put on the caps and sunglasses again when he saw the people who were still queuing for the business. He smiled at the female manager beside him. There are so many customers in your bank today. If a robber breaks in, come robbery, that would be bad. As soon as he finished speaking, before the female manager had time to reply, she saw 5 figures rushing in from the door of the bank. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that these 5 people were all wearing face masks with only their eyes exposed. He has a pistol or AK-47 automatic rifle in his mouth and a travel bag in his other hand. These 5 people knew at a glance that they were thugs. As soon as they came in, the man in the lead smashed all the electronic eyes on the wall with his AK-47 automatic rifle and then shouted at everyone in the bank. I squatted down and robbed them. As soon as the 2 security guards behind the gate touched the shotgun behind their backs, 2 robbers pointed their pistols at them, and one of the robbers said, Brother, don't be impulsive. You are just working. No, I must die in vain. Hearing what the robber said, and seeing the lethal automatic rifles in their hands, the 2 security guards obediently put the shotguns on the ground and raised their hands. Zhou Hao stared at the 5 people dumbfounded and thought to himself, No, I'm just like Crow's mouth. At the moment when Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry, the people in the bank had already started screaming, Keep down for me. Hold your head with your hands. The robber headed by fired several more shots toward the ceiling. When everyone heard the gunshots, they immediately calmed down and did not dare to make a sound, and obediently squatted down with their hands holding their heads under the robber's words. The 2 bank managers next to Zhou Hao and Mrs. Su also squatted down immediately, with some panic on their faces. At this moment, Mrs. Su, who had already squatted down, gently pulled Zhou Hao's trousers. Zhou Hao reacted. It turned out that in the entire bank, apart from the 5 robbers, he was the only one standing alone. Up. The bandit leader saw Zhou Hao still standing, so he immediately raised the AK-47 automatic rifle and pointed it at Zhou Hao. FCKU, why don't you squat down for me? Want to eat bullets? Hearing the bandit leaders insulting himself so crudely, Zhou Hao wanted to rush to smash his jaw. Zhou Hao himself was invulnerable. Even if the AK-47 was extremely powerful, it would not hurt Zhou Hao. Moreover, with Zhou Hao's skill, it was easy to subdue these 5 people. But there are many ordinary people around here. If these robbers attack, I am afraid they will hurt the innocent. At this time, Mrs. Su pulled Zhou Hao's pants again. Looking down at Mrs. Su's worried and anxious look, Zhou Hao knew that she was caring about herself and couldn't bear to make her anxious. So he gave the bandit a hard look and then slowly squatted down. Why don't you squat down? Those gangsters don't blink. Mrs. Su said to Zhou Hao, Did you not watch the news? There was also a robbery in Standard Chartered Bank last week. A bank security was killed and beaten by an AK-47. Dead. It should be this group if you want to come. Thank you. I was shocked just now. Zhou Hao said. Hearing Mrs. Su's words, he also remembered that during this period of time the news reported that there was a robbery in Standard Chartered Bank last week. There were also 5 robbers who robbed Standard Chartered Bank of more than 30 million Hong Kong dollars in cash and killed them. The bank security was taken aback. This robbery caused a sensation in Hong Kong. Especially the weapons in the hands of the robbers were very powerful, and they committed the crime very quickly. They fled before the police arrived at the scene. After more than a week, the police could not find them. The police also learned from the news that these robbers should have come from China, which is commonly known as provincial and Hong Kong flag soldiers. In the 1990s, some people from China smuggled into Hong Kong to rob banks or jewelry shops with powerful weapons, including the AK-47 automatic rifle. In particular, they brazenly refuted the police on the streets of Hong Kong. The people of Hong Kong are panicking. At this time, 4 of the robbers went to the 4 service windowsills in the bank and said to the tellers behind, Get all the money, or I will kill the people outside. The windowsills of the banks are all bulletproof glass of high quality. Even the AK-47 is difficult to penetrate, so the tellers inside are still very safe. So these robbers threaten them with outside guests. If the insiders refused to give money and the outside guests were killed, then even the pressure of public opinion could make them unbearable. Those tellers behind the bulletproof glass nervously took out the stacks of banknotes, while the 4 robbers skillfully and quickly stuffed the stacks of banknotes into their travel bags. As for the bandit leader, he looked at the 2 closely, a security guard and guests in the lobby. He also looked at the watch on his wrist from time to time and shouted to the four robbers, "Hurry up! Move faster! The police will be coming in 2 minutes." Hearing his shouts, Zhou Hao, who was squatting with Mrs. Su, was embarrassed because these robbers knew how long it took for the police to arrive. Obviously, they had gone through careful attention before the robbery planned. This gang leader should know that the bank staff has rang the alarm bell to notify the police, but he is not afraid because he originally planned to escape before the police arrived. "These guys, I should have stepped on here beforehand," Zhou Hao said to Mrs. Su beside him. Mrs. Su squatted next to Zhou Hao, her face a little uneasy. After all, it was the first time she encountered such a thing, especially those gangsters who robbed Standard Chartered Bank last week and killed a security guard. So Mrs. Su also felt it's a threat to life. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, she said softly, "These people should be just asking for money. As long as we don't provoke them, they won't kill people casually, so don't be afraid." Zhou Hao was a little surprised when she heard this, because even though she was also scared, Mrs. Su, who was a pretty lady, was able to remain calm and even come to comfort him. She was quite strong. At the same time, due to nervousness, a layer of fine sweat leaked out of Mrs. Su's neck. Zhou Hao was beside her, and she could not help but feel a sway in her heart when she saw her snow-white neck with a little crystal clear. After sweating, Mrs. Su's body scent seemed to be stronger, which was very fascinating. "Huh? What's the matter?" Because Zhou Hao still had sunglasses on his face, Mrs. Su couldn't see his eyes, but found that he was a little distracted, so she asked gently, "Oh, it's nothing." Zhou Hao quickly turned his gaze back, using his gaze to desecrate a married woman like this, but he seemed a little rude. Looking at the robbers who were busy robbing money in a blink of an eye, Zhou Hao also guessed that they would leave after taking the money. Zhou Hao wouldn't have to take action if it didn't hurt people's lives. Although his martial arts were strong, it was the police's job to arrest the culprits. "Okay, time is almost up. Let's go." The four robbers standing in front of the windowsill immediately pulled the zipper of the travel bag and had no nostalgia for the money that was too late to take away. They don't want to fall into the hands of the police for the money, which also shows that they are doing things neatly. However, just as the 5 robbers were about to leave the bank, there was a sudden alarm from outside. Zhou Hao here also saw a car lying horizontally outside the entrance of the bank, with a temporary installation on the roof. The police lights in the city, and the 4 plainclothes policemen quickly got off the car and walked towards the bank. But before taking a few steps, the bandit leader who was still in the lobby of the bank took the AK-47 and fired at them suddenly. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. The gunshot of the AK-47 in the hand of the bandit leader spewed a tongue of fire and made violent gunfire. As soon as the plainclothes policemen outside saw the culprit picking up the gun, they flashed to both sides, so none of the bullets hit them, and the pedestrians on the street squatted to hide when they heard the gunshots and fled around. People were injured. Damn, Zhou Hao couldn't help but cursed. Mrs. Su next to him thought what was wrong with him and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" A very distressed expression appeared on Zhou Hao's face. He said to Mrs. Su, "That guy's bullets have hit my car." It turns out that the bullets of the bandit did not hit anyone, but most of them hit the cars parked on the side of the road. Among them, Zhou Hao's Porsche was the most damaged. The windows and windshield were all hit. Broken, the whole car almost became a hornet's nest. No wonder, because Zhou Hao happened to park the car directly opposite the bank gate. Seeing Zhou Hao's gritted teeth expression, even though Mrs. Su couldn't help but laughed out with a pouch, in this critical situation, she immediately caught the eye like 100 flowers blooming, making Zhou Hao look dumbfounded. Then, a thought came up in my heart to make her smile. Even if the Porsche outside was blown up, it was worth it. Seeing Zhou Hao staring at herself in a daze, Mrs. Su's face was a little rosy. She turned her face slightly, but still comforted. "Zhou Hao, in fact, you don't have to worry, the insurance company will pay you. Nevertheless, it is always uncomfortable to watch my car being tossed like this," Zhou Hao said. When the two chatted in a low voice, other people were very nervous when they saw these thugs refuting the police, and they even resented the police, because if they hadn't come, the robbers would have left now, and he will be much safer. Although it is a bit selfish to think so, but when it comes to the safety of one's own life, one cannot be selfish. After the bandit shot around, he immediately pointed at the 2 bank security guards and shouted, "Go and pull down the iron fence. Don't let the police in." Under the threat of the robbers, the two security guards dared not defy and quickly pulled down the iron fence of the bank. The gangster gritted his teeth and said, "Why are these police officers so fast? It's obviously a 5-minute drive from the nearest police station. I also chose to do it during peak hours. It's impossible for them to come so soon." A companion behind him said, "Brother, I think these plainclothes should be just nearby. I rushed over when I received the news." This speculation was reasonable, and the bandit stomped his feet severely. "Damn, I didn't even count this." "Big brother, what should I do now?" another robber asked. The bandit squinted his eyes and said, "We have very fierce firepower. They only have a few people, so they dare not rush in. However, the other police will come soon, and they know we did it last week. In the case, the flying tigers should also be called, and it will be difficult to get out then." As soon as the voice fell, there were bursts of sirens outside, and many police officers were seen surrounded by the door of the bank. "Brother, this bank has a back door. Let's go from there," said one of the robbers. The bandit shook his head. "It won't work. The police should have blocked the exit of the entire building. We didn't make a fool of ourselves in the past. So what should I do now? There are so many people here taking us hostage. Even if we die, we can still hold a few backs. What are we afraid of?" Two fierce lights shot out from the bandit's eyes, and the whole person was murderous. Affected by him, the rest of the people showed a hideous look. "Yes, even if you die, you have to pull a few backs." When these citizens in the bank lobby heard their words, they all shrank back subconsciously. "Catch a few people over as a shield first, lest the snipers of the flying tigers attack us." The bandit leader is very shrewd. The other 4 people immediately walked to the citizens squatting all over the floor, and those citizens also retreated. What to hide? No one has died since ancient times. 18 years later, he will not be another good guy. A robber sneered and picked up a thin and weak young man in a suit and glasses. The other robber walked towards Zhou Hao and Mrs. Su. His eyesight was very sharp. He immediately noticed Mrs. Su's different temperament from ordinary people, and concluded that she was not rich or expensive and was very suitable for use. Hostage. So he walked straight over, grabbed Mrs. Su's hand, and pulled her up. "Ah!" Mrs. Su exclaimed, and at the same time subconsciously cast a glance at Zhou Hao for help. In fact, she herself knew that in front of these criminals with guns, it would be difficult for an ordinary person like Zhou Hao to do anything to help herself. But when the crisis comes to life, no one will let go of any life-saving straw, even if it is in vain. Moreover, in this critical situation, everyone's first choice is to protect themselves first, and Zhou Hao is not obligated to take risks for himself, so Mrs. Su doesn't want to hurt Zhou Hao. Seeing Mrs. Su's complicated gaze while asking for help but not wanting to take risks for her, Zhou Hao immediately stood up and shouted to the gangster who was holding Mrs. Su, "Hey, stop me." The gangster didn't seem to think that anyone would dare to speak to himself like this, and looked back at Zhou Hao in a little astonishment. And Mrs. Su looked at Zhou Hao in surprise and worry. She didn't seem to expect Zhou Hao would really help her. Zhou Hao took off his sunglasses, cast a reassuring look at Mrs. Su, and then said to the gangster, "Are you still a man if you take a weak woman who has no power to hold a chicken as a hostage? Is I a man who wants you to take care of me?" The gangster was furious, raised his gun, and pointed at Zhou Hao. "Why, you stinky boy want to save the beauty with a hero, so you are not afraid of taking a few bullets from Lousy?" Zhou Hao smiled. "Brother, I think you have the courage to rob the bank. Even if you meet the police, you are not afraid. It should be very heroic. But you are not a man if you take such a woman as a hostage. Let's do it. Otherwise, I'll change to her. You can take me hostage instead of embarrassing a woman." Hearing Zhou Hao said that she wanted to swap with herself, Mrs. Su was very touched, because she couldn't think that Zhou Hao would meet her without relatives for no reason, and she was willing to put herself in danger in order to save her. She is not a selfish person. She immediately said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou, Mr. Zhou, you don't need to be like this. We just met. I can't hurt you." She didn't know Zhou Hao's name yet, but she still remembered that. The female manager of the bank called Zhou Hao Mr. Zhou, and only then did he know his surname Zhou. And Zhou Hao smiled faintly. "If you just watch you being taken hostage by them and do nothing, I will be uneasy for the rest of my life." He looked at the gangster who was still holding Mrs. Su's hand. "Brother, how about it? Let me take your hostage instead of her. FCKU. You hate those guys who pretend to be cool all day long. The gangster said fiercely, raising his pistol to give Zhou Hao a bullet. This is when the bandit leader over there shouted, "Ain't you? Don't shoot first. Since he wants to be a hero, then we can fulfill him." He looked at Zhou Hao and sneered. "I see him. His clothes are not cheap. They should be quite rich, so let him be our hostage. However, this woman, we will not let it go. If you hook up like this, I will just let you do one. Good for the Mandarin ducks of the same fate." Zhou Hao frowned. He didn't expect that the bandit would even take him and Mrs. Su as hostages. And another gangster quickly came over and grabbed Zhou Hao's hand, and at the same time smirked with a smile. "I want to be a hero, right? You are lucky. We will let you be enough this time." Together, his companions brought Mrs. Su and Zhou Hao to the bandit leader's side. Mrs. Su didn't expect this result. She said to Zhou Hao guiltily, "I'm sorry. I am the one who caused you." Zhou Hao shrugged and said with a relaxed expression, "Forget it. It's a blessing or a curse. It's a curse that cannot be avoided." Mrs. Su felt that Zhou Hao was pretending to be relaxed to comfort herself, and she was even more moved. Together with Zhou Hao and Mrs. Su, these gangsters took 5 hostages and stood in front of them to prevent the snipers of the Flying Tigers from dealing with them. As for other citizens, they are still squatting on the other side of the hall, acting as backup hostages for these bandits at any time. Mrs. Su was caught in front of the bandit leader as a shield. When the bandit saw Mrs. Su being so noble and beautiful, he laughed and said, "FCK your grandma. Why is she so beautiful? If it wasn't for the critical situation, I have to you 300 or 400 rounds, so that you can see how good Lao Tzu is." FCK? Really, thin skin and tender meat. Must have eaten a lot of supplements. I heard that you rich people bathe with milk every day. FCK your grandma. What a sin. Having said that, he also reached out to Mrs. Su, wanting to insult this beautiful lady with noble temperament and beautiful appearance. Zhou Hao immediately said, "Brother, if you are a man, don't bully a woman. So what a man? Oh, you guys are pretty good at pretending." The bandit turned his head and looked at Zhou Hao with interest. Suddenly, he raised the automatic rifle in his hand and hit Zhou Hao with the wooden butt. Face. Zhou Hao could have avoided it easily, but in order to prevent them from doubting, he let the rifle hit his face without moving. But his body was hard to damage even the bullet, so no blood came out. Seeing Zhou Hao the bandit said in amazement, "Huh? I don't think you are very hard, I will see if your neck is hard or I have a hard bullet." Raise the automatic rifle and aim at Zhou Hao's face. "No," Mrs. Su shouted out quickly. The bandit put down his gun and turned his head to look at Mrs. Su. "You care about him so much? Is he your husband? It doesn't look like it, shouldn't you? You two are adulterers and women." Yes, money people like to play stuff. At this time, his gaze fell on the sapphire necklace under Mrs. Su's neck. This necklace is pretty, and it's not bad to come and give it to my mother." Then he reached out his hand and grabbed Mrs. Su's sapphire necklace and pulled it off before Mrs. Su could stop it. "Give it back to me," Mrs. Su shouted anxiously. "Damn, do you want your life or this necklace?" The bandit leader drank her. "Listen to the people inside. You are already surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender." At this time, there was a sound from the loudspeaker outside, apparently the police. I saw the bandit snorted coldly, and he held Mrs. Su's neck with one hand, pushed her to the iron fence, and shouted to the police officers outside, "We have hostages on our hands. You can get me out of this street. And then prepare a car filled with gas for me, and let us leave here. Otherwise I will kill a hostage every 5 minutes. Don't be a man and talk nonsense." After speaking, he just didn't even look at it. Armed with an automatic rifle, he fired several shots at the citizens squatting over the hall, and immediately 2 citizens fell in a pool of blood. Even Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief when he saw it. These robbers were too fierce and cruel. They really killed people without blinking. At the same time, they were determined not to let them escape. It's just that Mrs. Su is still in the hands of the bandit leader. Zhou Hao is deeply afraid that he will hurt Mrs. Su, so he did not act rashly, but patiently waited for the opportunity. When the police outside saw that these robbers really dared to kill the hostages, the commander quickly said, "We can agree to your request. Please don't hurt the hostages." Then they hurriedly let their hands get down to prepare the car, and at the same time, let people drive away those who do not know. The reporters were squeezing into it in danger, because the gang of gangsters was fierce and cruel that he had never seen before. The people in the lobby of the bank were almost frightened. They did not expect that the gangsters would kill when they really said they would kill. Their lives were truly threatened like never before. Many people cried, really feel the preciousness of life, and also think of my relatives, regretting that I usually don't have time to be with them. Mrs. Su was kidnapped by the bandit, and she was very scared in her heart. Her face was very pale, but she was still strong. She didn't say anything with her lips pressed, and she didn't cry like the others, and she didn't even shed tears. For fear of the robbers injuring the hostages, the police prepared a fully filled van within 5 minutes and stopped outside the bank gate. "Anu, you go up first. Big head, you and my queen," the bandit leader said to the opponent. Seeing that 3 of the robbers got into the van with the travel bags full of money, the police outside had also retreated to the street and the end of the street and did not dare to act rashly. As for the big head, he was the robber who held Zhou Hao. "Brother, it's okay, you can come up." The robber, who was already sitting in the driver's seat, said to the bandit leader. The bandit nodded and pushed Mrs. Su to take a step forward. "We will keep these 2 people so that the police will not catch up." After that, he pushed Mrs. Su to the van outside, while holding Zhou Hao's. The big head also followed. Zhou Hao saw that the bandit leader turned his back to him, and his group had already reached the door of the bank, and they were already some distance away from the hostages in the hall. I saw Zhou Hao suddenly turned around, and a fist slammed against the chin of the big head at the back, directly smashing his chin, and the big head also flew out in the air. Has lost consciousness. With this punch, Zhou Hao's force penetrated the big head and beat him into brain death on the spot. Seeing this sudden change, the 3 gangsters in the van raised their guns in unison. As for the gangster, because he had his back to Zhou Hao, he still didn't know what happened behind him. Zhou Hao was deeply afraid that the 3 robbers in the van would injure Mrs. Su in front of him when they shot them. 3 hidden weapons flew out with 2 hands raised, but they were 2 coins and a 1,000 yuan banknote. I saw the 2 coins shot out like 2 wisps of silver and instantly fell into the foreheads of the 2 gangsters in the back seat of the van, and the 1,000 yuan banknote slid gently over the gangster in the driver's seat like a flying knife. His neck immediately cut his throat and carotid artery. All of the 3 gangsters lost their ability to move, and their lives were difficult to maintain. And the bandit leader finally noticed the strangeness and turned around subconsciously, and at the same time, the gun in his hand was pressed against Mrs. Su's temple. As soon as he turned around, he saw Zhou Hao rushing towards him fiercely, about to raise his gun and aim at him, but suddenly saw Zhou Hao appear behind Zhou Hao, a huge, ferocious tiger, opening it. The big mouth of the blood basin and the silver claws rushed towards him, and he could even hear the deafening and chilling tiger roar. However, Zhou Hao was afraid that the bandit leader would shoot Mrs. Su in panic, so he immediately used the state of transforming mind into form to calm the bandit leader's mind. Moreover, because Zhou Hao was targeting this bandit leader, only he could see the tiger behind Zhou Hao, and Mrs. Su couldn't see it at all. Taking advantage of the sluggishness of the bandit leader's mind, Zhou Hao had already jumped in front of him, shot down the automatic rifle in his hand with one hand, and at the same time pulled Mrs. Su, who was still held by him, over, and then suddenly raised a foot and put it heavily on his abdomen. Under the tremendous power, the bandit leader was kicked off the ground by Zhou Hao and slammed into the van behind. This series of changes lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, and Mrs. Su suddenly moved from the bandit to Zhou Hao's arms. She couldn't react to it herself. When she recovered, she had already seen 5. All the gangsters fell, and the deaths of the 3 robbers in the van except the gangster leader were quite terrifying. Mrs. Su accidentally saw it. She was immediately shocked, her face turned white, and her hands were instinctive. Caught Zhou Hao's clothes. The bandit leader, although he was kicked by Zhou Hao deliberately left him for investigation by the police, so he was only seriously injured and fell into a coma and did not die. Zhou Hao knew that a woman couldn't see these things, so he blocked her with his hand and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. It's all right." Hearing Zhou Hao's soft voice, Mrs. Su felt a sense of security and she relaxed a little bit. At the same time, recalling the situation just now, she knew that Zhou Hao rescued herself, although she didn't see what the process was like. But she thought that Zhou Hao could beat these 5 gunmen to the ground with one person, and his skills were even stronger than those of the flying tigers. She raised her head to look at Zhou Hao. "Do you know how to martial arts?" Zhou Hao scratched his head. "I learned a little bit, but I was actually scared just now. But I think if these robbers take us away, it might be more dangerous, so I will give it a try." Mrs. Su groaned a little when she heard the words. "Why are you so impulsive? You have to know that each of them has a gun. What should you do if you get hurt?" "Haha, leave those alone. Aren't we all right now?" Zhou Hao still smiled. Seeing Zhou Hao's sunny and childish smile, Mrs. Su also shook her head, involuntarily cocked the corners of her mouth, revealing a gentle smile. "Ah, sorry." At this time, Mrs. Su realized that she was still in Zhou Hao's arms. She is a married woman. Although she was in a critical condition just now, she was ultimately not right. So her face blushed, and she immediately pushed Zhou Hao away gently. However, even though she pushed Zhou Hao away, the sense of security that she had in Zhou Hao's arms still lingered in her mind. Zhou Hao also felt a little regretful, because he just hugged Mrs. Su lightly. He could also feel her soft and flexible body, especially the natural manifestation of her body. It was even more refreshing. At this time, the policeman who had been threatened by the robbers and retreated to the end of the street also rushed over, while the citizens in the lobby of the bank were still squatting because they were frightened a while ago. So even though the gangsters have fallen down, they still dare not get up. Only a few policemen surrounded Zhou Hao and Mrs. Su, and Zhou Hao also saw that the man in the lead had a high police rank, and he should be the superintendent or chief superintendent. They knew that Zhou Hao and Mrs. Su were hostages. Although they couldn't see Zhou Hao's hidden weapon in the distance, they also saw Zhou Hao flying the big head with a punch and kicked the bandit leader again. "Are you okay?" the superintendent asked Zhou Hao and Mrs. Su. Suddenly, he looked at Mrs. Su. "Huh? Aren't you Mrs. Su? Are you here?" Mrs. Su also recognized him and nodded slightly to say hello. "Superintendent Europe, hello." She sighed. "I came to the bank to withdraw money. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." This Superintendent Europe took a closer look at Mrs. Su and made sure that she was not injured before he breathed a sigh of relief. "God bless you, Mrs. Su. You are not injured. Otherwise, Mr. Su and Mr. He will not spare me." "Superintendent Europe, you are serious. After all, no one wants such a thing to happen," Mrs. Su said gently. Superintendent Europe smiled and nodded, and the 2 citizens who were killed by the bandit and other people who were frightened were also immediately arranged. After the arrangements were made, Superintendent Europe looked at Zhou Hao. "This gentleman, you just subdued the gangsters." As soon as the voice fell, the police inspecting the gangsters came over. "Report, sir. The 5 gangsters, except for the leader. The other 4 are dead." "Dead?" Superintendent O's eyes widened, because he just thought that the gangsters were just knocked out by Zhou Hao, but he didn't expect that only 1 was left alive. "Do you know how dangerous it was just now?" Superintendent Europe suddenly scolded Zhou Hao. "All those robbers have guns. What if one of them hurts others? Can you afford it?" Hearing this European superintendent's high-sounding words, Zhou Hao seemed to be worried about the safety of the citizens. But Zhou Hao knew that the European superintendent was actually the most nervous Mrs. Su, because in the situation just now, Mrs. Su was the most dangerous. It can also be seen that Mrs. Su's identity is definitely not simple. In the face of the European superintendent's reprimand, Zhou Hao did not speak, because he knew that it was impossible to reason with such a person. Unless he knew his identity was not easy, he thought he was just a petty citizen. Will vent his official might unscrupulously. "Superintendent Europe, this can't be blamed on Mr. Zhou. He is just to save me." Mrs. Su quickly defended Zhou Hao. Hearing Mrs. Su's words, Superintendent Europe's expression immediately eased. "Mrs. Su, even so, but he is not a policeman after all. If there is any chance that you get injured, what can you do?" Mrs. Su shook her head without saying anything, but cast an apologetic look at Zhou Hao. Later, Zhou Hao and Mrs. Su both got into the police car and went to the police station to record their confession. At this time, the flying tigers who had been arranged to lurk around also returned. The Superintendent Europe, who was about to get in the car, happened to hear the sniper saying to the captain of the flying, Tigers. Boss, I was lying in ambush on the rooftop of the opposite building just now, and I saw them all. The guy who was kidnapped was so powerful, one punch knocked the gangster back into the air, and then sent a few hidden weapons that I didn't know what it was, killing all 3 gangsters in the van, and even the gangster was kicked in by him. In the van. That guy's close combat is too powerful, much better than our coach. I think he should be the legendary martial arts master. Superintendent Europe hurriedly came over and asked, "You said you saw it all? Is that guy still a hidden weapon?" The sniper saluted the European superintendent and then nodded. "Yes, I was on the rooftop of the opposite building just now. I used to scope at the gangsters, so I saw it all. However, the guy posted the speed of the hidden weapon is too fast, and I can't see what it is." "Who is this guy?" "He beat 5 gangsters, 4 dead, and 1 injured with his bare hands. It's too dangerous. If he goes wrong, the threat to society is too great." Superintendent Europe said, "No, I have to go back quickly and take that guy well." After saying that, he immediately got in the car and hurried back to the police station. Sitting in the police car with Mrs. Su, Zhou Hao called Su Lin. "Su Lin, I have some trouble. I'm afraid I can't go to the airport to pick up Xiaobing. Can you pick her up for me?" Su Lin heard that Zhou Hao was in trouble and immediately asked him nervously what had happened. Zhou Hao didn't intend to hide it, so he told her about the bank. "Are you in that HSBC bank?" Su Lin was surprised. "We just received the news that there was a robbery on the HSBC bank and that the reporter from ATV had already rushed over. So you were there? You haven't been photographed by reporters?" "It shouldn't be. Those reporters have been driven far away. They probably won't be able to take pictures of me," Zhou Hao said. "And the electronic eyes of the bank were broken by the robbers, and I was not recorded." Uncle said, "Let the police announce that those gangsters were killed by the police, and I won't be involved." After all, Zhou Hao used his bare hands to beat 5 criminals to 4 deaths and 1 wound. It would be too shocking if it were announced. In fact, many martial arts masters are unwilling to show their martial arts in front of ordinary people, so the general public believes that those martial arts only exist in works of art such as novels or movies. After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly at Mrs. Su next to him. "I originally wanted to go to the butterfly flower to buy some flowers and then pick up people at the airport. I didn't expect to encounter such a bad luck." "Huh? So you were planning to buy flowers at Dai Lianhua?" Mrs. Su looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. "I opened the Dai Lianhua. I went to the bank to get money just now. Payment to suppliers." Hearing Mrs. Su's words, Zhou Hao was also very surprised, thinking it was a coincidence. "The last time I went to Dai Lianhua, the 2 waiters in the flower shop were full of praise to the proprietress, saying that the proprietress was ingenious." Zhou Hao still remembers that the 2 waiters sighed, saying that their bosses were good at everything, but they were not married well. Looking at the elegant and quiet Mrs. Su, she turned out to be the wife of the Dai Lianhua boss. "If you want to buy flowers to pick up someone at the airport, that person should be your girlfriend." Mrs. Su smiled at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, then said to Mrs. Su, "I saw the European superintendent just now, and he seemed very respectful to you." He was indirectly inquiring about Mrs. Su's identity. Mrs. Su's mind consciousness naturally knew what Zhou Hao meant. I saw a touch of sadness in her eyes. She gently turned her head and looked out the window. "I am the Su family's wife." Su family. Zhou Hao was a little puzzled, not knowing which Su family this Su family was. "My husband is Su Jinxing." Mrs. Su sighed softly. Hearing Mrs. Su said that her husband was Su Jinxing, Zhou Hao was really stunned, because he couldn't connect this elegant and beautiful Mrs. Su with the unlearned and unskilled Su Jinxing, who was a dude. Suddenly, Zhou Hao remembered that he had read reports about Su Jinxing in his previous life. He divorced his first wife in 2000, and then married the actress Li Jiasin, who is known as the most beautiful Hong Kong sister in history. It was a sensation in Hong Kong, so Zhou Hao also knew. Zhou Hao remembered that Su Jinxing's first wife seemed to be the daughter of He Hong's son, known as the Gambling King. Moreover, Zhou Hao just heard the European superintendent say that if something happens to Mrs. Su, Mr. Su, and Mr. He will be worried. That Mr. He is He Hong's son. "Then you are?" Zhou Hao asked Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su turned her head to look at Xiang Zhou Hao. "My full name is Su He Shuyun." Zhou Hao nodded slightly. This Mrs. Su, whose original name should be He Shuyun, should add her husband's surname after marrying Su Jinxing. However, thinking of Su Jinxing's virtue, Zhou Hao really felt sorry for Xuyun. This is a typical example of flowers being planted on cow dung. Moreover, Su Jinxing finally abandoned He Xuyun and became an adulteress with Li Jiesin. He noticed that when He Xuyun said that her husband was Su Jinxing, there was a trace of grief between her eyebrows. Therefore, the relationship between her and Su Jinxing was obviously not very good. However, Zhou Hao also understands that the Su family is one of the richest and famous in Hong Kong, and He Hongsun is also the richest man in Macau. The combination of the two must involve a huge cooperation of interests, and He Xuyun is obviously the cooperation between He Hongsun and Su Jinxing's father Su Jiaming, the victim. At this moment, He Xuyun subconsciously touched the wedding ring on his right ring finger, and the look on his face was a little dazed. Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. In ancient times it was as deep as the sea like home men, but now it is as deep as the sea when entering a wealthy family. And He Xuyun himself is also proud. Although in the eyes of outsiders, she has enjoyed all the wealth of the world, but in fact, the pains and hardships in it are also incomprehensible to others. Soon, they were sent to the police station. Because He Xuyun's identity was unusual, and she came to assist in the investigation, the people in the police station were very kind to her, and a senior inspector personally gave her a confession. However, they treated Zhou Hao differently. As soon as Zhou Hao arrived, they immediately arranged Zhou Hao in an independent closed room. Not long after, the former European superintendent walked in accompanied by two subordinates. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Zhou Hao suddenly felt that they didn't seem to be here to take a confession, but as if they were coming to interrogate the prisoner. Especially Superintendent O. As soon as he came in, he patted the table in front of Zhou Hao and said coldly to Zhou Hao, "Please show your ID card." The other party was a policeman, and Zhou Hao didn't mean to embarrass them, so he took out his ID card and put it on the table. Then Superintendent O took it and saw Zhou Hao's ID card instead of a Hong Kong resident's ID card. He frowned immediately. "From the mainland?" Then he squinted at Zhou Hao. "What are you doing in Hong Kong? Traveling, visiting relatives, or on business, two-way permit or one-way permit?" The so-called two-way permit and one-way permit are Hong Kong and Macau passes. However, the two-way permit is for mainland visitors who visit Hong Kong and Macau temporarily. The deadline is usually about a few months. Once the deadline has passed, you have to go back to the mainland. The one-way permit is for those who have immigration quotas and are eligible to immigrate to Hong Kong and Macau, which is what most people think of as a green card. Many people who want to settle in Hong Kong want this one-way permit. And because some domestic women hold two-way permits to carry out prostitution activities in Hong Kong, domestic people who hold two-way permits have a bad impression in the minds of Hong Kong residents. This is also a form of regional discrimination. However, Zhou Hao also despised these Hong Kong residents because they also immigrated to Hong Kong from all over the country decades ago. In fact, more than 90% of Hong Kong people are not indigenous residents. They emigrated from the country many years ago, and now they discriminate against the people in the country like this, but they have forgotten the classics. At this time, the European superintendent was also very hostile to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was annoyed and said coldly, "I have a two-way pass or a one-way pass. What does it have to do with me recording your confession? With a two-way permit, my confession is not credible." When Zhou Hao spoke to him in such a tone, Superintendent Europe was also angry. He slapped the table vigorously and said angrily, "Of course it matters, because those bank robbers smuggled from China to Hong Kong to commit crimes. Yes, I suspect you have something to do with them. If I had anything to do with them, how could I kill the four of them and leave a living for your police to investigate?" Zhou Hao asked without showing weakness. "It may also be that you saw that there was no way to escape, and you wanted to kill them. As for the bandit leader, you missed him and didn't kill him, and our police rushed over, so you dare not blatantly kill him anymore." Hearing the reversal of black and white by the European superintendent, Zhou Hao smiled without anger. "I thought that only the police in China have such a powerful ability to reverse black and white, but Hong Kong police are not bad. What are you talking about? Are you saying that we wronged you?" The European superintendent snorted coldly. "The preliminary autopsy report of the four robbers has come out. One of them was beaten to death by you, and one was beaten to death by you. You didn't know what sharp weapon you used to cut your throat and died. The other two were killed by being pierced through the skull by coins. He squinted at Zhou Hao. You monster, who are you? Cruel, and what's your purpose in coming to Hong Kong? Zhou Hao did not answer the question from Superintendent Europe, but just sat there with his hands in his arms. Superintendent Europe became even more annoyed. Damn, you dare to be so stiff. Just as he was about to order the two men behind him to teach Zhou Hao, the door of this room was suddenly pushed open. Superintendent Europe was about to reprimand whoever broke in so rudely, but when he saw the person who appeared at the door, he went silent. Because the person who appeared at the door was indeed Zheng Yingpei, the deputy director of the police department. Behind him are two middle-aged men who also wear police uniforms, but looking at the police ranks on their uniforms, they are both chief superintendents. The European superintendent saw Zheng Yingpei, who appeared suddenly, but he couldn't react for a while, and it took a while before he took action. He immediately shouted to Zheng Yingpei, department director. What's the matter? I can hear you yelling outside. Zheng Yingpei glanced at Superintendent Europe with his hands behind his back, and then saw Zhou Hao sitting in the room. So he walked in and said to Zhou Hao, asked with concern, Xiao Hao, are you okay? Did the robbers hurt you? Uncle Pei. Zhou Hao greeted Zheng Yingpei. Uncle Pei, don't worry, I'm fine. That's all right. To hear that you were actually taken hostage by those robbers has scared me and your Aunt Jiaying. The European superintendent on the side saw that Zhou Hao's relationship with Zheng Yingpei was so good. Zheng Yingpei clearly treated Zhou Hao as a nephew. He couldn't help being stunned. He remembered that he had treated Zhou Hao like that. A layer of cold sweat was already coming out. In fact, some policemen knew about the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zheng Yingpei. During Su Jinxing's yachting time, Zheng Mingjiang personally went to the police station to bail for Zhou Hao. However, it is only limited to a small group of police officers. After all, Zheng Yingpei did not want to incur favoritism, and Zhou Hao would not use Zheng Yingpei's name to bluff and deceive. Therefore, most people, including Superintendent Europe, did not know Zhou Hao and Zheng Yingpei's deep relationship between. I'm fine, but the European superintendent said that I have something to do with that group of robbers. Zhou Hao sneered and glanced at the European superintendent over there. Zheng Yingpei looked back at Superintendent Europe. What's going on? This time it's because Xiao Hao helped step on that group of robbers so as not to cause more loss of life and property. How can you say that Xiao Hao had a relationship with the group? Relationship? Superintendent Europe was shocked and hurriedly explained. Because, Director Zhang, this Mr. Zhou seems to know Kung Fu, and his methods are too cruel. I am afraid that he will cause danger to ordinary citizens. Nonsense. Zheng Yingpei interrupted Superintendent Europe angrily. Xiao Hao did learn martial arts, but just because of this would cause danger to the society and citizens? Don't all of us police have guns? This is also dangerous to ordinary people. Could it be that our police threaten the safety of the public? The European superintendent was speechless by Zheng Yingpei's refutation, and Zheng Yingpei said, You are no longer responsible for this case. I now doubt your professional integrity. I will let the Internal Investigation Department review your ethics and morals. During this period, please suspend your job first. Director Zhang this. Superintendent Europe paled and wanted to plead with Zheng Yingpei. But when Zheng Yingpei turned his head to look, he didn't even look at him. Get out. Seeing that Zheng Yingpei was so decisive, the European superintendent knew that the situation was too difficult to save, so he had to leave the room dejectedly. And Zhou Hao also said to Zheng Yingpei at this time, although these gangsters were finally subdued, they also killed 2 citizens. I am very guilty for failing to save those 2 people. At that time, Zhou Hao did not expect that the bandit leader would kill people if he said that he would kill in order to stand up to the police, and at that time, if Zhou Hao acted, the other hostages would also be in danger, so the death of the 2 innocent citizens really made people grief. And Zheng Yingpei also knew that Zhou Hao was not a policeman and had no obligation to fight those gangsters. Now Zhou Hao has subdued 5 gangsters, which is also a personal bravery. Just now Superintendent Europe treated Zhou Hao like this. Even Zheng Yingpei was angry. Zhou Hao said to Zheng Yingpei, Uncle Pei, don't tell others that I did this thing. I don't want to cause a sensation again. Just say that the gangsters were killed by your police snipers. That's okay. Zheng Yingpei suddenly smiled. It's good to say, The last time you broadcasted the song, Love Me Don't Go, in Hong Kong. Your Aunt Jane liked it very much and wanted to ask where you are. The girl at home is so blessed to make you think so. In this regard, Zhou Hao was also quite helpless. At that time, in order to retain Wang Shijuan's heart, Zhou Hao came up with such a way to express his heart to Wang Shijuan in front of all Hong Kong citizens, and the sensation caused by this was unexpected. Today, Zhou Hao's Love Me Don't Go has become popular all over Hong Kong and even spread to Taiwan, and it has become a hot song on demand by major radio stations. Many record companies, including Sony and Universal, also wanted to buy the copyright of the song, Love Me Don't Go, from Polaris. By the way, that Mrs. Su, is she okay? Zhou Hao asked Zhang Yingpei. Mrs. Su, Zhang Yingpei reacted after a while. Oh, you mean Su He Shuian, right? Seeing Zhou Hao nodded, Zhang Yingpei said, I just went to see it. Nothing happened, just a little tired. I've almost finished recording the confession. Xiao Hao, you saved her this time. Su Jiaming might thank you, but Su Jinsheng, you don't have to count on it. Zhang Yingpei is also clear about the grudge between Su Jinsheng and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled. I didn't save Su Jinsheng to thank me. By the way, Uncle Pei, this Mrs. Su, are you familiar with her? Zhang Yingpei shook his head. I don't know him well, but I only met a few occasions. They were all at some charity gala. Her father is Macau's gambling king He Hongsun. Ha. Her wedding with Su Jinsheng was very grand. A 3-day banquet at the Peninsula Hotel can be described as a real wedding of the century. Well, it seems to be in 1992. They have been married for 5 years. Zhou Hao nodded. But it's a pity that a woman like Mrs. Su married a second-generation ancestor like Su Jinsheng. Who said no? Zhang Yingpei was convinced. I heard that He Shuyun is a serious Oxford University business management graduate. It can be said that he has both talents and good looks. It is also because He Hongsun wants to marry Su Jiaming to achieve his relationship with Zhongjin Group. He Shuyun's cooperation allowed He Shuyun to marry Su Jinsheng. It's really a flower on the cow dung. Zhou Hao shook his head. Zhang Yingpei looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. Hey, they are married women, and the Su family and the He family are the two giants in Hong Kong and Macau. Don't you think about them? If the Su family and the He family are irritated, then I can't keep you, unless you leave Hong Kong or hide in General Lu. Uncle Pei, what kind of person do you consider me? Zhou Hao gave Zhang Yingpei a dissatisfied look. I'm just a pity why Shuyan married someone like Su Jinsheng. I have no other ideas. Who are you? Uncle Pei still don't know. Zhang Yingpei looked at Zhou Hao with a smile. You are not too old, and you are not young. Last time, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were not ordinary friends with you. Well, there is the girl you want to keep this time. Are there still few girls around you? Your Aunt Jiang would like to introduce you a few more, and I told her no need. Seeing Zhang Yingpei, who didn't look like a high-ranking police officer, Zhou Hao could only helplessly smile. The two of them left the room and went to the outside office. Zhou Hao also saw that He Shuyun had finished recording his confession. So Zhou Hao walked over and handed something to He Shuyun. Mrs. Su, this is your sapphire necklace. I brought it back from the robber for you just now, and I didn't remember to return it to you. He Shuyun was very surprised to see the sapphire necklace his mother had left her. He quickly took it and put it on her chest. He thanked Zhou Hao with great gratitude. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much. You not only saved me, but also thank you so much for getting this necklace back for me. Zhou Hao smiled. You are welcome, but the chain of this necklace was torn by that guy. You will have to repair it after you go back before you can wear it. Please excuse me. At this moment, a petite policewoman came to Zhou Hao and asked him a little shyly. Are you the gentleman who played and sang Love Me Don't Go before what? Zhou Hao was taken aback, only to realize that the policemen in this office were all looking at him, especially the female policeman, whose eyes were shining. Zhou Hao knew that when he took off his cap and sunglasses, he was recognized by these people. Looking at the policewoman in front of him who looked at him with expectation, Zhou Hao couldn't bear to deny it. Moreover, denying was useless at this time, so he smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I am. I didn't expect that I would actually see the piano prince. The policewoman cheered, and several other policewomen in the office also gathered around, asking Zhou Hao to sign and even take a photo with him. Zhou Hao scratched his head and said, I dare not be. I dare not be. The world-recognized piano prince is Richard Clayderman. I'm just playing around by myself. It's still far, far away. Dealing with these very enthusiastic policewomen. Autographs and group photos are fine, but can you hope that you can keep me secret, because I don't want others to know. So Zhou Hao signed the policewomen one by one and took photos with them. Mr. Zhou, can I ask you who the girl you were talking about is? Has she returned to you? The petite policewoman asked very curiously just now, and the others were looking forward to it. Zhou Hao, because many people in Hong Kong want to know about this issue. Nothing to comment, really nothing to comment. Zhou Hao said helplessly. Finally, these policewomen walked away reluctantly. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhang Yingpei next to him looked at him with a smile on his face. And He Shuyan looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. I was wondering why you wore a hat and sunglasses when you went to the bank, and I felt that you were a bit familiar, and I don't know where you saw it. I've watched it on TV too. Zhou Hao said with some embarrassment. It's rude, it's rude. I just wore a hat and sunglasses just to avoid the situation just now. He Shuyan covered her mouth and smiled, and said to Zhou Hao, Actually, I think your song, Love Me Don't Go, is very good. The girlfriend you are going to pick up at the airport should be the girl you mentioned. She should have heard this song before returning to Hong Kong. Zhou Hao really couldn't answer this question. Isn't it necessary to tell He Shuyan that the one he is going to pick up is not the same girl as the one he was trying to keep? And Zhang Yingpei was also on the side, looking at Zhou Hao quite gleefully. Shuyan, Shuyan. At this moment, a somewhat hoarse male voice came from over there. Hearing this voice, Zhou Hao saw He Shuyan's face change slightly, and there was a touch of terror in his eyes. He saw a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s walking and accompanied by an assistant. He had good features, majesty between his brows, of medium build, and wearing a decent gray suit. He was very handsome. This is Su Jianming, Su Jinxing's father, and the chairman of Zhongjin Group. Zhang Yingpei reminded him quietly in Zhou Hao's ear. When He Shuyan turned around and saw Su Jianming who was walking towards him, his body trembled slightly. Su Jianming walked quickly towards He Shuyan, his expression very anxious, but He Shuyan gently turned sideways, as if to avoid Su Jianming. And Zhang Yingpei also greeted him at this time and greeted Su Jianming with a smile. Mr. Su, it's been a long time since I saw you. Director Zhang. Su Jianming frowned slightly when He Shuyan avoided him, but still smiled and said to Zhang Yingpei, I didn't expect that our family Shuyan would encounter such a thing. Thank you, the police. We Shuyan will be fine. Mr. Su, I think you should still thank Xiao Hao. Thanks to him, Shuyan will be fine. Su Jianming looked at Zhou Hao behind Zhang Yingpei, and Zhang Yingpei also introduced him. This is Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao. Su Jianming was stunned, and then asked Zhou Hao, You are Zhou Hao? Before the return of Hong Kong, he and a group of Hong Kong businessmen went to the central government to meet those leaders. At that time, he heard that his son Su Jinxing was celebrating the festival with Zhou Hao, and at the same time he also inquired that Zhao Rixin, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, had a godson named Zhou Hao. He was afraid that Zhou Hao in Hong Kong was Zhao Rixin's godson, so he asked Su Jinxing to apologize to others when he was in Beijing. After returning to Hong Kong, Su Jianming finally confirmed after many inquiries that Zhou Hao, who had a holiday with his son, was Zhao Rixin's godson. After returning to Hong Kong from Beijing, Su Jianming wanted to ask Zhou Hao to personally apologize to him, because after going to Beijing to meet the national leaders there, Su Jianming and other Hong Kong giants only knew what an official was. Even though these people have been rolling in the mall for decades, the wind and rain they have passed is beyond ordinary people's imagination, but in front of the real power holders, they dare not even shout. Su Jianming, who is at ease in the unpredictable shopping mall, walked around Zongnanhai and discovered that no matter how great his business achievements are, as long as the people above have to deal with him, his years of accumulation will be immediately destroyed. Especially when he saw Zhao Rixin and felt the strong and terrifying majesty of Zhao Rixin. He also deeply understood that this high-powered member of the Standing Committee could not provoke him. If you want to get rid of the pressure of these superiors, unless you abandon the Chinese market and move abroad, Su Jianming also knows that today China is the world's largest and most expansive market, and abandoning it is equivalent to giving up the best development. Opportunity. So after returning to Hong Kong, Su Jiaming first gave Su Jin a severe lesson and then asked about Zhou Hao's whereabouts, wanting to apologize to him personally. However, at that time Zhou Hao had left Hong Kong and returned to Xiangqing, and Su Jiaming had nowhere to tell if he wanted to apologize. Now this young and handsome man who saved his daughter-in-law was actually Zhou Hao, but Su Jiaming was surprised and delighted. He immediately walked towards Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, hello. When I went to Beijing to meet committee member Zhao some time ago, he even mentioned you to me." Zhou Hao couldn't say that he had any good feelings about Su Jinxing's father. As the so-called son is not a godfather, Su Jinxing will become that kind of second-generation ancestor, and it has nothing to do with his father. But these are all personal subjective emotions. In front of these people, Zhou Hao would naturally not show it, but showed a friendly smile to Su Jiaming. "Mr. Su also met my godfather? Haha, I went last time. When Beijing saw him, I never heard him mention you." Zhou Hao's words sound ordinary, but in the eyes of those who care, they are insinuating that Su Jiaming can't get Zhao Rixin's eyes. Who is Su Jiaming? He can naturally hear Zhou Hao's implication, but he is not an ordinary person after all, and he will not express the anger in his heart. Instead, he laughed at himself. I'm just a copper-stinky businessman. It's just a small person, insignificant. Seeing Su Jiaming's so sophisticated world, Zhou Hao thought to himself that when Su Jiaming was born, the Su family was already a well-known Hong Kong wealthy family, and also born with a golden key. Su Jinxing was far worse than his father. At the same time, He Shuiyun, who was present, heard Zhou Hao's name, and a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Because Su Jinxing had a feast with Zhou Hao before, Su Jinxing hated Zhou Hao. Especially Su Jiaming gave him a severe lesson, so He Shuiyun also heard Su Jinxing mention Zhou Hao. And since meeting Zhou Hao today, she only knows Zhou Hao's surname Zhou, but not his full name. Now that she heard it, she was also surprised. She also knew who her husband was, so she thought that Zhou Hao, who was at odds with Su Jinxing, was also the kind of unlearned second-generation ancestor. When she saw it today, she realized that her cognition was completely wrong. "Mr. Zhou, the child who didn't know Taishan offended you before. I am here to apologize for him." Su Jiaming smiled to Zhou Hao. "And you saved our family Shuiyun today. Or else, I invite Zhou. How about you, sir, as a thank you for your meal?" Zhou Hao raised his hand. "No need, Mr. Su. I still have something to do today, or another day." When Su Jiaming heard this, he didn't want to force Zhou Hao so as not to make him angry, so he kept busy saying, "Okay, Oklahoma. Then Mr. Zhou must remember that I still owe you a meal. This is my business card, Mr. Zhou. You can find me at any time by typing the number above." Su Jiaming also handed Zhou Hao a simple and generous white business card. Zhou Hao nodded and put away the business card. So Su Jiaming said to He Shuiyun at this time, "Shuiyun, let's go back. You have encountered something like this today, so you have to take a good rest." He Shuiyun lowered his head slightly, not looking at Su Jiaming's eyes, but said softly, "I see, father-in-law. Then let's go, Mr. Zhou, Director Zhang, goodbye." Su Jiaming said to Zhou Hao and Zhang Yingpei. He Shuiyun followed Su Jiaming and said goodbye to Zhou Hao and Zhang Yingpei. However, when she looked at Zhou Hao felt that her eyes were very complicated and faint, and even the same as when she was taken away by robbers. Kind of eyes asking him for help. "She is asking me for help?" Zhou Hao was slightly shocked when he saw He Shuiyun's complicated eyes. It's just that He Shuiyun's expression was also rumored, so Zhou Hao couldn't be sure, and he didn't know why she asked for help. He Shuiyun took a deep look at Zhou Hao, and after all turned around to follow Su Jiaming. Seeing He Shuiyun's fading back, Zhou Hao felt that her slender back was sad and lonely, like a bird about to be thrown into a cage. "Everyone is gone, so what else are you looking at?" Zhang Yingpei next to him suddenly said. Zhou Hao recovered, and the figures of Su Jiaming and He Shuiyun had disappeared at the end of the corridor. Zhou Hao turned his head to look at Zhang Yingpei. "Uncle Pei, what are you talking about?" "Xiao Hao, you are so good at it, but don't cause any scandals of the rich." Zhang Yingpei patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Besides He Shuiyun, after she followed Su Jiaming out of the police station, she sat in Su Jiaming's Rolls Royce. As soon as He Shuiyun got into the back seat, she leaned against the left door, while Su Jiaming sat beside him and said to the driver in front, "Go home." "I see, sir." The driver in front responded and started the car. Su Jiaming pressed the button on the car next to him, and an opaque glass rose between the rear and front seats, isolating the front and rear seats. He Shuiyun seemed a little uneasy, dropped her head slightly, and leaned slightly in the direction of the left car door. Su Jiaming, who was next to her, looked at her and asked softly, "Shuiyun, are you okay today? Those robbers didn't hurt you?" He Shuiyun shook his head. "No, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. You are my daughter-in-law. You should be concerned about you." Su Jiaming smiled and stretched out his hand to hold He Shuiyun's hand. Seeing his hand stretched out towards him, He Shuiyun hurriedly leaned to the side and put his hands on his left knee, deliberately not allowing Su Jiaming to touch him, and still lowered his head without speaking or looking. Su Jiaming. Su Jiaming's hand reached halfway, and when he saw He Shuiyun's reaction, he stopped and took it back after a while. With a slight sigh, he suddenly asked, "By the way, how did you and Zhou Hao meet today, and how did he save you?" He Shuiyun was taken aback for a while, and told Su Jiaming how he met Zhou Hao when he went to the bank to withdraw money, and later encountered that kind of robber committing a crime and taking himself hostage. He subdued the 5 thugs with bare hands. Su Jiaming asked in surprise. He Shuiyun nodded. "I didn't see clearly at the time. When I reacted, all 5 of them had already fallen." Su Jiaming touched his chin and muttered, "It seems that Zhou Hao still knows Kung Fu this year. But it is not surprising that the guards around Committee Zhao are all highly skilled, and I heard that they are still the legendary martial arts masters. Zhou Hao's Kung Fu may have been learned from those people. Shuiyun, if you can meet Zhou Hao today, it's a blessing in disguise. Alas, as I said before, this week's godfather Zhao Rixin is one of the most powerful figures in the country. Zhao Rixin was born in the army. Now many generals in the domestic military are his protégés or old men. Even his own son Zhao Dingzhou is also the head of the Guangzhou military region. This Zhao family's power in the country is monstrous." Listening to Su Jiaming's words and thinking of Zhou Hao's figure, He Shuiyun was also very surprised, because even though Zhou Hao had such a deep background, he was not at all leaning and bullying like those dandy kids. On the contrary, he was easy to get along with a little air. "None, even willing to exchange hostages with myself in order to save myself." While thinking about it, I heard Su Jiaming say, "I think Xiang Huaqiang of Sinian must know Zhou Hao's background, so he defends him so unavoidably, and he does not hesitate to tear his face with our Su family. This Huaqiang is really true. He knows how to behave according to his situation. Just the prodigal son of Jin Sheng. He will fight hard against others regardless of anything. Fortunately, I reacted in a timely manner last time. Otherwise, he would really offend Zhou Hao. We don't need to develop domestically." Speaking of Su Jin's voice, He Shuiyun's eyes again showed a little sadness. Perhaps he was aware of He Shuiyun's emotions. Su Jiaming sighed and said, "Although Jin Sheng has many women out there, they are all just to celebrate every time. A man, especially if he wants to go out and do it with others. In business, it's hard to avoid socializing with others. But Shiyun, don't worry, no matter how many women he has outside, you will always be the daughter-in-law of our Su Jiaming matchmaker. With me, Jin Sheng dare not abandon you." He Shuiyun lightly turned his head to look at the scenery that was regressing outside. "It doesn't matter if I abandon me. He never regarded me as his wife anyway." Soon, He Shuiyun and Su Jiaming returned to the Su family's luxurious villa in Big Wave Bay, Sheko. As soon as he entered the room, He Shuiyun said to Su Jiaming, "Father-in-law, I will go back to the room first." After that, he hurried up the stairs. "Shuiyun, Shuiyun." Su Jiaming called her twice, but He Shuiyun kept walking and didn't stop. Su Jiaming shouted from her back, "I won't be back for dinner tonight." He Shuiyun didn't look back. His figure quickly disappeared at the end of the stairs on the 2nd floor. Su Jiaming looked at the empty stairs and suddenly snorted, then turned and left the villa and went back to the company to handle the affairs. He went straight back to his room and immediately closed the door. He Shuiyun leaned behind the door and let out a long sigh. After a while, she left the door and walked to the small room on the left where clothes were placed. This small room is on the east side of He Shuiyun's bedroom. It covers an area of more than 20 square meters. It has large closets on 3 sides. The clothes of the seasons are neatly placed. One of the closet doors has a full-length mirror. When he came here, Hishuyun first took off the black mid-heeled shoes on his feet and put them away. Then he untied the skirt belt tied behind his waist and pulled down the zipper on the back. The black dress made of yarn on his body slipped gently. After coming down, Hishuyun's beautiful and attractive body also appeared in the full-length mirror in front. In harmony, such a slim and beautiful figure, coupled with Hishuyun's soft face, looks very charming. However, Hishuyun's face at this time was filled with a lonely and resentful look, quite the kind of deep pity that was weeping. Putting on comfortable home clothes, Hishuyun went out of this small room, picked up a book on the cupboard beside the bed, and sat on the wicker chair on the terrace, quietly reading the book. And the cover of the book she was holding had the words, "Collected Works of Zhang Ailing," written on the cover. Until the evening, Su Jianming and Su Jinxing did not come back, and Hishuyun ate dinner on his own. In this spacious and luxurious villa like a palace, she had only a few servants outside of her, and those servants could not eat with her at the same table. So although Hishuyun is not alone, he is even more lonely. After dinner, she took a shower and continued to read the anthology of Zhang Ailing's essays, and then watched TV for a while until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Before Su Jianming and his son came back, she went to bed by herself. Lying on the soft and spacious bed, looking at the dark ceiling above, 2 teardrops suddenly overflowed from the corner of Hishuyun's eyes, glowing in the darkness. Almost every night, she sleeps alone like she does now. She feels like a bird imprisoned in a gorgeous cage. Although she has nothing to worry about, no one knows her sadness and loneliness. She just fell asleep in a dazed way. "Hishuyun, mother gave you this star tears necklace, okay?" In the dream, a kind and beautiful woman handed herself the sapphire necklace like teardrops. "Mom, isn't this a gift from my father?" she said to the beautiful woman. "Yes." The woman touched Hishuyun's head affectionately. "So, when you meet someone you really like in the future, give this necklace to him. But you have to remember that it must be you those you like can be given to him." Hishuyun nodded repeatedly. "I know my mother." Just as she was about to plunge into her mother's arms and enjoy her mother's warmth, she suddenly heard a rude male voice from the sky. "Hishuyun, Hishuyun, where did you die?" The dream was broken immediately. Hishuyun slowly opened his eyes and saw a figure appearing at the door of the room. She was taken aback for a moment, and then she was shocked. She was very nervous and frightened. She quickly sat up and hugged the quilt to protect her, and immediately turned on the bedside lamp. Under the light, Hishuyun slightly saw the figure clearly, and it was her husband Su Jinxing. She breathed a sigh of relief, but she also saw Su Jinxing's face flushed and her eyes were loose. The tie on her clothes was also crooked, her feet leaning on the door frame crookedly, and an unpleasant smell of alcohol came from a distance. "Are you drinking again?" Hishuyun said with a frown, covering his nose and mouth. For so many years, Su Jinxing either stayed out all night or came back with an unpleasant smell of alcohol. Sometimes he was drunk. It didn't look like his home, but a hotel. He would come back if he wanted to. "I won't come back." When Su Jinxing touched his hand to the door, he turned on the lights in the room, and he walked in vainly. Although his feet were vain, Su Jinxing was not completely drunk yet, and his sanity was still sober. He could recognize Hishuyun, who was sitting on the bed. He shouted to Hishuyun as he walked. "Hishuyun, why are you a wife? You don't come to wait when your husband comes back." Hishuyun didn't make any movements, but said lightly, "You have never regarded me as a wife, and some women are willing to wait for you. FCKU, did you talk to your husband like this?" Su Jin yelled at him as he was drinking. Hishuyun's face was cold when she heard Su Jin's insult and her mother who had been dead for many years, but she pressed her lips tightly. After all, she said nothing and ignored Su Jin's voice. "Damn, like a wooden man, I don't bother to care about you." Su Jin scolded and walked into the bathroom. After taking a shower, Su Jinxing's drunkenness was also diluted a lot. While wiping his hair with a towel, he said to Hishuyun, "Hey, I heard that you met a robber at the bank today. There is nothing wrong with you. Well, but seeing you are doing well now, it should be fine." As his wife, he encountered a murderous gangster in the bank. His life was tied to the front line, and he was able to return safely. Now that Su Jinxing said such a thing, it really made He Shuiyun chill and angry. But she still didn't speak, as if Su Jin's words were the wind in her ears, even if it blew. It seems that someone rescued you. Who is that guy, who is so fierce that he is not afraid of facing those provincial and Hong Kong flag soldiers? Su Jinxing asked again. He Shuiyun said coldly. Yes, they are indeed much braver than you. Su Jinxing coldly snorted when he heard the words. What's that guy's name? Since he saved my wife, I have to thank them well. Looking at his expression and tone, it doesn't seem like he is going to thank others, but like take revenge on others. His name is Zhou Hao. He Shuiyun's voice was soft and faint. Oh, it turns out that his name is Zhou Hao. Su Jin grinned. Then his expression changed, and he stared at He Shuiyun over there suddenly. Wait, who are you? Zhou Hao? Which Zhou Hao? He Shuiyun glanced at him. That's the Zhou Hao you know. He happened to be in the bank, so he saved me. After hearing He Shuiyun's words, Su Jinxing's face flushed again, and it was more serious than when he was drunk just now, and he hurriedly walked towards He Shuiyun. He Shuiyun was also a little scared when he saw him coming fiercely. He turned around and climbed to the other side of the bed, watching Su Jin's voice alertly. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Su Jin glared at He Shuiyun over there. You saved Zhou Hao's bastard? What about this? Is it wrong for me to be rescued? He Shuiyun said. Do you want me to be taken hostage by those robbers, or even killed by them? But Su Jin shouted loudly. Didn't I tell you before that Zhou Hao has an enemy with me? You are my wife, so you shouldn't be saved by him. I would rather you be killed by a robber and don't want you. Let Zhou Hao save the bastard. He Shuiyun was stunned. Even if she knew that she had no feelings with Su Jinxing, she didn't expect Su Jinxing to be so cold, saying such things. Su Jinxing, are you still a man? He Shuiyun said unbearably. Su Jinxing's face changed, as if he was stabbed in a painful spot. He scolded He Shuiyun in anger. I am not a man. Is that Zhou Hao a man? I see. You must have seen that Zhou Hao is handsome. You have a heartwarming heart, right? Do you still want to be like those women in ancient times? You want to accept your body after being saved by Zhou Hao? You shameless itch. I know. You pretend to be like a lady on the surface, yes. In fact, is a who longs to be by a man. He Shuiyun heard Su Jinxing's words. The more unbearable he was, his chest was constantly rising and falling. Su Jinxing. You are incompetent. Come to slander me. Hearing the word incompetence, Su Jin's voice almost went mad. He yelled at He Shuiyun over there. What incompetence? You nonsense. He stared at He Shuiyun with red eyes. It's just that you fell on me. What kind of magic makes me like this? Otherwise, why can only I be like you? Me? And I will be like this to other women. That's your own problem. Don't pull me in. He Shuiyun replied. Suddenly, Su Jinxing, who was in a state of anger, calmed down, and a sneer full of sarcasm appeared on his face. I know you don't like me at all. You are afraid that you want to divorce me for a long time. But, you know it yourself. Your He family pretends to be a nobleman, and your married daughter has never been divorced. Even if you think, your father will not agree to it, lest you put the He family in shame. Even my father let me divorce you. Their old guys will only take care of their own face. Seeing He Shuiyun's face turn white, Su Jinxing said even more proudly, however, for so many years, you haven't even laid an egg. I tell you, I will divorce you after I have children with other women. Everyone knows that you are a woman who can't have a son. I will tell you how to meet people in the future. He Shuiyun's face was cold, and she saw her take a few deep breaths, and then calmly said, You can do whatever you want. I can't control, or don't want to. Looking at He Shuiyun's calm face, Su Jin snorted coldly. Damn, I look at you, and I'm unhappy. But I tell you, even if I can't do anything to you, you are my legal wife. So you'd better not have anything to do with Zhou Hao's bastard. If there is a scandal, I don't care. Everyone knows that I am a victim. But you, Mrs. He, will shame He. Up. You get off. He Shuiyun couldn't help being angry when Su Jinxing was slandering herself and Zhou Hao again, and threw the pillow on the bed to Su Jinxing. She herself was insulted by Su Jinxing, but Zhou Hao worked so hard to save herself, and even being slandered by Su Jinxing like this, He Shuiyun was no longer angry. Su Jinxing waved his hand and knocked off the pillow that flew toward him. Just leave. You think I really want to come back? To you, a wooden person, I will be unhappy if I look at it." After he said that, he turned around and started again. After changing his clothes, he walked out of the room and closed the door heavily. From outside, there was the sound of Su Jin's footsteps coming downstairs, drifting away until he disappeared, and He Shuyun was left alone in the room again. She bit her lip, looked at this empty room, and finally threw herself on the bed, crying. In fact, after more than 5 years of marriage with Su Jinxing, He Shuyun is still a virgin. Originally, the two of them were not in free love, but the commercial marriage of the two families, which was brought together by the two abruptly. Until the marriage, the number of times He Shuyun and Su Jinxing met could be counted with one hand. Although he didn't have much affection for Su Jinxing, it was He Hongsen's decision. He Shuyun's family had no choice at all. Moreover, He Shuyun believed that feelings could be cultivated slowly. As long as Su Jinxing could be a good husband and treat herself well, she would recognize it and be willing to be the wife of their Su family. But later, He Shuyun discovered that Su Jinxing was not a beloved person at all. He was good at gambling, drinking, and blowing. He also liked to hook up with those female stars in the entertainment industry. The magazines exposed which female celebrity he was with. Hotel. So gradually, He Shuyun didn't hold any hope for him. Moreover, Su Jinxing and He Shuyun have no normal married life at all. For unknown reasons, Su Jinxing had a problem with not lifting in front of He Shuyun. However, when facing other women, he was just like a normal man, without any exception. Su Jinxing had also consulted many doctors for physical examinations, but no matter which hospital he did any examinations, he did not find any problems with his body. Therefore, Su Jinxing blamed He Shuyun for the reason, and since then he is even more reluctant to go home and spend the night, singing and drinking every night outside. Therefore, He Shuyun has only the status of Mrs. Su Jiaxiao and has nothing to do with Su Jinxing. In the past 5 years, she has lived a life of sadness before and after others. 2 flowers bloomed on each side, and soon after He Shuyun and Su Jiaming left the police station, Zhou Hao also left. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when he came out of the police station, and Zhou Hao's original Porsche was beaten into a hornet's nest by the bank robbers' leader. The insurance company also sent someone to the police station to find Zhou Hao just now, saying that it would compensate Zhou Hao and be responsible for repairing the Porsche. It's just that this good sports car was made like this. Even if it was repaired, Zhou Hao would still have a bump in his heart, so he decided to buy another one. Without a car, Zhou Hao called Su Lin and planned to send someone to pick him up. Su Lin happened to tell her that she had picked up Liang Xiaobing at the airport, so she stopped by and brought Zhou Hao with him. So as soon as Zhou Hao got out of the police station, he saw that there was already a Mercedes-Benz sedan parked outside, and it was Su Lin who drove over. Zhou Hao sat in the back seat, and a soft body immediately plunged into his arms, but it was Liang Xiaobing who had just returned to Hong Kong from New York. Zhou Hao would naturally not refuse the beauty, and put his arms tightly behind her back. After returning from New York this time, Liang Xiaobing's appearance has not changed much, but the whole person is more mature than before. And one thing she hasn't changed is her feelings for Zhou Hao. She leaned close to Zhou Hao's arms, breathing almost greedily the man's breath in him that she had missed for a long time. And she didn't say any love words, just like this quietly pressed to Zhou Hao, quietly enjoying his chest. "How are you in New York?" Zhou Hao asked softly with his arms around her. "Not good." Liang Xiaobing pursed her mouth slightly, flashing her big bright eyes to Zhou Hao. "How can they have a good life if you are not with them?" "I don't care, you must be with you this time. I am not allowed to go away so quickly." Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to drive me away when you rush." Zhou Hao laughed. Seeing Liang Xiaobing rubbing Zhou Hao's shoulder up, he kissed Zhou Hao's mouth and offered to offer his cloves. Zhou Hao suddenly felt his mouth full of fragrance and softness, so he was happy to enjoy it. The beautiful, ordinary Liang Xiaobing's soft tongue, like cotton candy. With no hands free, he wandered back and forth between Liang Xiaobing's waist and hips. Su Lin, who was driving the car in front, saw the two people kissing each other in the back seat through the inverted mirror and smiled slightly. "I remember. I have to make it up." Until Su Lin drove the car back to the villa in the mid-levels, the two reluctantly separated. Liang Xiaobing's breathing was also very rapid. breathing with a little oxygen-poor mouth, but his face was clearly unfinished. Helping Liang Xiaobing enter the house with luggage, Zhou Hao also asked at the same time, "Where are the female soldiers I arranged for you?" After getting off the plane just now, they went back to the base. Liang Xiaobing smiled to Zhou Hao. "They also asked me to say thank you. This time you gave each of them more rewards than they have been in the army for years. The money I can get is a lot more. They also said that I can find them if I need it in the future." Because the female soldiers borrowed by Zhou Hao from Lu Zhenwu were personal protection for Liang Xiaobing. That is, they ate and slept together, so after more than 2 months of getting along, Liang Xiaobing and them both established deep feeling. "Zhou Hao, I didn't expect that you actually bought ATV." Liang Xiaobing hugged Zhou Hao's arm with a very excited expression on his face. Although ATV has been suppressed by wireless, it is also the second major TV station. I didn't expect you to buy it so quietly. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Yeah, I did this for you and me. From now on, you will be our top artist on Asian TV." Although Zhou Hao bought ATV, it was not all for Liang Xiaobing. However, it was indeed because Run Run and the others betrayed Liang Xiaobing for profit. Zhou Hao made this decision out of anger. Liang Xiaobing also knew that Zhou Hao stepped directly on Run Shaw's residence for himself at that time, and slammed the sixth uncle who was the king of the TV industry. So now when he heard Zhou Hao's words, Liang Xiaobing was really touched, so he offered him a sweet kiss. After finally separating, Zhou Hao said to Liang Xiaobing, "However, now we have set various plans for ATV, and several TV series and programs are already in close preparation, so in a short time, you have not appeared yet." Opportunity. He was telling the truth. "I have a date with a zombie," is being closely filmed, and as the creative director Chen Shursan is in charge of the shooting project with Xian Zhuwei, he has also started writing the second part according to Zhou Hao's instructions. The script is out. Under Zhou Hao's points, the plot of Chen Shursan's second zombie script is basically not much different from that of Zhou Hao's previous life. As for the third part, Zhou Hao did not plan to shoot after the lessons of Asian TV in his previous life. Zhou Hao also gave Li Zhaoxi to prepare for Across the World, which once overwhelmed wireless in his previous life, and plans to start shooting next year. There is also an idol drama, Meteor Garden, adapted from the original comics. Chai Zhiping and Kai Yueshuan are also enthusiastically preparing. After Zhou Hao's opinion, they plan to shoot at Xiamen University, which is known as the most beautiful campus in China. Liang Xiaobing was a little disappointed when he heard Zhou Hao said that he could not make a TV series in the short term, but then he heard Zhou Hao ask, "However, would you like to be a singer and make a record?" Zhou Hao remembered that Liang Xiaobing also sang in his previous life, and it was very pleasing to the ears. Liang Xiaobing is also very talented in singing. Zhou Hao knew this and decided to let her make records during this free time. Of course, it was a contract with Polaris because of Polaris. It happened to have a record company bought from Xianghuaqiang. The talents and equipment are very complete and can be used immediately. When to be a singer? Liang Xiaobing didn't expect Zhou Hao to have such an idea. Of course, Liang Xiaobing herself likes to sing quite well, asking herself if her singing ability is not bad, but she never thought of becoming a singer. She blinked her big eyes and said hesitantly, But I have never had this experience." Just listen to Zhou Hao smile. "In fact, it's nothing, just like you go to karaoke to sing." Su Lin also walked over to Liang Xiaobing at this time and said, "You can try it. If it doesn't work, Zhou Hao will be there. You don't know, this guy also broadcast live in Hong Kong some time ago, and he played and sang a song, Love Me Don't Go. I don't know how popular the song is in Hong Kong and Taiwan now. Even Sony and Universal and other record companies want to sign with him." Liang Xiaobing immediately looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. "Really? Zhou Hao, are you also a singer?" Zhou Hao smiled bitterly, and Su Lin also said, "Where is it? In fact, it is like this." She leaned into Liang Xiaobing's ear and whispered, but didn't know that Zhou Hao could actually hear her clearly. So Liang Xiaobing also learned about Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. So she flattened her mouth and punched Zhou Hao with 2 punches. "Huh. You. A big carrot. You even hooked up with 2 little girls while I was not in Hong Kong. Su Lin, you were there at the time, should you call him?" In fact, Liang Xiaobing also knew that Zhou Hao had other women. But she had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and gradually became accustomed to these things. And after so many twists and turns, she was convinced in her heart that Zhou Hao was the real son of her destiny. What's more, her first time was dedicated to Zhou Hao with Su Lin. With this precedent, she turned a blind eye to Zhou Hao's romance. I can try to make a record. However, I am afraid that I will lose your face if I don't sing well, Liang Xiaobing said. Zhou Hao stretched out his index finger and nodded on the tip of her nose. What is the relationship between us? Do we still need to care about this? Besides, there will be no problem with me. All right. Liang Xiaobing finally nodded, and then said, however, I want to see how you play and sing the song, Love Me Don't Go. Su Lin immediately said, come here, I have his video at the time. After saying that, he took out a CD from the cabinet under the TV and put it in the VCD player, and it immediately appeared on the big screen TV. Zhou Hao was sitting in front of a grand piano, speaking to the camera the apology to Wang Shijuan. Liang Xiaobing sat on the sofa with Su Lin expectantly, quietly watching Zhou Hao singing on the TV screen. Zhou Hao shook his head helplessly and moved Liang Xiaobing's luggage to her room on the second floor. After helping her put her luggage down, the screen was showing Zhou Hao playing the piano and singing Love Me Don't Go, as well as Zhou Hao's charming and magnetic singing. And Liang Xiaobing, who was sitting on the sofa watching the TV screen and listening to Zhou Hao's singing, had tears in his eyes. After Zhou Hao finished playing and singing, Liang Xiaobing turned her head, staring at Zhou Hao with bowing eyes, and softly sobbed. You big bad guy. It's so annoying. If you use this trick in the future, what other woman can escape? In the past, even if I know that Zhou Hao's moving words before playing and singing were not told to myself, but watching Zhou Hao's sincere expression on the screen and his affectionate singing, especially the lyrics and music of Love Me Don't Go, are too good after hearing it. Liang Xiaobing was also deeply moved. She said to Zhou Hao, I won't do it. You have to compose a song for me. Seeing Liang Xiaobing's pitiful look in Wang Chuchu's eyes, Zhou Hao was reluctant to refuse, and he wanted to portray Liang Xiaobing into a singer. He originally planned to bring out some popular and beautiful songs from his previous life. Now it is just to be used as a favor, so he smiled and said, okay, Oklahoma, can I promise you? As for Su Lin, who was sitting next to Liang Xiaobing, she did not make this request to Zhou Hao, because she knew that creating a song was not easy, and it was very time-consuming, so she didn't want to embarrass Zhou Hao. But I saw Zhou Hao sitting on the armrest of the sofa and holding Su Lin's shoulders. Su Lin, I also made a song for you. Su Lin, who was not hopeful, was unavoidably surprised when he heard Zhou Hao's words, so he proactively kissed Zhou Hao's mouth to show his emotion. Then, to celebrate Liang Xiaobing's return from New York, Zhou Hao personally cooked a table of good dishes and celebrated with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. Liang Xiaobing is in New York, although he can also eat Chinese food in Chinese restaurants. He misses Zhou Hao's craftsmanship very much. Now that he has the opportunity to taste it again, he will naturally let go of it. At night, Su Lin knew that Liang Xiaobing and Zhou Hao had not seen each other for more than 2 months, so he left the space for them and went back to the room by himself. Of course, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing did not reject Su Lin's kindness. At this time, the two were up and down on the big bed in Zhou Hao's room. I saw Zhou Hao lying on Liang Xiaobing's soft and plump body, violently ups and downs, constantly impacting Liang Xiaobing. In harmony, in the middle of the night, the two who had calmed down hugged and slept. Liang Xiaobing was lying in Zhou Hao's arms like a kitten, with a happy smile on his face, and Zhou Hao was also holding her fragrant shoulders and nose, snoring and snoring. At this moment, Zhou Hao's cell phone rang suddenly, which seemed very harsh in the quiet night. Liang Xiaobing in his arms moved slightly and muttered, Hao, there is a phone call. Zhou Hao reached out and touched the cupboard next to the bed, picked up the phone placed there and put it to his ear, and said a little dissatisfied, Who? It's so late. Yes, is it Zhou Hao? I'm sorry I called you so late. An apologetic, gentle voice came over the phone. Zhou Hao recognized that this was He Shuiyun's voice, because when he was in the police station today, Zhou Hao once gave He Shuiyun his business card, which was his mobile phone number. Recognizing that it was He Shuiyun's voice, Zhou Hao's tone slowed down. Mrs. Su? I'm Zhou Hao. May I ask what's the matter? He really didn't understand why He Shuiyun gave it back so late. Call yourself. There was silence on the phone. For a while, Zhou Hao wondered why Shuiyun had hung up the phone, but he clearly heard Mrs. Su's gentle breathing from the phone. Mrs. Su, Zhou Hao called again. It seemed that after a long period of hesitation, Mrs. Su finally spoke. Zhou Hao, can you come out and have a drink with me? I can't sleep alone. He Shuyun's words made Zhou Hao stunned for a moment. I can't sleep alone. This sentence really gave people more reverie. No, can't it? He Shuyun on the phone sighed. It's okay. It's okay to bother you so late. I'm wrong. Then goodbye. He had to hang up. Wait. Zhou Hao called out quickly. Originally, He Shuyun was Su Jinxing's wife. Although Zhou Hao felt sorry for her, she never thought of provoke her. After all, her wife Su's identity was there, and it was impossible for Zhou Hao and Su Jinxing to settle their suspicions. However, when Zhou Hao heard He Shuyun's deeply sad voice on the phone, Zhou Hao couldn't bear to refuse her thousands of miles away. Anyway, Zhou Hao didn't have any evil thoughts when he asked himself, and those who had a clear conscience didn't need to care anymore. So Zhou Hao said to He Shuyun, well, where is it? Hearing Zhou Hao's promise to herself, He Shuyun was overjoyed and said, go to the coffee shop of the Peninsula Hotel. It is open 24 hours a day, and it is quieter and there are not so many people. Obviously, she also knew it would be wrong for others to see it. Although she asked herself that she had no affair with Zhou Haoqing, it was still not good for these things to spread. Then I will go over now. Zhou Hao put down the phone after he said. Liang Xiaobing, who was in her arms, knew that he was going out, so she asked softly, it's so late. Where are we going? In her heart, there are not many people who disturbed her and Zhou Hao to enjoy the two-person world. Quite a bit dissatisfied. Go and meet a friend. Zhou Hao gently put Liang Xiaobing on the bed and leaned over to kiss her forehead. You sleep well. I will be back soon. Yeah, Liang Xiaobing said slightly. Then go and come back quickly. Zhou Hao responded, tucked the quilt for her, and put on her clothes before leaving the room lightly. Driving the car, he went all the way to the Peninsula Hotel and took the elevator to the cafe above. Since it is already past 3 in the morning, there are only a few tables of guests in this cafe. Is this Mr. Zhou? After entering the cafe, a young waiter approached Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was stunned, then nodded to him. Yes, I am. Miss, he is already waiting for you inside. Please follow me. The waiter said to Zhou Hao and led him to the front of a room. Zhou Hao couldn't help thinking about it when he said it was Miss He. This Miss He is obviously He Shuyun, but she does not need the identity of Mrs. Su now. Just thinking about it, the waiter opened the door of the room and led Zhou Hao into it. It can be seen that this room is not large in size, but it is very elegantly decorated, with dim lighting and soft music. The environment is very good, and there is a table in the center of the room, and a beautiful woman in a dark blue silk dress is sitting there. It is He Shuyun. When He Shuyun saw Zhou Hao, a smile appeared on his initially somewhat dazed and melancholic face, and stood up to say hello to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Hao also nodded to her, and the two of them sat down relatively. The waiter also went to He Shuyun and asked politely, Miss He, can I place an order? Seeing He Shuyun nodded, he asked again, then what do you want to drink? Red Bar, a bottle of Lafite from 1982. He Shuyun said softly. The waiter wrote on the slip, and then turned to look at Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao saw that He Shuyun had ordered red wine, he was a big man, and if he had no face in drinking Sprite or coffee, he said, let's take it. After the waiter left, only Zhou Hao and He Shuyun were left in this gloomy room. Zhou Hao inadvertently looked at He Shuyun on the opposite side, only to see that her face was still not deliberately put on makeup, only the cherry lips were slightly painted, and the dark blue silk dress she is wearing now. Except that the texture and color are different from the black dress in the morning, the style is actually similar. It can also be seen that He Shuyun is very fond of this style of dress. However, this kind of dress that was just knee-length also showed He Shuyun's slender figure very well. It was noble and did not have the feeling of deliberate exposure. Perhaps he noticed Zhou Hao's gaze, or he faced Zhou Hao alone. He Shuyun seemed a little cramped. She said to Zhou Hao, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I asked you to come out and drink with me at this late hour. You should have been sleeping just now. Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. No, I'm watching TV and haven't slept yet. He Shuyun knew that Zhou Hao should have gone to bed, saying that was just not wanting to make herself feel guilty. I couldn't help thinking that Zhou Hao was really considerate and attentive, completely different from what Su Jinxing said. By the way, Mrs. Su, you come out so late at home. Don't you worry about it? Zhou Hao asked her. Mr. Su, aren't he at home? The Mr. Su he was talking about was Su Jinxing, and he Shuyun sighed. He is often away from home. You should know him. He spends time and drinks out almost every night, and he doesn't want to go home at all. When Zhou Hao heard this, he felt a little uncomfortable. A beautiful woman like He Shuyun should be taken care of at home, even if she marries. But now it seems that He Shuyun is not only inhumane, but also has to endure Su Jinxing's neglect. He Shuyun drew the hair from the sideburns to the back. Looking at the crystal glass cup on the front coffee table, his eyes gradually blurred. He just came back drunk, knowing that you took it from the hands of the bank robbers. After I was rescued, I actually said that I would rather be killed by those bandits than let you save me. She drooped her head down, but tears flashed in her eyes. Zhou Hao was also stunned when he heard this. Although he had a deep grievance with him, he was so disregarded for his wife's safety. This was nothing short of horrible. Even Zhou Hao didn't know what to say to comfort her. At this time, the door of the room was knocked, and He Shuyun quickly reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Come in. Seeing that the door was opened, the waiter just brought in a bottle of red wine, opened it skillfully, and poured it into Zhou Hao and He Shuyun's cups. Please take your time, too, the waiter said, putting down the bottle and returning it. Before Zhou Hao had time to speak, He Shuyun raised the cup and said to Zhou Hao, Come on, Mr. Zhou, drink this cup with me. Originally, He Shuyun was a reserved and elegant lady, but now she behaves like this, showing how hard it is to be disappointed in her heart. Zhou Hao knew that at this time, any comforting words were useless, so he had to raise his glass. He Shuyun lifted her neck and poured the glass of red wine into her mouth, and drank it like a high-profile guest, staring Zhou Hao dumbfounded. Moreover, He Shuyun poured another one after drinking and drank it again. After drinking 3 or 4 glasses of red wine, 2 red clouds rose on He Shuyun's moving face, which looked even more charming. Although red wine is not as strong as white wine and foreign wine, it has great stamina and makes people drunk unconsciously. And He Shuyun was obviously not a drinker, so after 3 or 4 cups, his eyes became misty. But she didn't seem to know that she was drunk, and she stretched out her hand to pour the wine. Zhou Hao quickly grabbed her jade hand stretched to the bottle and persuaded, Mrs. Su, if it's enough, you will get drunk after drinking. He Shuyun glanced at Zhou Hao, and then smiled with self-deprecation and sadness. Mrs. Su? I am not Mrs. Su. I have never been Mrs. Su. I am the Su family. I have a relationship with the Su family. No. With a smile on her face, tears have already poured out of her eye sockets, and 2 wet marks were slowly drawn on her face. Seeing her like this, Zhou Hao felt uncomfortable, and it was a personal matter of other people's feelings, and Zhou Hao didn't have a good time to interrupt. Do you know? He Shuyun held her head and looked at the tall glass in her hand. Su Jinxing and I are not a couple at all. He, in front of me, can't be a man at all. Originally, He Shuyun would not tell anyone about this extremely private matter. Even Su Jinxing's father Su Jianming did not know about it. However, now, with the help of this drunkenness, and He Shuyun has suffered too many grievances for too long, and urgently needs someone to let him talk, so he told Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was also taken aback when he heard this, because in the previous yachting incident, Su Jin declared that he had taken a few models to the sea, and his appearance did not seem like a person of impotence. At this time, He Shuyun said, But it's very strange. He is only doing this in front of me. To other women, he is very good and fierce. There is nothing abnormal at all. She shook her head, but this is also true. Well, lest my innocence be ruined in his hands. Zhou Hao was shocked. He didn't expect that He Shuyun and Su Jinsheng were still virgins after many years of marriage. When he was curious, he couldn't help but carefully observe He Shuyun with the technique of observing people, and found that her eyebrows were not loose, her breath was not muddy, and her body was still pure and clean. He has been to many hospitals for physical examinations, but all the examinations show that there is no problem with his body. He Shuyun seemed to be muttering to herself. Later I suspected that he had a psychological problem, so I went to ask some questions myself. Psychologist. Later, the psychiatrist told me. He Shuyan said to Zhou Hao. Su Jinxing's failure is most likely caused by a psychological problem. It may be that he is under a lot of psychological pressure, or he is not interested in me. And there is another possibility. The psychiatrist said that when Su Jinxing faced me, he might have a deep inferiority subconsciously, which made him unable to be a man in front of me. Compared with the first two, Zhou Hao believes in the last possibility. Because he had heard before that some men suffer from premature ejaculation, impotence, or even failure to lift up because they feel inferior in front of women. Although Su Jinxing has a huge net worth, he is considered an extremely good man in the eyes of many women. However, He Shuyan's family background is not inferior to him, and even has a history. Moreover, Zhou Hao heard from Zheng Yingpei that He Shuyan graduated from the Department of Business Management of Oxford University. He has very good talents and is a typical talented person. And although Su Jinxing would never admit it, he knew in his heart that if the Su family's power were removed, he would not be worthy of He Shuyan at all. At the same time, he also knows that He Shuyan is different from the female celebrities and female models he has taken care of. He will never be convinced for money. Therefore, Su Jinxing had nothing on the surface, but subconsciously developed a deep inferiority to He Shuyan, which made him unable to be a normal man in front of He Shuyan. Well, I didn't like him at first. I don't like him at all. It's better now. He Shuyan said to himself. Su miss he, Zhou Hao said to her. Actually, if you are not happy with Su Jinxing right now, you can divorce him. Divorce? He Shuyan glanced at Zhou Hao. No way. You know, my father decided to marry him. No one in the family dared to object to my father's decision. He would not let me divorce Su Jinxing. Zhou Hao frowned when he heard the words. Even if he is your father, he has no right to manipulate your freedom. Now it is a civilized society, not the feudal society that used to be. You have personal freedom, or divorce, it's yourself. Even your father doesn't have the right to interfere. What you don't understand, at home, father's words are the imperial edict. He Shuyan muttered. Zhou Hao has also heard of He Hong's son, who is a legend, and his life is a legend of extraordinary turn of events. He defeated all his opponents and won the gambling cards issued by the Portuguese government. After years of development, he completely monopolized Macau's gambling industry and was known as the Gambling King. Nearly half of Macau's tax revenue is supported by him. Until today, He Hongson's net worth has exceeded 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. At the same time, He Hongson is also a romantic figure. After the implementation of monogamy in Hong Kong and Macau, he still has 4 wives and many undisclosed lovers. Moreover, after entering old age, his fertility is still very strong. When he was 78 years old in 2000, he had a daughter with his 4th wife. He Shuyan said lonely. My mother died when I was 12 years old. She loved me very much, but I will never see her anymore. Crystal tears gurgled from her eyes. I miss her so much. I miss my mother so much. Seeing He Shuyan's fragrant shoulders shrugging and shrugging, Zhou Hao also sighed. The deceased is over. Miss he, you can change in sorrow. In the eyes of many people, He Shuyan is the proud daughter of heaven. She was born in a family of huge wealth and married into a famous wealthy family. She has enjoyed all the glory and wealth throughout her life. But who knows that this is actually a woman with a miserable fate? Since ancient times, her beauty has been so fateful. This sentence is well reflected in He Shuyan. He Shuyan lived a life of bitterness before and after others. While drunk, He Shuyan talked a lot to Zhou Hao, confided in her distress in life, said that she opened the Dai Lianhua flower shop in order to kill time, and said many other things. And Zhou Hao, just sitting like this, listening quietly, being her most loyal listener. In the end, He Shuyan couldn't resist the drunkenness after all. As soon as he lowered his head, he fell asleep on the coffee table. Seeing her sleeping over, Zhou Hao sighed. But he was a little depressed, because He Shuyan just fell asleep. How should he settle her? If she is brought back to the Su family, but she is the young lady of the Su family, who is drunk in the middle of the night and brought back by a strange man, it will not be good for Zhou Hao or her. She may be in the Su family. It will be even more sad. And if you take her directly to the Peninsula Hotel's room and leave by yourself, you don't worry about being there alone. But if you don't leave, you will spend the night alone in the room. After He Shuyan wakes up, Zhou Hao will find it difficult. Explain clearly. After much consideration, Zhou Hao decided to take He Shuyan back to his home. Anyway, there are Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin at home, so he can avoid suspicion. So Zhou Hao called the coffee shop people over to check out, and the waiter who came just now was the same. Zhou Hao did not use a credit card or bank card, but settled with cash instead. The waiter saw He Shuyan lying there drunk, and Zhou Hao was eager to check out. He decided in his heart that Zhou Hao was going to kiss Fangza while this beautiful and charming woman was drunk, and looked at Zhou Hao. Cannot help but bring a bit of envy and a bit of disdain. What I envy is that Zhou Hao was able to follow such a moving woman in the spring breeze. What he disdain is that Zhou Hao is taking advantage of people's danger, not a gentleman. When Zhou Hao saw the waiter's eyes, he guessed what he was thinking. But he didn't explain, because the more you explain this kind of thing, the more entangled it becomes, and it will only become darker and darker in the end. So he didn't say anything, just let him check out quickly. Then Zhou Hao helped He Shuyan, who was unconscious. Although he didn't have any thoughts in his mind, He Shuyan's delicate and slender body leaned against her arms, especially the fragrance of her body that became more attractive after drinking. It made people think about it, and Zhou Hao couldn't help it. Feeling swayed, Su Jinxing should have been touched by He Shuyan in the first place. It should be that he couldn't be a man in front of He Shuyan. Over time, he turned from love to hate. So he vented it in a splendid way. Zhou Hao thought in his heart, this is the case. A woman, whoever sees it will be tempted. Su Jinxing can see it but can't touch it, which shows how deep the inferiority in his heart is. Zhou Hao sighed that Su Jinxing was originally considered a lucky man in heaven, but he was a dude who was not educated and skillful. When he met He Shuyan who was better than him, he developed the kind of extreme inferiority complex, which is also sad. He helped He Shuyan out of the room and left the cafe, and then walked into the elevator. Huh? Hey, Jin Sheng, the one just now, isn't it a sister-in-law? In the distance, two men happened to be walking up the stairs over there to the coffee shop. They happened to see Zhou Hao assisting He Shuyan, and both walked into the elevator. One of them was Su Jinxing, who came out from home. The young man next to Su Jinxing was also someone Zhou Hao knew, Lu Mingwei, the son of Lu Wanhong. It turns out that these two people are friends who have known each other for a long time, and they often make appointments together to have fun. The two of them were born in the family of huge wealth. Besides having fun together, they also talked about business, and their relationship is very good. It's just that, unlike Su Jinxing who can only enjoy without learning and skill, Lu Mingwei is a capable person. Just now after Su Jinxing left the house, he asked Lu Mingwei to come out, planning to call a few female star models over to have a lot of, as usual. The two called 4 actresses and models, and had a lot of fun in the upper room. They wanted to come down to the cafe to have a drink to relieve their fatigue. Unexpectedly, they saw Zhou Hao helping He Shuyan walk in there. In the elevator, Lu Mingwei also knew He Shuyan, so he recognized it at a glance. As for Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan, whom Lu Mingwei loves, is desperately devoted to Zhou Hao, and Lu Mingwei naturally recognizes him as it is. Su Jinxing froze there, as if petrified into a statue in an instant, with an incredible expression on his face. Because he knows that although He Shuyan does not have any relationship between husband and wife, she is a woman who abides by the feminine way. For so many years, she has never had any scandal in the identity of Mrs. Su. She is recognized as an elegant lady in the hearts of Hong Kong citizens. It's me, Xuanhua Wenlu is often caught by paparazzi, and why many citizens are embarrassed. But now, as his wife, He Shuyan is nestled in the arms of other men, and that man is Zhou Hao, whom he hates most. A volcano suddenly appeared in Su Jinxing's body, brewing, waiting to erupt. Jin Sheng, I said that Zhou Hao and his sister-in-law will not go up and open up. Lu Mingwei also finds it hard to believe that He Shuyan will do that kind of scandal, especially when he often goes together with Su Jinxing to provoke flowers and grass. Su Jinxing and He Shuyan do not have any actual relationship between husband and wife. I saw Su Jinxing clenching his fists and making a chuckle sound. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said, I have always been Su Jinxing playing with other people's women. No one dares to touch my woman. Although he has no relationship with He Shuyan and no actual husband and wife relationship, He Shuyan is his legal wife. This green hat covered him, with the blue veins exposed on his forehead, Su Jinsheng was about to rush to chase Zhou Hao and He Shuyun, but was held by Lu Mingwei next to him. You are stupid. Didn't you say that Zhou Hao can defeat 5 gun-wielding bandits with bare hands? Are you looking for death? Then what do you think of me? Just swallow this breath. Su Jinsheng said furiously. This green hat has covered me from the hood to the heels. You still won't let me find those 2 adulterers. Fortunately, it was already past 4 in the morning and there were no people around, but the 2 waiters in the cafe over there couldn't help looking curiously. Lu Mingwei is afraid that it will attract other people's attention. If this matter becomes a big issue, it will be impossible to deal with it. He hastened to hold Su Jin's voice. You calm down. Think about it for yourself. That Zhou Hao knows how to do kung fu. Don't say 1 you. Even if 10 you add 10, I am afraid I will become someone else's sandbag. Besides, if this incident spreads, it's not yourself that will suffer. Do you want the whole Hong Kong to know that Zhou Hao made you cuckold? Hearing Lu Mingwei's words, Su Jinsheng also felt reasonable. Zhou Hao was able to beat all 5 armed bandits to the ground, and if he went up like this, he might not be able to eat. But he still gritted his teeth with hatred, because he couldn't be a man in front of He Shuyun. So He Shuyun had been married to him for so long, but he had never touched He Shuyun, and now, his beautiful wife is about to fall into Zhou Hao's mouth. It is said that the hatred of taking his wife is greater than the hatred of killing his father. Although Su Jinsheng has never obtained He Shuyun, the hatred Zhou Hao brought to him this time is deeper than that of killing his father. Lu Mingwei also persuaded at this time. Let's go back and think about how to deal with Zhou Hao. The impulse is the devil. In fact, Lu Mingwei also thinks He Shuyun is a rare beauty, especially that she is not the kind of vase with only appearance. And Wang Shijuan's desperation towards Zhou Hao also made Lu Mingwei very jealous and hated. Now that he has got another beautiful woman, I can't see it even more, and even though Su Jinsheng and him are not confidants, they are also good friends, so this time, Lu Mingwei never stand idly by. The 2 returned to the luxurious suite above. Seeing that they were both back, the 4 actress models in it immediately swarmed over to please them. It's just that, although these sultry female star models only wear underwear and look very tempting, Su Jinsheng still has that mood today. Seeing them come around, he feels bored and immediately angered. Hey, I get out. Those actress models saw Su Jinsheng suddenly having such a big temper, and it was very inexplicable. But Su Jinsheng was their gold master, and even if they were wronged, they would have to greet them. So they not only did not retreat, but also wanted to come over and act like Su Jinsheng. But Lu Mingwei, who was next to him, waved to them. You go back first. Mr. Su is in a bad mood. Go back and look for you later. He took out a credit card and handed it to the leading model. There are 200,000 here, so you can divide it by yourself. Okay, I'll go back. Now that Lu Mingwei gave the money, and no longer had to wait for the moody Su Jinsheng, these women naturally left with joy. Seeing Su Jinsheng and Lu Mingwei's mysterious secrets, they still wondered if they were going to be gay. After the actresses and models had left, Su Jinsheng thought that Zhou Hao and his wife might also go to Wushan in a room of the Peninsula Hotel. He was very upset. He punched and kicked the surrounding furniture. The vases, crystal statues, and everything were shattered on the ground, making a mess. Zhou Hao, that bastard, I have never met me. Su Jin said angrily. Last time he almost made me unable to return at sea. This time, FCK Zhou Hao, I am at odds with you. His chest undulated violently. And that, He Shuyun, I must take care of her. Sound of Jin, you must not be impulsive. Lu Mingwei said, my sister-in-law is from the He family. If you really treat her, the old fellow He Hongsun will not let you go. Also, you are not saying doesn't your dad allow you to divorce? By the way, if you have to deal with his sister-in-law, Zhou Hao will definitely be wary, and it will be much harder for us to deal with him then. Then what do you want me to do? They treat me like this. Do you want me to swallow your breath? Lu Mingwei said, not only must you swallow your voice and bear your breath, you must also pretend that nothing has happened. Seeing Su Jinsheng's anger again, Lu Mingwei said, if you can't help Zhou Hao because you can't help yourself, then don't blame me. It's all caused by you. Su Jin exhaled loudly, and after a long time he calmed down a little. Then you say, what should we do? Actually, I know, Jin Sheng, You think that I have nothing to do with Zhou Hao, and I don't need to help you deal with him. Lu Mingwei said at this time, I won't hide from you. Actually, Zhou Hao not only robbed your wife, even a girl that I finally fell in love with has a crush on him. Su Jinxing was very surprised when he heard this, because he had never heard Lu Mingwei talk about it. He had always taken the initiative to speak ill of Zhou Hao, but he did not expect that Lu Mingwei would have a holiday with Zhou Hao. You know that Zhou Hao played and sang the Love Me Don't Go live broadcast in Hong Kong before. Lu Mingwei said to Su Jinxing. In fact, the girl he wanted to keep at the time happened to be met by me. Well, I didn't know that she was Zhou Hao's woman. I didn't tell you what happened later. You guessed it. That Mother Zhou Hao's trick also made it so beautiful. Any girl who sees the live broadcast will be moved. Seeing Lu Mingwei's unwilling expression, Su Jinxing patted him on the shoulder with understanding. When he saw the video of Love Me Don't Go, although he hated Zhou Hao in his heart, he had to admire Zhou Hao's trick. If he could also play the piano and compose songs, he wouldn't need the support of his family. There will be a lot of girls in their arms. Lu Mingwei punched the wall heavily. Damn, I have played with a lot of women, but I haven't tried to be true to a girl. It was so easy. Humph. If I knew her. First, Zhou Hao can't beat me at all. It's, damn, the girl knows that Zhou Hao has other women and is willing to stay with him. Zhou Hao has a way of treating women. Su Jinxing believes that he has been a husband and wife with He Shuiyun for more than 5 years. Although it is a name, but not true, Su Jinxing also knows that He Shuiyun is a woman with a soft appearance and an aloof inside. He often wonders what kind of man can make her truly tempted. By the time she will fall into Zhou Hao's hands, it can be seen how superb Zhou Hao treats women. By the way, you said that Zhou Hao is the godson of a member of the Politburo Standing Committee in China? Lu Mingwei looked at Su Jinxing. That would be troublesome. If Hong Kong has not returned, it would be easy, but now Hong Kong has returned. Even the triads have surrendered to the central government. Although we know that he is the godson of the Standing Committee, we still don't know what he did when he came to Hong Kong. The so-called knowing ourselves and the enemy can win all battles. I think we are better off check his details. Su Jinxing thought it so, and Lu Mingwei said again. Also, if your dad knows that we are going to deal with Zhou Hao, he is afraid that he will stop us in order not to offend that standing committee member. If my dad knew his identity, he would be afraid. Will stop me, so you can't tell your dad about this, and I won't let my dad know. We can only do it quietly by ourselves. Touching his chin and pondering for a while, Lu Mingwei said to Su Jin. Then first, let's check what Zhou Hao did when he came to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is our site, and it is easier to deal with him. Also, after you go back, face to my sister-in-law, you must not show any clues. You must pretend that nothing has happened, you know? Su Jin nodded loudly. After discussing some details, the two of them went to the bar of the Peninsula Hotel to have a drink to relieve their boredom. On the other hand, Zhou Hao, of course, did not take He Shuiyun up to open the house as Su Jinxing and the others had imagined, but took her drunk back to her villa in the middle of the mountain, and also called Su Lin in advance. After returning, Su Lin was already waiting for her in the hall. Seeing Zhou Hao helping He Shuiyun, who was drunk, come in, Su Lin couldn't help but groaned. Where did I go to provoke the flowers, and brought all the women home? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. I'm nothing, but she is a married woman. If there are rumors, it would be bad. At the same time, he told Su Lin about He Shuiyun's experience. When Su Lin heard about He Shuiyun, he felt very sympathetic. It would really delay his life if he entrusted a non-beacon. Thinking about myself again, even though Zhou Hao was more than a woman, he was sincere towards him, which was much better than what happened to He Shuiyun. She helped Zhou Hao to help He Shuiyun into a guest room on the second floor. Zhou Hao said, let her spend the night here tonight. You have to go to ATV until dawn. Go back and rest first. He left the guest room with Su Lin, and he returned to his room because Liang Xiaobing was still asleep in his bed. Zhou Hao never thought that his kindness would be completely misunderstood by Su Jinxing and Lu Mingwei, and Su Jinxing would be regarded as the greatest enemy in his life, and he would be incompatible with him. If Zhou Hao knew, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This was the first time He Shuiyun was drunk. She was not good at drinking, so she became drunk after a few glasses of red wine. It wasn't until noon that He Shuiyun woke up vaguely, still suffering from severe headache. She sat up on the bed, patted her forehead lightly to relieve the pain, and then looked at the sunlight coming in from the floor-to-ceiling window over there. But when she saw it, she noticed something strange, and then she looked at the surrounding environment violently, because she found that it didn't seem to be her room. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety and fear crawled into her heart. Her eyebrows frowned, trying to recall the scene of last night. She still remembers that Su Jinshin came back drunk and had a big quarrel with herself late last night. After that, she was depressed and wanted to go out and have a drink, and she wanted someone to talk to, but she didn't know who to call. Later, somehow, he called Zhou Hao in a mysterious way. He Shuiyun remembered that she and Zhou Hao went to the coffee shop of the Peninsula Hotel to drink. She only remembered that after drinking the third glass of red wine, her consciousness became vague, and then she could not remember what happened. I don't remember what I have done or said. Looking at the surrounding environment again, He Shuiyun thought in her heart that Zhou Hao had brought him over after she was drunk. Then, her face changed. She quickly lifted the quilt and looked at her body. When she saw that she was neatly dressed, she relaxed a little. At the same time, she laughed at herself, because she was still innocent. If she really lost her body, I will definitely feel it. But now it seems that I don't feel any discomfort in the lower body. Her face was a little red, on the one hand because of her shyness, on the other hand, she felt very embarrassed because she doubted Zhou Hao. Thinking of Zhou Hao, He Shuiyun's thoughts swayed slightly. As a member of the rich family, she knew that she should not meet strange men casually, not to mention drinking late at night. It was just that she was depressed and had nowhere to tell, and she didn't know how to find Zhou Hao, because Zhou Hao saved her at the bank, which gave her a sense of security in her heart. And Zhou Hao didn't let her down, and didn't take advantage of her to do anything wrong when she was drunk. He Shuiyun's face flushed even more when he thought about whether he was gaffes when he was drunk. At this moment, the door of the room was knocked, and He Shuiyun thought it was Zhou Hao. So he stroked her somewhat messy hair and walked off the bed again. Only because the hangover was not clear, her footsteps were a little vain. "Please come in," she said softly, only to find that her throat was a bit hoarse and dry, which was because she thought it was the reason for her drinking. The door was pushed open, but it was not Zhou Hao who came in, but a beautiful woman in a suit and trousers, Su Lin, who was still holding a bowl of steaming tea in her hand. "Hello." Seeing that it was not Zhou Hao who came in, He Shuiyun was a little surprised, but still politely greeted Su Lin and asked, "May I ask if you are?" Su Lin smiled. "Hello, Miss He. My name is Su Lin. I am Zhou Hao's, my friend. He brought you back last night. Here, this is Miss Su's home." He Shuiyun thought it was Zhou Hao's home. Seeing He Shuiyun's expression, Su Lin knew what she was thinking and shook her head. "This is Zhou Hao's home, but I also live here." When it came to this, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she is indeed living with Zhou Hao now. "Oh, it turns out that you are Zhou Hao's girlfriend. It was you that he was going to pick up at the airport last time." He Shuiyun smiled. "That?" Su Lin was a little tangled in her heart, and after hesitating for a while, she said, "Actually, it's not me. It's another person. She also lives here, but she already went out with Zhou Hao this morning." By saying this, Su Lin was tantamount to telling He Shuiyun that Zhou Hao had more than one woman, but she actually did it on purpose. Because even though she knew that He Shuiyun was a married woman, she also knew that Zhou Hao's damage to women was too great. She didn't know that Zhou Hao was Li Ruolin's man at the time, and she couldn't help herself. "Are you trapped?" So she was afraid of what would really happen to him and He Shuiyun. After all, He Shuiyun's identity was there, and the energy of the He Su family was very large, which might be detrimental to Zhou Hao. And He Shuiyun is also a smart person with ice and snow, and he guessed Su Lin's thoughts after he turned his mind. After removing a little embarrassment, she was even more surprised that the rare beauty in front of her seemed to be working with another woman, Zhou Hao. In fact, her father He Hongsun has several wives, but only one is legal. The rest are all that He Hongsun appeals to the public and entertains guests when they get married, which is to tell relatives, friends, and the public that they are mine wife. Therefore, compared with ordinary people, He Shuiyun is more open to these things under the influence of ears and eyes. At this time, I saw Su Lin handing over the bowl of hot tea. "Miss He, have a drink. This is a hangover tea." He Shuiyun quickly took it over. "Thank you." Did you cook this for me? Thank you. Su Lin smiled and said, Hee hee, I didn't cook this, but Zhou made it before going out this morning. Let me wait for you to wake up and warm it up for you to drink. He Xiun was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly felt that the heat of the anti-alcohol tea held in her hand passed straight into her heart. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Su Lin was willing to work with other women Zhou Hao. Compared to the emperor-like man like his father, Zhou Hao is much more gentle and considerate. Moreover, he is not blindly gentle, but can stand up at critical moments to block all dangers for the people around him, just like before in the bank. Like that. After taking a sip of the soothing hangover tea, He Shuiyin felt her mind clear and her whole body was warm. She had never tried drinking hangover tea, but she also knew that Zhou Hao made this bowl of hangover tea for herself. The wine and tea are not ordinary, and my heart is warmer. At this time, there was a ringing of the phone in the bag she placed beside the bed, and He Shuiyin quickly picked it up. Miss He? Hello, this is Zhou Hao, are you awake? Zhou Hao's voice came through the phone. Well, thank you for the hangover tea. He Shuiyin said gratefully. Last night, I'm sorry, I lost my mind. Zhou Hao smiled. No, I should say I'm sorry. I took you back without asking you. Because I was afraid of sending you back to the Su family. The people of the Su family would misunderstand and send you off. When I go to the hotel, I don't worry about leaving, so I took the liberty to take you back. Please forgive me. He Shuiyin realized that Zhou Hao was thoughtful when he heard it. If he really sent himself back to Su's family, it would be difficult for him to explain it, and it would be even more embarrassing if it were spread to the He family. Thinking of this, she sighed that Zhou Hao was really a careful man. Miss He, if you feel tired, just take a rest with me, and then let Su Lin send you back. I have something to do, so I won't bother you. Zhou Hao said. He Shuiyin nodded. Okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, He Shuiyin chatted with Su Lin for a while, but they were all around Zhou Hao. From Su Jiaming's mouth before, He Shuiyin knew that Zhou Hao was the godson of Zhao Rixin, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, but other than that, he was not very clear about the others. Su Lin did not tell her the details of Zhou Hao, only that Zhou Hao came to Hong Kong to do business. Then, Su Lin sent He Shuiyin back to Su's house. And Zhou Hao was with Liang Xiaobing at this time, in the record company he bought from Xiang Huaqiang. Xiang Huaqiang's record company was originally called Donghui Music Company, Limited. Although this record company is far less famous and powerful than the established record groups such as Universal and Sony, both talents and equipment are very good. Sufficient, after all, Cineon has been stationed in the Hong Kong entertainment industry for decades, and the resources it possesses cannot be underestimated. In order to win Zhou Hao this time, Xiang Huaqiang has continuously injected talents into Donghui and equipment, so after Zhou Hao takes over, he can go directly to put into production. However, after Zhou Hao took over Donghui, he changed its name to Neptune Records Company, Limited. The trademark was a trident fork that looked a bit like a crown, but it was the weapon of Neptune Poseidon and the symbol of Neptune. And this Neptune Records Company, Limited, is also a subsidiary under the Polaris. At this time, Liang Xiaobing was in a well-equipped recording studio, wearing headphones, and singing softly into the microphone. Open the notepad you carry with you. Written many things are about you. You hate being left out. Used to be waiting. I'm lonely. I saw the mood I wrote down. Put yourself behind the humble. Wait for you too long. I want you to cry. And what is happiness? Love hurts. Crying in pain. Crying tired. Persistent pages in the diary. Record you're good. Like addictive poison. It deceives me repeatedly. Love hurts. Crying in pain. Crying tired. Conflict always insists. Advise yourself to let go. Close your eyes and let you go. Burn the diary and start over. This is exactly the song Notepad written by Taiwanese singer Zhou Chuanxiong to Chen Huilin, but it hasn't appeared yet, so Zhou Hao unceremoniously took it for himself in line with the principle of using it. He remembered that this song, Notepad, was very popular, and it occupied the top position of major domestic music charts for a long time and was widely circulated. And Liang Xiaobing's talent in singing is really good, and her voice is better than Chen Huilin's. Even if she has not received formal training, it sounds very sweet. Zhou Hao was standing on the console outside the recording room. Through the large glass window in front, He could clearly see the situation of Liang Xiaobing inside. Liang Xiaobing also watched Zhou Hao while singing, showing her kindness from time to time. Smile. This is the first time that she has entered a recording studio. When she was wireless, she had seen a recording studio dedicated to dubbing, but she had never entered as a singer like today. Liang Xiaobing was still very nervous when she first arrived and started singing. Thanks to Zhou Hao's side and constant encouragement, her tension gradually disappeared. Since Zhou Hao studied piano in college, it was easy to write a complete score. He wrote the score of Notepad in 15 minutes and handed it to the performance team of Aquaman, who quickly recorded the soundtrack. Then he sang Notepad in the recording studio himself, and then taught Liang Xiaobing several times. Notepad has a beautiful melody and a sharp rhythm, and it will soon be catchy. And those recording engineers have been in this work for more than 10 years and have seen many idols or powerful stars. They all feel that Zhou Hao really has the potential to be a singer, especially his outstanding appearance, excellent temperament, and real if the singers of the idol group and the powerful group develop in this way. It is not difficult to become a superstar like Andy Lau or Leslie Cheung. Zhou Hao looked at Liang Xiaobing inside the recording studio, and at the same time said to the studios that controlled the console, "How do you feel about her potential? Is there any hope of becoming a singer?" A man in his 30s wearing a black t-shirt and dyed yellow hair nodded and said, "Although I haven't formally learned from those teachers, I think Miss Liang is very talented. And Mr. Zhou, your Notepad, the lyrics and music are all very good, and there is absolutely no problem with Miss Hong Liang." His remarks were not all to please Zhou Hao, because Liang Xiaobing's singing talent was obvious to all. As long as she asks some teachers to teach her how to practice qi and some singing skills, she will be fully qualified for the position of singer. But, the trendy-dressed studio said again, "But I think, Mr. Zhou, you have more potential than Ms. Liang. If you want, I can guarantee that you will become like Andy Lau in just 1 year. You're in a superstar." The other studios nodded their heads. They felt that Zhou Hao was not only outstanding in appearance and temperament, but also a moving voice. More importantly, it was Zhou Hao's ability to create songs, whether it's the song "Love Me Don't Go" that has swept Hong Kong and Taiwan. It's the Notepad he is now writing for Liang Xiaobing. Its skill is much deeper than those of the music world's famous songwriters. But Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, I'm not interested in being a celebrity. I don't know the benefits of those celebrities, but I have tasted the harm." These days, he has to pretend before going out, especially after some live broadcasts. Leave the shop in "Love Me Don't Leave" as soon as possible. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the recording engineers were very disappointed that the music scene had lost a superstar. "By the way, let Xiaobing sing the song "Love Me Don't Go" too," Zhou Hao said, because he remembers that in his previous life, some female singers also sang "Love Me Don't Go." The effect was not bad, but now this "Love Me Don't Go" created by himself has not been officially launched, and all the outside broadcasts are the previous recording of Zhou Hao is nothing. The previous recording engineer said again, "Mr. Zhou, it is also very good to have Ms. Liang sing a female version of "Love Me Don't Go." But I think we should release an official male version of "Love Me Don't Go." What? After all, after the singing, the people now think that your voice is the original version of "Love Me Don't Go." Zhou Hao nodded when he heard this. This preconceived notion is indeed very important. Just like him now, whether it is "Love Me Don't Go" or "Notepad," he thinks that Zhang Jinyue and Chun Huilin are singing the original version, but in all other in the eyes of people, he is the original version. No matter who sings in the future, Zhou Hao's original version is bound to be replaced. This is also the reason why Zhou Hao unscrupulously used the classic songs of the previous life for his own use. What he saw was the audience's preconceived concept. At this time Zhou Hao said, "You are right, so let me record a separate official "Love Me Don't Leave," but I don't need to shoot the MV, just record it like this, and then put this song in Xiaobing's album. As for my name, let's use Zijungt. This Z is the first letter of Zhou Hao's name." These studios already knew Zhou Hao's determination not to be a singer, and he was the boss, so no one raised any objections. Liang Xiaobing had finished recording at this time, and immediately came to Zhou Hao and asked expectantly, "How am I singing?" Zhou Hao smiled and said, "It's pretty good. You can have this level without formal training." Many singers can't compare to you. Really? Liang Xiaobing laughed in surprise. For her, other people's opinions are not very important. What she is most nervous about is Zhou Hao's opinions. As long as Zhou Hao says she is good, everyone will deny it. She would not care. But you made this song really well. I have intuition, this song will definitely be popular. Liang Xiaobing said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao lightly hugged Liang Xiaobing's waist. Of course, I wrote this song specially for you. I wrote it with painstaking effort. Isn't it good? Liang Xiaobing was very moved, and reached out and wiped Zhou Hao's forehead. I know. Thank you for your hard work. The surrounding recording studios and one or two staff members looked at Liang Xiaobing and felt a little emotional. In the entertainment industry, if you want to be popular, it is absolutely impossible to have no backstage and relationship. For this reason, many women who want to become famous do not hesitate use your own body as a price. And these staff members have also seen too many female celebrities who have been smashed by a big boss, and Liang Xiaobing would have never had this opportunity in his life if it had not been supported by Zhou Hao. However, they are not even sure if Liang Xiaobing was with Zhou Hao for the sake of fame. But Zhou Hao is different from those fat-headed or old wealthy businessmen, even if he is just an ordinary man with no power and no power. With his appearance and talent, he is definitely a sought-after item that many women want to compete for. Don't say that Zhou Hao is asked to take care of the actress. Even if it is to let those rich women take care of him, there must be a market. What's more, Zhou Hao not only spent money but also wrote songs for her in order to praise Liang Xiaobing. This alone is enough to make people tempted. In the next few days, Zhou Hao was busy releasing a record for Liang Xiaobing. First, he asked some famous music seniors to teach Liang Xiaobing to sing, and then asked someone to shoot her MV. Everything went on in an orderly manner. Record Company Limited has also been fully operational around Zhou Hao's star-making project, this time showing extremely high efficiency. At the same time, Zhou Hao also took the time to direct the operation of Galaxy Investment Company in the stock market. During this time, Xinhe has made great gains in the Southeast Asian stock market, especially in the operation of the Indonesian stock market. It was full of pores. At this time, Zhou Hao also invested part of the funds in the Southeast Asian market, plus the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars transferred to Zhou Hao from the United Nations News Agency by Ni Yongxiao, and a total of more than 12 billion Hong Kong dollars were invested in South Korea and Japan on the foreign exchange market. Because according to the development of the previous life, South Korea will be hit by the Asian financial turmoil in mid-November this year. The currency exchange rate has fallen sharply. The stock market has also reached the brink of collapse, and the collapse of Japanese companies in the country that invests in South Korea. Japan, which has fallen into a state of economic depression, is even worse. And Zhou Hao is going to take this opportunity to make a fortune in the stock and foreign exchange markets of Japan and South Korea. According to his most conservative estimate, if this is done, the money he invested in Japan and South Korea will triple the profit. That is, if you invest 12 billion Hong Kong dollars, you will get 36 billion Hong Kong dollars, which is more than 4 billion US dollars. Now it's mid-September, so Zhou Hao has to take control as soon as possible. Fortunately, he has gathered a large number of financial elites, including Song Jiahao, and the team working for him is still expanding. Therefore, Zhou Hao only needs to make a plan based on the memory of his previous life, and then hand it over to the people below to execute it. It's fine, there is no need for him to do it himself. Moreover, the people in the Star River Investment Company admire Zhou Hao's investment ability. They feel that his vision is more forward-looking and accurate than financial predators such as Buffett or Soros. So many employees use their own his money followed Zhou Hao's steps to invest, but it was also very rewarding. While Zhou Hao was busy calculating the stock market, he himself was being calculated by others. On this day, Lu Mingwei and Su Jinxing met again in the suite they had contracted for a long time at the Peninsula Hotel. As soon as they met, Su Jinxing asked Lu Mingwei, "Mingwei, how is it? Did you find out what they did in Hong Kong?" Lu Mingwei didn't answer this question first and asked Su Jinxing, "What about you? You haven't exposed anything in front of your sister-in-law these days, right?" "No." Su Jinxing showed the look of gritted teeth again. "I came home that day and just ran into her back. I asked her where she went, and she even lied to me that she spent the night at a sister's house. then don't face itch. If it wasn't for you to tell me not to be impulsive, I would find someone to kill this shameless adulteress. Su Jin said fiercely. Lu Mingwei quickly said, Sound of Jin, you must not be impulsive. Even if you don't talk about your sister-in-law and Zhou Hao, she is a member of the He family. If you really do this, then it's wrong for your sister-in-law. And He Hong-san, I won't let you go. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking that Su Jinsheng was really cruel, and he even had the idea of hiring a murderous wife. Okay, as you said, I pretended to be innocent at home. Su Jinsheng said again. He Shiyun, that harlot, I will clean up sooner or later. Tell me about the investigation of Zhou Hao's bastard. Lu Mingwei nodded. I have asked people to check it these days. It turns out that Zhou Hao is the owner of the recent Polaris. Polaris. Su Jin groaned. Is that the Polaris that bought ATV from Lin Baixin? Humph. I remember, the new general manager of the ATV business department. Yes, it seems to be the woman named Su Lin is the woman next to Zhou Hao. The last time she was at sea, I saw her also on Zhou Hao's boat. Yes, that Su Lin should also be his woman. Lu Mingwei couldn't help but sighed. Zhou Hao, I really have to admire him. None of the women around him are vulgar. Mine. People said, this Su Lin is not only beautiful, but also very capable, and manages ATV's business department in an orderly manner. Moreover, although she is the general manager of the business department, all major policies of ATV, it was communicated to Zhou Hao through her. That is, besides Zhou Hao, she is the director of Asia Television. Su Jinsheng also touched his chin to ponder. This came to Hong Kong to do business in the entertainment industry? It's not that simple. Now the entertainment industry in Hong Kong is getting worse and worse, and many companies are developing in China. Why are you still here in Hong Kong? Actually, Polaris is also an officially registered entertainment group in China. Lu Mingwei explained. They also just spent a huge sum of money to acquire the Hawaii of the Wang Zhonglei brothers and let the Wang Zhonglei brothers preside over the domestic headquarters. So, I also found out that Zhou Hao's Polaris is also a major shareholder of Hongyan Studios. Although it is still in the initial stage, this Polaris is already a behemoth in the entertainment industry. But, in terms of making money, real estate and communications are more profitable than entertainment companies. Why does Zhou Hao spend so much effort on entertainment? Su Jinsheng still didn't understand. Lu Mingwei was a little helpless with Su Jinsheng's hindsight. Jinsheng, don't you know that if you have your own power of public opinion, it will be extremely beneficial to the development of any group? When Lin Baixin acquired Asia Television, except now in addition to teaching Shaw in the TV industry, I am afraid that he also wants his Lai Sun Group to have its own public opinion power. And I also heard that Zhou Hao intends to open another Mandarin channel to meet domestic audiences and still satellite channels. Su Jinsheng was not originally a business material. In his opinion, those wealthy businessmen entered the entertainment industry for the convenience of owning female celebrities, so he did not understand the power of public opinion. And Lu Mingwei, seeing his expression, didn't expect him to understand, and said, Actually, you don't have to worry about other things. Since Zhou Hao wants to start a TV station, then we have to give him down even if we don't bring down ATV, it's stubborn. Hearing Lu Mingwei's words, Su Jinsheng felt very positive. Yes, that's right. You can't make him so happy. But Mingwei, what good way do you have? You must make him burn out. Lu Mingwei nodded. My people have found out that ATV is planning to produce a TV series game show, which seems to be called Millionaire, but it is still in preparation. It seems that it will take another month or two to broadcast. He squinted and sneered. I heard that the new ATV senior executives promoted by Zhou Hao are very optimistic about this program and want to use this program to fight a tough battle with wireless. That can't make them what they want. Su Jinsheng said quickly. Of course. Lu Mingwei said to him. So I asked people to inquire about the production process of this program, and then handed over these processes to wireless. I think that ATV has dug so many people before. I am very interested in making ATV ugly. And in this way, Zhou Hao also thought that Run Run was dealing with him, and would never think it was ours. We just need to watch the show later. After hearing Lu Mingwei's method, Su Jinsheng repeatedly praised. That's it. Mingwei, your method is great. Hee hee. So Zhou Hao would be sapped and I didn't know that we did it. Lu Mingwei smiled and nodded. By the way, I also found out that Zhou Hao seems to have opened an investment company in Hong Kong, which seems to be called Xinghua. However, I only know the address of his investment company. I don't know what kind of investment business they are doing. That company's confidentiality is very good. He touched his chin and said, Zhou Hao protects this investment company so tightly. Then this company must be very important to him. I have to check it carefully. At the same time, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing were in the studio of Aquaman, and Su Lin was there. After a period of study, Liang Xiaobing's singing skills have improved a lot, and even the singing teachers praised her for her talent. So Zhou Hao asked her to officially record the album, and her main songs are naturally the Notepad and Love Me Don't Go. And Zhou Hao himself recorded 2 versions of Love Me Don't Go. One is piano concerto, and the other is original guitar concerto, with different styles, but they are all equally beautiful. In addition, Su Lin also let Liang Xiaobing's teachers teach for a week to improve his singing ability. Because Zhou Hao also wrote a song for her, it was sung with Liang Xiaobing. The name is Tonight I Feel Close to You. The Chinese name is I Feel Very Close to You Tonight. This English song was sung by Stephanie Sun and Japanese actress Mai Karaki in Zhou Hao's previous life. It is also a song that Zhou Hao likes very much. Both Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's English skills are very high, and Su Lin's voice is also very clear and sweet, so there is no problem with her temporary guest appearance. Therefore, Liang Xiaobing's first solo album was actually recorded by Zhou Hao and Su Lin with her. Zhou Hao was also at the console outside, listening to Liang Xiaobing and Su Lin singing in the studio, nodding appreciatively from time to time. Even though Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing are not those skilled singers, their own voices are very pleasant, and Zhou Hao's songs are all classic sung works. As long as they add some finishing touches, they will be released. The market is completely fine. Just at this time, Li Jiaxu, who was already the director of the Asian television drama production department, suddenly came to see King. Seeing Aquaman's complete equipment here, he couldn't help sign to Zhou Hao. Boss, it's very good here. I think the equipment here is not bad compared to Universal and Sony. Zhou Hao smiled slightly, but knew that Li Jiaxu would not come here to find himself for no reason, so he smiled. You don't work the TV station. Why come here to find me? Li Jiaxu said solemnly. I want to tell you something. After that, he looked at the recording engineer and staff in the recording studio. Zhou Hao knew that this was definitely not a trivial matter, so he gestured to Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing, who were still recording songs in the studio, and said he wanted to go out and talk with Li Jiaxu. Seeing the 2 women nodded at the same time, he went to another with Li Jiaxu. In the lounge. What happened? Is there something wrong with ATV? Zhou Hao asked Li Jiaxu straightforwardly. Li Jiaxu nodded. Yes, there is indeed a problem. Someone is nesting several staff involved in the production of Millionaire, wanting to get the production process of Millionaire. Zhou Hao frowned as soon as he heard it. This was really no small matter. He has high hopes for Millionaire. But now that someone wants to get its production process, it is obvious that they want to copy the program in the past and to rush to broadcast it before ATV. Therefore, Zhou Hao's first thought was that TVB was playing tricks on himself. How about the staff? Zhou Hao asked Li Jiaxu. It was they themselves who reported to me. Li Jiaxu smiled and said, they said that ATV had just increased their wages. Now some people are dealing with ATV like this. If they really betray ATV's interests, then ATV will close down and suffer a loss. It's their own. Zhou Hao smiled when he heard the words. They are quite far-sighted. This is the boss. You paid more for the employees and artists of the TV station before. This is all kind and rewarding. Now the artists and employees of ATV have a sense of belonging to the company. Li Jiaxu gave Zhou Hao a lot of attention. He sent a horse to him, and then said, Boss, they are still dragging the person. Want to see what the boss wants to do? Is it to expose the person or what? But Zhou Hao smiled while holding his cheeks. Since someone wants to know the production process of Millionaire, let them take it. In Jinglanshu Kingshuiwen building, Run Run Shaw was tasting tea in the house where he lived for decades. Tea is a precious long jing, and the hall is filled with a faint fragrance. However, Run Run Shaw is not as comfortable as tasting tea in the past. On the contrary, there is a faint worry on his face. If you are familiar with Run Run Shaw, You will be very surprised to see his look at this time. Because as the highest decision-maker of the TVB aircraft carrier in the TV industry, Run Shaw has been in the TV industry for decades. He is calm when dealing with any opponent, and has never been afraid of difficulties and setbacks. Fang Yihua walked over to support his back. What's the matter? I'm still thinking about ATV. Forget it. Those are unfamiliar people who are not familiar with it. It is no good for them to stay in our wireless. What she was talking about was that Li Jiashu took a group of artists and staff to join ATV before. There are hundreds of artists under TVB. With the staff, the TV station has thousands of employees. However, many of these employees are unimportant people who can be recruited from outside at any time, such as those extras who have no fixed roles. Although only less than 100 people were taken away by Li Jiashu, many of them were first- and second-tier artists who are important to wireless and highly capable employees. So it is said that 1/5 of wireless's human resources has been dug away. Run Shaw raised his thin hand and said in an old voice, I am not worried about this. If the artists are gone, they can train others. The production staff behind the scenes can also be recruited from outside. Come in, even the teacher of the artist training class. I can invite a few more from the US. However, I am worried that after the change of ownership of ATV, I am afraid that it will not be as easy to deal with before. Even if it's not easy to deal with, we don't need to be afraid. Fang Yihua said, now in Hong Kong, more than half of the people are our stable audience of wireless, but ATV has changed hands several times, and the policy is changed. Climatic. But I saw Shaw shook his head slowly. No. This time I have intuition that ATV will become more difficult to deal with than it has ever been, and our wireless will soon encounter unprecedented challenges. Although ATV has not announced that there will be what is the plan, but I know that once they start, their offensive will be like a stormy sea, very fierce. He looked up at the ceiling and exhaled. Lin Baixin bought ATV back then and said he was going to compete with me in the TV industry, but I have never been afraid. Lin Baixin is very talented in other business fields, but he doesn't have the kind of strength to fight me in this TV world. However, this time is different. Although the owner of the Polaris does not know who it is, I feel that this will be something I have never had in my life. A formidable opponent I have encountered. Hearing Shaw's words, Fang Yihua was a little surprised. Even Shaw has reached an advanced age. He has always been ambitious over the years. He is a fierce lion that no one dares to despise. But at this moment, Fang Yihua saw that he finally showed an old attitude. And, for some reason, she thought of the boy who had come to the door to scold Run before. Are you thinking about Zhou Hao? Run Shaw and Fang Yihua had been married for many years, and they knew what she was thinking at a glance. Actually, I'm also guessing that this time ATV changes ownership, will the person behind him be him? Fang Yihua frowned and said, no. How old he is. How can he have so much funds? Run. Whether it is him or not, we must be prepared. Next, ATV may have a fierce battle with us. Fang Yihua nodded, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then the voice of the servant came. Master, madam, Mr. Qian is coming to you, saying that I have something to discuss with you. It should be Qian Guowei, Fang Yihua said to Run Shaw, then turned to the servant and said, let him come in. Then I saw a fat man walking into the hall from outside, bowing respectfully with Run Shaw and Fang Yihua. Uncle 6, Aunt 6. Run Shaw didn't say much, but Fang Yihua nodded to him. This year's Miss Hong Kong did a good job. You have worked hard. This Qian Guowei is one of TVB's gold medal producers. He is best at variety shows. For example, Miss Hong Kong, and other variety shows that are popular with Hong Kong people are all supervised by him. Guowei, what's the matter with you this time? Run Shaw said. It's not that you took the female artist to dinner again, and it was caught by the paparazzi. His voice was calm, but Qian Guowei, who was opposite it, feels like a chill. No. This time I have something serious and want to discuss with you, Lu Shu and Aunt. Qian Guowei said quickly. Fang Yihua patted Run Shaw on the shoulder. Just forgive him. If he didn't make those bosses so happy, how could our variety show have so much sponsorship? Then she turned to Qian Guowei. Okay, let's talk about something. Yes. Qian Guowei said immediately. That's it. Someone brought me a planning book today. It was a planner of a TV game show called Millionaire. Then he wrote, 100 The links and production process of Millionaire were briefly explained to Run Shaw and Fang Yihua. And then the planning book was handed over to Fang Yihua. After Qian Guowei finished speaking, Run Shaw and Fang Yihua looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes, because they both saw the brilliance of this millionaire. Fang Yihua quickly took the planning book and read it seriously. After browsing it briefly, she couldn't help but praised, "Okay, this planning is really good. If it can be made into a program, it will definitely be arousing enthusiasm. And isn't it because some people always criticize our millionaires as being vulgar and without connotation? As soon as this series of millionaires is broadcast, who would dare to say our program is vulgar?" Run Shaw also raised his head to look at Qian Guowei. "Guowei, who made this plan? Is it someone from our company?" He immediately realized that it must be a rare talent that can make this plan. If you are an employee in your own company, you will definitely have to be in a high position. If you are an outsider, you must hire it back with a high salary. Qian Guowei looked at Run Shaw and Fang Yihua. Paying attention to their expressions, Fang Yihua was already a little impatient. "What are you still doing? Come on, who made this plan?" "This planning book was not made by our company." Qian Guowei hesitated for a while and said, "Actually, this set of Millionaire is a TV program that ATV is closely preparing. The planning book was given to me by a manager who was fired by ATV. He said that ATV treated him indifferently, and he did not need to do his best to ATV." When they heard that Millionaire was a program being produced by Asia Television, Run and Fang Yihua were shocked. They have been in the TV industry for so many years, and their eyesight is naturally strong. Just by reading this planning book, they can already predict that Millionaire will definitely rise in Hong Kong once it is broadcast. Run Shaw said solemnly, "It's really not easy for the person taking over ATV this time. They can come up with such a program. But," he looked at Qian Guowei's face, "since ATV is already producing this program. Now, why did that person give us the planning book? Maybe it's for us to prepare." Fang Yihua said, "Knowing that they are making this Millionaire, we have to think of a countermeasure. Otherwise, we will broadcast this year's Taiching drama on them. It was broadcast when Millionaire was released and compete with them for ratings." Run Shaw waved his hand. "It's useless. I'm afraid I will ruin our Taiching drama by then." However, Qian Guowei said at this time, "Uncle Six, Aunt Six, the person who gave me the planning book said that Asia Television seems to have not applied for copyright protection from any department. I didn't expect this planning book to be leaked out, so I didn't rush to apply." Shaw's expression changed, and he stared at Qian Guowei closely. "Are you serious? Is this news true?" "This? I can't guarantee it," Qian Guowei said. "But doesn't our company have a department that deals with customs and the International Intellectual Property Protection Center? Lu Shu and Aunt Lu, you let them go to the Customs and the International Intellectual Property Protection Center. Can't you just ask?" "That's right," Run Shaw said. "Yihua, you asked them to ask, see if ADB has applied for a copyright patent for this set of millionaires?" Run knew that shopping malls are like battlefields, and there is no morality to speak about. So he decided that if Asia Television really did not apply for copyright protection for the Millionaire, then he could take advantage of their loopholes and take Millionaire as his own. For this, Run, there is no psychological burden. And Fang Yihua also said, "I'll do it myself. The less people know, the better." Run Shaw nodded when he heard this. After all, if ATV knew about this, they would immediately apply for a copyright patent, and then the winner would be determined. "This is a good opportunity to attack ATV," Run Shaw said. "Whether the person behind him is Zhou Hao or not, I have to let him know that Run is not easy to deal with." In the evening, Fang Yihua invited a familiar deputy director of the Hong Kong Customs Intelligence and Investigation Department. Because the Hong Kong Customs Intelligence and Investigation Department is in subjective intellectual property rights, and TVB, as the largest producer of Chinese TV dramas, I have already started dealing with this department in the early days. The deputy director of the Intelligence and Investigation Department is called Huang Chaohong. He was invited by Fang Yihua to a restaurant in a high-end clubhouse in Central. Seeing Fang Yihua, who was already sitting there, He smiled at the other Yihua and walked quickly over. What the is it? You are going to trouble Aunt Lu to do it yourself. Hee hee, Director Huang, you are joking. Fang Yihua said with a smile. I can do more by myself while I can move for a few years. After Huang Chaohong sat down, seeing Fang Yihua looking at him with a smile, he said, Sister Hua, you can just say anything. Can I help if I can help? Is there another pirated version of your wireless drama? Yes. I will have someone deal with you immediately. No, it's not a pirated copy this time. Fang Yihua said, I just want to ask you something. What's the matter? Sister Hua, just ask, I must know everything. Huang Chaohong said immediately. Fang Yihua straightened his face and said, That's it, I want to ask you, has ATV applied for any copyright patents from you recently? Have. As soon as Huang Chaohong said yes, Fang Yihua's heart was raised up. What drama or show is it? Wait a moment, let me take a look. As he said, Huang Chaohong took out a document from his briefcase, checked it, and said to the other party Yihua, the TV series they recently applied for include Me and Zombie There's a Date, and there's a documentary show called Looking for a Stories from Afar. These two recently, no more. At this time, Fang Yihua breathed a long sigh of relief in her heart, and then smiled. Dr. Huang, thank you so much. By the way, did you not say that Xianjin intends to develop into the entertainment industry? Let her come over if you have time. See me, let me arrange for her, so that she can play some roles in the play, and see if some time later, I will hold her up. Huang Chaohong immediately expressed joy, and said hurriedly, Hee, thank you, Sister Hua. If you need help in the future, please speak up, but don't be illegal. Of course, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Fang Yihua smiled at him. I have already settled the bill. Director Huang, you can enjoy a sauna massage after dinner. After leaving this high-end clubhouse, Fang Yihua came to another high-end restaurant, and there were two more young, beautiful, and women around him. She said to the two women, Wait later, you will treat me to Mr. Robertson. As long as this is done, I will let you be a supporting actress in the second part of the play, and you will slowly be able to sit upright. The two women were overjoyed when they heard this. It seems that they are both artists under the TVB, and they are very eager to become famous. Now that Fang Yihua, the second decision-maker of TVB, has given them this promise, how can we not make them happy? So in my heart, I decided to do everything possible to wait for that Mr. Robertson. After a while, a tall, bald white man about 40 to 50 years old arrived. He nodded and smiled slightly when he saw Fang Yihua, but when he saw the two beautiful girls next to her, his eyes were radiant. The smile on the corner of the mouth is also stronger. He walked over and sat opposite Fang Yihua and said in poor Chinese, Hello, Mrs. Xiao. This is the Mr. Robertson that Fang Yihua said, the head of the Hong Kong branch of the International Intellectual Property Protection Center. Fang Yihua gave the two girls around him a wink, and they immediately took the initiative to sit beside Robertson and greeted Robertson in a whisper. With the beauty beside him, Robertson was smiling, and his big furry hands were unceremoniously placed on the white thighs of the two women exposed outside their short skirts, and he couldn't help touching them inside. Mrs. Xiao, what can you do if you come to me this time? If you can help, I will definitely help. Since Fang Yihua is so witty, Robertson, who knows Fang Yihua's desires for himself, immediately expressed his attitude. Mr. Robertson, you are too polite. Fang Yihua said with a smile. I just want to ask you about something. Has ATV recently applied to your protection center for copyright protection? Robertson asked puzzledly. Asia TV? No, since they changed their boss, they have not applied for any copyright protection from our center. Mrs. Xiao, why are you asking about this? It's nothing, Mr. Robertson. As you know, we are old rivals with ATV. They have changed bosses now. Of course we want to know what they are doing. Fang Yihua said half-truth. Robertson laughed loudly and said, Hee, this is no problem, Mrs. Xiao. Don't worry, if they have any news, I will notify you immediately. Then there will be Mr. Law Robertson. Fang Yihua smiled. I have something to do, so I will go back first. Zishan and I, please stay with Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson, I will leave first. Okay, then I won't give it away. Robertson's hand was still molesting the two women around him, and he wanted Fang Yihua to leave. Afterwards, Fang Yihua rushed back to Shaw without stopping, and called Qian Guowei and another producer Xueqi to come over immediately. After going back, she saw Run Shaw sitting in the hall. Although the TV was on, his mind was clearly not on it, obviously waiting for her to come back. Seeing Fang Yihua's return, Run Shaw asked anxiously, "How is it? Has ATV applied for copyright protection?" Fang Yihua shook his head with a smile. "No, neither the Customs or the Intellectual Property Protection Center, ATV, did not apply. I guess they want to apply after the production is complete." Hearing Fang Yihua's words, Run Shaw's face also showed joy, and said at the same time, "We must keep this matter secret, and we must not let Asia TV know about it. Otherwise it would be bad if they broadcast it first." At this time, Qian Guowei and Xueqi had already rushed over. As soon as Qian Guowei saw Fang Yihua, he asked anxiously, "Aunt Six, how is it?" Perhaps Xueqi was also there, and Qian Guowei did not mention ATV. "It's done. That plan can be implemented." Fang Yihua did not let Xueqi know the meaning of the inside story. Run Shaw also looked at Qian Guowei and asked, "Guowei, if we start producing this program now, how soon can it be produced?" "I'm talking about the shortest time." Qian Guowei thought about it solemnly. "The fastest 10 days. This planning book writes every process of the program in great detail. We just need to follow the instructions above. As long as there are 10 days, I promise. Can make it. We don't just need speed, but also quality." Fang Yihua said, "We can provide you with capital, scenes, and people, but this program must be sophisticated and not rough. 6 uncles and 6 aunts. Don't worry, Guowei will definitely not let you down." Qian Guowei patted his chest. Fang Yihua said again, "But you haven't produced this kind of show before, so I plan to let Qi help you." Then she gave the planning book of Millionaire to Xueqi, who is next to Qian Guowei. "Righteousness, you read this planning book first." This Xueqi is one of the most important producers of TVB. From 1991 to 1994, he switched from TVB to ATV. Later, he couldn't bear the difficulties of the high-level ATV, and he saw that ATV couldn't compete wireless TV, so it was rejoined at the end of 1994. Looking at this millionaire planning book, Xueqi became more and more surprised, and later couldn't help but praised. "This program called Millionaire is very novel. I will definitely be able to. It attracts a large number of viewers, and the one who made this planning book is a genius." Mr. Xiao, Mrs. Xiao, take the liberty to ask, "Who made this planning book?" Fang Yihua said, "It's an employee of our company, but he asked us to keep it secret for him temporarily. Moreover, this program is of great importance, and we must never let people on the ATV side know. So its meaning, I hope you can keep it secret, even family members can't tell, okay?" Xueqi thought that this was fine. After all, many companies now attach great importance to confidentiality, so he nodded and agreed. Also, all the staff participating in this program must sign a non-disclosure agreement to prevent them from leaking out. Run Shaw said, "Yihua, this millionaire host, who do you have?" Fang Yihua said, "This set of millionaires emphasizes fun, excitement, and knowledge, so the host must be knowledgeable, stable, and most importantly, he must have a sense of humor." Xueqi and Qian Guowei nodded in agreement, and Fang Yihua said, "In this regard, I propose to be chaired by Zheng Yuling. Compared with Dudu, Fei Sister is too happy, and Wang Mingquan lacks humorous cell, so I think it's best to let Zheng Yuling come." Run also nodded. "Dudu is also very good, so let's decide." He looked at Xueqi and Qian Guowei. "From tomorrow, you two will make this show for me immediately. I will take 10 days. After that, our TVB's Millionaire appeared in front of all Hong Kong citizens. In the past few days, Zhou Hao has not been free. While directing the various plans of ATV, he has to take care of the Xinghe investment side. At the same time, the crew of Meteor Garden, headed by Chai Zhiping and Kai Yueshuan, has planned to go to Xiamen University in China to film the scene in a few days, and all the approval procedures have been completed, and there is no problem. Also, the former F4 member Wu Jianhao was also retrieved by a colleague of Chai Zhiping in Taiwan. In Zhou Hao's eyes, Wu Jianhao can be regarded as a talented person. He was the fastest to transition to a powerful idol in the original F4. As for the remaining Zhu Xiaodian, it is not very important to Zhou Hao now. Kai Yueshuan has also found another handsome model to form a new F4 with Zhou Yimin and the three of them. In addition, because Zhou Hao has the record company Neptune, even though Meteor Garden has not started yet, Chai Zhiping has already consulted with Zhou Hao, hoping that Neptune can make a theme song for Meteor Garden as soon as possible. For Zhou Hao, of course, there is no problem at all, and there is no need to trouble the songwriters in Sea King. Zhou Hao directly wrote the popular Meteor Shower from the previous life, and Jerry Yin and others would sing it. At this time, Zhou Hao and Li Jiashu were in an office on the top floor of the Asia Television building. How is the wireless side? Their millionaire should be half finished, right? Zhou Hao asked. Li Jiashu nodded. Most of the production has been completed, and they also chose Zheng Yuling as the host. If nothing happens, it will be broadcast on Monday night, 3 days later. He was very respectful to Zhou Hao, and it stands to reason. Even if Zhou Hao is now his boss, but he is more than 30 years older than Zhou Hao, and he is very talented. Even if he faced Xia and Fang Yihua before, he was a little bit proud. But now he is not presumptuous in front of Zhou Hao, because until now, Zhou Hao's ability is too strong. Just look at the originally decadent Asian TV, but now everyone is refreshed. Spot it. In the past, in the face of the behemoth TVB, the artists and employees of ATV were under tremendous pressure, and they never thought about winning. So the entire TV station was confused and frustrated. But now, every artist and employee is working hard, and they are itching to fight a tough battle with TVB, and there is no cowardice in the past. Moreover, only a few people such as Su Lin and Li Jiashu know that Zhou Hao has to deal with TVB now. And Li Jiashu, who knew the inside story, was also secretly surprised by Zhou Hao's methods this time, because Zhou Hao's methods this time were too ruthless. After this incident, the few undercovers on the wireless network give me a bonus of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars each. Zhou Hao said. Li Jiashu nodded in a hurry. It turned out that when he was bringing his people over from the wireless side, Zhou Hao asked him to leave a few of them on the wireless side and use them as dark wires on the wireless side. Today, their role is also played out. At the same time, in order to prevent wireless from using the same tactics against himself, Zhou Hao conducted a secret investigation of ATV's artists and staff earlier. Fortunately, it may be that wireless didn't think ATV could defeat her at all, so it didn't use this trick. However, Zhou Hao would not relax his vigilance and let Su Lin beware of this. After discussing with Li Jiashu, Zhou Hao greeted Su Lin, who was still working in the TV station, and left the TV station to go back to the villa in mid-levels. When he returned home, Zhou Hao saw Liang Xiaobing in the lobby, practicing yoga with the people on the big screen TV. During this period of time, Liang Xiaobing was busy making his first album. Since the people of Sea King knew that she was Zhou Hao's, they didn't dare to treat her wrongly, and gave her a good rest in these 2 days. I saw Liang Xiaobing tying her long hair into a ponytail and dangling it behind her head. She was wearing a gray jumpsuit similar to a swimsuit. This fitness suit was tightly attached to Liang Xiaobing's slim jade body, and then she held her. The exquisite and convex curves were vividly highlighted, especially those slender and plump thighs, which were very dazzling in front of Zhou Hao's eyes. Liang Xiaobing has been practicing yoga for a long time, and his skill is very good, and he can perform many difficult movements. And under these actions, her proud figure became more obvious. Looking at the tall Yufeng on her chest, Zhou Hao swallowed fiercely, and the desire in his body was also about to move. There are only 2 of them left in the room, and even if Su Lin is in Zhou Hao this time, Zhou Hao is not afraid, because these days, Zhou Hao used both hard and soft, so that the 2 women served him several times together. And because of the increasing experience like this, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing gradually left Zhou Hao. Of course, this was the reason, and it was difficult for any one of them to deal with Zhou Hao alone when his desires were high. Even if the 2 were on the same side, it would be just a tie with Zhou Hao. Liang Xiaobing also heard the movement and knew that Zhou Hao was back. He looked at Zhou Hao over there while turning his head and smiled. I'm back. Where's Su Lin? Didn't she come back with you? She still has some work on the TV station, Zhou Hao said as he walked to Liang Xiaobing and unbuttoned his shirt. And Liang Xiaobing had already turned around at this time, so he couldn't see Zhou Hao's actions. When he came to Liang Xiaobing's back, Liang Xiaobing was straddling his legs to make a one-horse movement and leaning down his upper body. Even his head was attached to his left calf, and his two jade arms stretched out to stick to the ground. This movement is very difficult, and people who haven't exercised can't do it. From this, you can also see that Liang Xiaobing's body is very flexible. Zhou Hao sat down quietly, and while Liang Xiaobing lifted up his upper body, he slapped it on and encircled her slender waist. Suddenly attacked, Liang Xiaobing was slightly startled, and then he smelled the familiar breath on Zhou Hao's body and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm still working out." "Oh, don't touch it." On Monday night, Run personally, accompanied by Fang Yihua, came to TVB's #1 factory. A spacious scene has been set up here. The 270-degree circular auditorium surrounds a chair in the middle, on which there are 2 computer screens and 2 high-foot revolving chairs. Whether it is the auditorium or the host platform, they all show a very modern style, with a faintly intellectual flavor. And this is the millionaire program set up by TVB in 10 days. All the staff are busy preparing, and several cameras are aimed at the central stage. Although there are no spectators, hosts, and contestants yet, just looking at these staff makes people feel a kind of nervousness. Moreover, Xueqi and Qian Guowei, who were the producers of the program, were personally directing the scene. Seeing all this, Run Sha nodded secretly. At this time, Zheng Yuling, the host of Millionaire, also came to the scene. She was wearing a black professional suit, and she looked exactly like those professionals at first glance, both steady and generous. Seeing Sha and Fang Yihua here, Zheng Yuling hurried over to say hello to them. "Uncle 6, Aunt 6. All are ready." Run Sha asked her. "This show is very important to the company. You can only succeed without fail, you know." Although Zheng Yuling has many years of hosting experience, she has never seen Run so solemn, and she is not only a little nervous. Especially this millionaire was not pre-recorded and then broadcasted at a specific time. In order to create a bigger gimmick and attract more audiences, Run Sha directly turned this program into a live broadcast. So at the beginning of the broadcast, the host was not allowed to make mistakes. At this time, Sha turned his head and asked Qian Guowei, "Guowei, ATV, what program do you plan to broadcast tonight?" "It's still the previous TV series, without any changes." Qian Guowei smiled excitedly. "I will be the new boss of ATV when I see our set of millionaires." I don't know what expression he will have. Sha and Fang Yihua also looked at each other and smiled, obviously also very interested in this question. Soon it was 9:30 in the evening, and from 9:30 to 10:30 is the prime time for TVB. Run Sha deliberately put millionaire in this period, naturally, to attract more audiences, and secondly, it also means to show off to Asian TV. Zheng Yuling has taken the seat of the host, and the audience and contestants are all here. After the director counted down the crowd with his fingers, a burst of lively music rang, and the camera zoomed in to take the host Zheng Yuling from a distance. And Zheng Yuling smiled at the camera and said, "Good evening, everyone in front of the TV. Here it's Millionaire, and I'm your host Zheng Yuling." Seeing Zheng Yuling's calm host, Sha and Xueqi in the audience were a little relieved. And then, everything was executed in accordance with the plan written in that plan. Let the contestants come on stage, answer questions, use tips, etc. Everything went in an orderly manner. Soon, half an hour passed, and Qian Guowei said to Run Sha with excitement, "Uncle 6, the ratings have risen rapidly, and it is approaching 30 o'clock." Run was very happy, but he only smiled slightly. "How about ATV?" Qian Guowei shook his head. "There is no response yet. They should be in a hurry." Fang Yihua smiled. "I don't think they dreamed that Millionaire will be produced and broadcasted by us first." Run Sha smiled and nodded, but at this moment, a staff member trot over with an anxious expression and said to Qian Guowei, "Producer, the BA has called. Let us stop broadcasting Millionaire immediately." The staff's words changed drastically for everyone, including Run. Before Qian Guowei could speak, Run came over and grabbed the staff's arm and asked, "What did you say?" "The BA asked us. Stop broadcasting Millionaire." "What's the matter?" This broadcasting authority, the Hong Kong Broadcasting Authority, is the department responsible for the management of Hong Kong's television broadcasting. which is equivalent to the Domestic Broadcasting and Television Bureau. I don't know the details, but the BA said that our set of millionaires is infringing. Facing the top decision-maker of TVB, the staff was a little nervous, but he said it truthfully. How is it possible? Fang Yihua was the first to shout. How can we infringe? Earlier, he asked Huang Chaohong of the Customs and Robertson of the International Intellectual Property Protection Center. ATV never applied to them. Copyright patent. Moreover, Fang Yihua also submitted the copyright patent of Millionaire to these two organizations on behalf of TVB, and Huang Chaohong and the others have also accepted it. Although it will take some time to officially approve this copyright patent, since they have accepted it, it means that TVB has secured the copyright of the Millionaire. So now that the Broadcasting Authority says that TVB is infringing, Shaw and Fang Yihua feel incredible. At this time, Qian Guowei had already received the call from the BA and handed it to Run. Shaw took the phone and said into the microphone, I'm Run. The people on the BA were only looking for the producer of Millionaire, but they didn't want to recruit Run. Although Hong Kong has returned now, the title of Sir Shao is still very famous in Hong Kong, and Shaw has a very good relationship with the government. However, sooner or later, Shaw will be called for in this matter, so a director of the BA immediately said, Hello, Sir Shao. I am Director Tian of the BA. Although Hong Kong has returned, what names like Jazz or Justice of the Peace are meaningless, but the director still calls Shaw this way to show respect. Just listen to Run Shaw indifferently. Director Tian, what is going on? How did our Millionaire infringe? This is our original TV program, and the Customs and the International Intellectual Property Protection Center have accepted us. I've applied for a patent. Please explain to me. He is nearly 100 years old, and his social status in Hong Kong is very high, and his tone is very arrogant. Sir Shao, we don't want this thing either. We just act according to the law. Director Tian said, You said that your wireless has applied for a patent from the Customs and the International Intellectual Property Protection Center, but it is they called us just now and said that you are infringing. They said that this set of millionaires, ATV has applied for a patent long ago, and you have already infringed on ATV. What? Run was stunned when he heard this. You are not mistaken. The Customs and the Intellectual Property Protection Center really said that? Director Tian over there smiled bitterly. Sir Shao, how dare I lie to you? I think you should stop broadcasting this Millionaire first. It has a great impact. There is Asia TV. Documents have been formally sent, and they said they will sue you for infringement. Sir Shao, stop broadcasting, otherwise things will develop to a very serious level. If this continues, we can only cut off your channel signals. Seeing Shaw's unbelievable look, Fang Yihua next to him said anxiously, What's the matter? What did they say? Even Run Shaw was very sensible. He quickly calmed down and did not immediately answer Fang Yihua's question. Instead, he said to Qian Guowei and Xue Qi, Stop this show for me right away. Although Xue Qi and Qian Guowei didn't know what happened, they immediately asked Shaw to stop broadcasting, and Run Shaw also asked Fang Yihua at this time. Yihua, Huang Chaohong and Robertson really told you at that time. Did ATV not apply for a patent for this set of millionaires? Yeah, what's the matter? Fang Yihua still didn't know why. The Customs and Intellectual Property Protection Center told the BA that ATV had already applied for a patent for this set of millionaires. Run Shaw said with a sullen face. And now ATV is about to formally sue us for infringement. How? Fang Yihua was also unbelievable. But Huang Chaohong and Robertson told me that ATV did not apply for it. Also, I personally gave them the documents that we applied for a patent for Millionaire. Yes, they also said that they have accepted it, but it will take some time for the official documents to be sent to us. I will call them to ask. She immediately took out her mobile phone and dialed Huang Chaohong's number first. As soon as the other party answered the phone, Fang Yihua cried out, Huang Chaohong, what is going on? Are you deliberately playing tricks on me? Huang Chaohong over there heard Fang Yihua's words, but said slowly, Sister Hua, what are you talking about? Why are you kidding you? I haven't said that. Didn't you say that ATV did not apply for the patent of Millionaire, and that it has already accepted the patent application for us? Fang Yihua said angrily. Huh? Is there such a thing? Why don't I remember? You, what did you say? Huang Xiaohong's words stunned Fang Yihua. It was that day. I didn't ask you. Huang Xiaohong interrupted her. Sister Hua, I can tell you that I have never received any patent application you mentioned, nor did I tell you that ATV did not apply for a patent for Millionaire. Millionaire, it was originally ATV's original program, and it is clearly recorded in our files. How could they not apply? Huang Xiaohong, you, what do you mean? Fang Yihua was stunned. Judging from Huang Xiaohong's words, it was obviously a lie that he told Fang Yihua that Asia Television did not apply for a patent for Millionaire. However, what Fang Yihua didn't understand was why Huang Xiaohong lied to himself. Fang Yihua asked herself that there was no conflict of interest with Huang Xiaohong, and Huang Xiaohong had no reason to do so. She asked, Xiaohong, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Do you remember that I promised to praise your daughter? However, Huang Xiaohong on the other side of the phone laughed disdainfully. Hot my daughter? Sister Hua, I'm not afraid to tell you, I never approve of my daughter's entry into the entertainment industry. I'm also half of the circle. Don't you understand how dirty it is? And how could you throw my daughter into the fire pit? I have sent her to study in the UK so that she can die of this heart. Fang Yihua was shocked again. She didn't expect Huang Xiaohong to do this. Now it seems that Huang Xiaohong was calculating her from the beginning. Fang Yihua has a keen mind, and immediately thought of the clues, and asked Huang Xiaohong, did the people on ATV give you benefits and let you deliberately calculate us? Sister Hua, you can eat anything, but you can't talk nonsense. Huang Xiaohong smiled, and said, although we are friends, but your nonsense is harmful to my reputation, I will still sue you for slander. I have to work on this Millionaire, so I won't tell you more. You don't know. ATV asks our customs to provide sufficient evidence and documents to help them win this infringement lawsuit. Before hanging up the line, Huang Xiaohong returned to Hua with a smile and said, Sister Hua, I know you will go to Mr. Robertson from the Intellectual Property Protection Center, but I don't think this is necessary anymore. Fang Yihua was shocked again when he heard the words, and was about to ask, but Huang Xiaohong had already hung up. She immediately realized that Robertson might have calculated her like Huang Xiaohong, because in addition to the customs, even the International Intellectual Property Protection Center filed a complaint with the BA. However, Fang Yihua still did not give up and dialed Robertson's number. However, Fang Yihua dialed 3 times in a row, but the sound from the phone was still the tone of the other party shutting down. This time, Robertson didn't even listen to Fang Yihua's phone calls, and Fang Yihua determined that he, like Huang Xiaohong, had played with himself once. Seeing Fang Yihua's desperate appearance, Run Shaw next to him knew the result without asking. How about it? They don't recognize it, right? Humph. I know there is something wrong with this. Usually, every time we apply for copyright protection, even if it has not passed the review and will send the acceptance certificate to us immediately, but this time it was deliberately delayed. Obviously, he did not want to give us evidence. Huang Xiaohong and Robertson are afraid that they have been bought by ATV. Qian Guowei also knew it, and said in amazement, Uncle Six, you mean, this time ATV deliberately dealt with us? Run Shaw glared at Qian Guowei, and said angrily, you dare to say, if you didn't bring back the planning book, how would we have fallen into this situation? The former high-level ATV, I doubt it was sent here deliberately by ATV. He guessed wrong this time. The man was actually sent by Lu Mingwei to ATV to steal the Millionaire planning book and hand it to Qian Guowei, in order to let Run Shaw to deal with ATV and achieve the purpose of killing people with a knife. At this time, the original live broadcast of Millionaire has ceased to be broadcast. Although Zheng Yuling, who does not know the inside story, is very depressed, seeing Shaw and Fang Yihua here are extremely angry and dare not come to ask. Uncle Six, many viewers called to complain and asked us why we suddenly stopped the broadcast of Millionaire. A staff member walked over and said to Run Shaw, and another staff member who came almost at the same time said anxiously, Uncle Six, ATV has sent a letter from a lawyer to sue us for serious infringement. Uncle Lou, people from the BA, Customs, and Intellectual Property Protection Center are here and ask us to help investigate the infringement. Another staff member came over and said, Run only felt a roar around him, and his head was also fainted, and he fell back when his eyes were dark. Fang Yihua, who was next to him, quickly supported him and anxiously shouted to the people around him, "Call an ambulance." At the same time, Huang Chaoong was also talking on the phone with Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, it has been done. We have prepared all the documents, plus the evidence from the Intellectual Property Protection Center. There is absolutely no hope for TVB to escape." Up. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I have to thank you, Director Huang, this time." "You're welcome. You're welcome. Mr. Zhou is a friend of General Liu, and I'm also a friend of Huang Chaoong. It's just a matter of hand. It's not enough," Huang Chaoong said. "Moreover, Sha and Fang Yihua are always arrogant. They are not used to it." After a courteous meeting with Huang Chaoong, Zhou Hao hung up and said to a man standing in front of him, "Those photos can be returned to Robertson, but remember to keep the bottom. You know what to do." "I see, Mr. Zhou." The man nodded respectfully, then turned and left. Chun Shi-san, who was next to him, looked at the back of the man leaving and said to Zhou Hao, "This Liaoning news agency is better than the paparazzi. He can actually take pictures of Robertson fooling around with the female star. If these photos are, it was exposed. It was definitely a huge scandal at the International Intellectual Property Protection Center, and Robertson would definitely end in ruin." Xian Jiwei on the other side curled his lips and said, "Otherwise, why do you think Robertson is obedient to us? If it weren't for this time we caught his handle, based on his relationship with the wireless side, would he rush to turn his gun to deal with wireless?" Li Jiashu gave Zhou Hao a thumbs up. "After all, our boss is good, and wireless will suffer a big loss this time." Everyone agreed. Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Who would let Shaw, that guy, dare to hit our millionaire idea hum? I'm still worried about how to advertise millionaire. Now, this time, millionaire is definitely going to make a sensation in Hong Kong." And we deliberately cut them off when the half episode of Millionaire was broadcast on the radio, just enough to suffocate the appetite of the audience. Su Lin asked him, "This time, the evidence is solid. All the audience who watched their Millionaire can be said to be witnesses. This relationship is determined by wireless. But Zhou Hao, you plan to ask wireless how much compensation?" Zhou Hao held up 3 fingers. 300 million Hong Kong dollars. 1 cent less will not work. At first, Xian Jiwei and others were secretly speechless. Who made the TVB's infringement of millionaire non-repudiation? But Zhou Hao was also a big talker at this number. Seeing the faces of everyone, Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Actually, I don't care if wireless will lose so much money. My purpose is to make all Hong Kong citizens pay attention to this matter, and I also want wireless TV. Disgraced reputation. Wireless TV has never tried to suffer such a big loss. I don't know how Run Shaw is now." At this time, Li Jiashu's mobile phone rang, and when he picked it up, he couldn't help showing a smile on his face and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Boss, Run just fainted on the set of Millionaire. It's gone, and now it's taken to Mary Hospital." "Oh, he won't really have a good or bad idea," Zhou Hao said to Su Lin next to him. "Su Lin, you send someone to see him on behalf of our Asian TV. Although our peers are like rivals, he is always ours. The predecessor of, there must be some expression. By the way, remember to tell him that we want to claim 300 million Hong Kong dollars from them wirelessly." When everyone heard this, they felt helpless at Zhou Hao's black belly. However, Zhou Hao also felt that if something really happened to Sha this time, it would not be beautiful, because he once said that Sha would be defeated by himself by watching TVB TV. Now it is just a prologue. Zhou Hao does not want him to really, there is something wrong with him, and he is even considering whether to help him treat his illness. In fact, Zhou Hao had already applied for copyright protection from the Customs, the International Intellectual Property Protection Center, and even the Domestic Radio, Film and Television Bureau when he asked ATV to produce Millionaire. He originally planned to make this program if other countries' TV stations wanted to produce this program. How can they forget to apply for a patent if they charge a lot of copyright fees? So after knowing that someone was going to steal the process of Millionaire, Zhou Hao, after guessing that it was the work of the TVB, made the calculations and gave them a fatal blow when the Millionaire was broadcast on the air. Reputation can also indirectly advertise Millionaire to attract the attention of all Hong Kong citizens. As for the 300 million Hong Kong dollar claim, as Zhou Hao said, it really does not seem important. Also, Li Jiashu, you have someone secretly broke the news to all major newspapers and magazines in Hong Kong, and you must let everyone in Hong Kong know about this incident. Zhou Hao said to Li Jiashu. I see, boss. Li Jiashu nodded and said. Zhou Hao touched his chin and muttered. Also, our millionaire was broadcast during prime time at the beginning of this lawsuit, allowing the public to watch our program while paying attention to the lawsuit between us and wireless. The next day, the major newspapers and magazines across Hong Kong really reported the wireless infringement of ATV, and ATV formally sued the wireless in court. And last night, many viewers had watched the wireless broadcast of Millionaire, and they also knew that the broadcast was suspended in the middle, so they were very concerned about it. Since TVB and ATV are the two major TV stations in Hong Kong, these two TV stations are now in court, and the Customs and the International Intellectual Property Protection Center have both come forward to provide evidence for ATV. So this lawsuit really attracted the whole world, as Zhou Hao expected. The concern of Hong Kong citizens. In particular, ATV's claim of 300 million Hong Kong dollars from wireless has made the public even more surprised. Because the impact of this incident was too great, the court was soon brought up. TVB and ATV each sent a team of lawyers, and Fang Yihua also appeared in court on behalf of TVB. As for ATV, Zhou Hao sent Li Jiashu as a representative. Li Jiashu used to be one of wireless's gold medal producers, but now on behalf of ATV and wireless in court, has become the focus of the media and the public. Only Li Jiashu was secretly crying, because he understood that this was Zhou Hao's means to completely tie himself to ATV. Originally, Li Jiashu became the director of the drama production department of ATV. Unlike those artists, he did not sign a long-term contract with ATV, and he did not have that much pressure to resign. But now, even if Li Jiashu plans not to go back to ATV, he can't go back to the TVB. He is already branded with ATV. However, Li Jiashu is now less and less reluctant to leave ATV because he can see that this time, ATV really hopes to beat wireless. On the first day of the trial, because the evidence provided by ATV was sufficient, even if all the wireless lawyers were elites, they knew that the chances of wireless winning in this lawsuit were small, although it would not be necessary to compensate ATV. It is as much as 100 million Hong Kong dollars. But the loss of reputation is not comparable to a mere 300 million. Run was still in the Mary Hospital. Fang Yihua went to see him immediately after leaving the court. How is this lawsuit? Shaw asked Yihua as soon as he opened his mouth. Fang Yihua knew that Run Shaw was weak and wanted to hide it from him, but Run Shaw was shrewd and had been a couple with her for many years. So before Fang Yihua had spoken, Run had already guessed that wireless was in a disadvantage. He raised his hand. Needless to say, alas, I also know that this time we were calculated too deeply by ATV. Even if we don't have to compensate as much as 300 million, we are afraid of losing our reputation. He looked up at the ceiling and said, the solution for the present is to minimize the impact of this incident on the company. Fang Yihua said, can you discuss with ATV and let them settle with us out of court? Run Shaw waved his hand. Impossible. They didn't just fight us for money. Their purpose is not above the 300 million yuan. I think they are going to take this opportunity to hit us hard. Their reputation, they will never give up this opportunity. He sighed long. We are going to lose this battle. So what should I do? Fang Yihua, who calmly manages the huge wireless TV on weekdays, was also a bit helpless at this time. Because she has gone through the court today, the evidence on ATV's side was too sufficient, and her side was completely down. Even the lawyers from the lawyers team told her that unless ATV took the initiative not to pursue the lawsuit, the wireless is lost. Just listen to Shaw said. The planning book was brought by Qian Guowei. The current method is to put all the responsibility on him, so that we have no idea that Millionaire is a program of ATV. Situation. Fang Yihua frowned when he heard the words. That's not good. Guowei has established a very wide customer network for our company, and many sponsors are brought back by him. If this is the case, we will lose a lot of sponsorship. That's what it said. Run Shaw pondered. Then put the blame on Xueqi. Anyway, he is also the producer of Millionaire. Well, there are also a few directors. The company has been in existence for so long. It's time for them to repay the company. It seems that he has become accustomed to Shaw's practice. Fang Yihua was not surprised at all, and said little by little, "Well, I know how to do it." Therefore, after the hearing the next day, Fang Yihua asked the wireless lawyer team to transfer all the responsibility to Xueqi and the directors and deputy directors. He said that wireless has no knowledge of the copyright issue of Millionaire and has been kept in the dark. Xueqi and others didn't know that Millionaire was stolen from ATV wirelessly, but now they are dumbfounded and at a loss. The public opinion outside is also in an uproar because anyone with a discerning eye can see that wireless is going to abandon the soldier to protect the handsome. However, their practice of sacrificing their employees to keep the company has been severely criticized by public opinion and citizens. It's just that Fang Yihua has to go on doing this, because only in this way can the impact on wireless be minimized. Later, she even pushed Zheng Yuling out, trying to minimize wireless responsibility. This move also made Xueqi and Zheng Yuling and other people who were pushed to the table completely chilled about wireless. Even many artists and employees of wireless were deeply dissatisfied with wireless. In particular, Zheng Yuling has worked for wireless for more than 10 years, and she was sacrificed so mercilessly by the wireless. Then, Li Jiaxu asked for Zhou Hao's advice, because if wireless did so, it would really be possible to transfer part of the responsibility to Xueqi and others. From Li Jiaxu, who knew a lot about wireless, Zhou Hao learned that Xueqi was a rare talent. He had also worked at ATV before, but he could not stand the high-level difficulties before returning to wireless. There are also those directors and deputy directors, all of whom are outstanding and talented. Therefore, Zhou Hao instructed Li Jiaxu that if wireless transfers part of the responsibility to Xueqi and others, then don't pursue Li Jiaxu and others, and directly pursue the responsibility of the wireless part, and we must win this lawsuit. At the same time, Zhou Hao also asked Li Jiaxu to throw an olive branch to Xueqi, Zheng Yuling, and others, taking advantage of the opportunity of their giving up on wireless to draw them to ATV. Many people can see that Xueqi and the others are not responsible for this incident. So when Li Jiaxu said on behalf of ATV that Xueqi and the others would not be held accountable, he won a lot of applause. Especially Xueqi, Zheng Yuling and others are very grateful to ATV. When Li Jiaxu asked them if they would like to switch to ATV, they almost agreed without thinking. On the evening of the third day of the court hearing, ATV officially aired The Genuine Millionaire. This turmoil has made all Hong Kong citizens curious about this set of millionaires that allowed wireless and ATV to fight for copyright and go to court. Therefore, there was almost no need for any publicity, and it was broadcast on Asian TV at 9:30 in the evening. At the time of Millionaire, the ratings had already broken 40 points, a good result that ATV has never had in these years. And ATV has invested sufficient funds for this set of millionaires, so the hardware facilities are better than that of the TVB live broadcast, and the host of ATV is originally scheduled to be Chen Shitai. ATV is not live broadcast, but recorded early, so the quality is very good, because this time, unlike the wireless one, Zhou Hao and the others don't need to use live broadcast as a gimmick. Chen Shitai is indeed the most suitable host for this set of millionaires. His steady and humorous style is very popular. In addition, Millionaires is both interesting and exciting. Most importantly, it is for the general public, an opportunity to exchange knowledge for wealth. So by the end of the first episode of Millionaire, the ratings were already close to 50. Backstage, Xian Jiwei, Chen Shisan, and others embraced with excitement, because not to mention Asian TV, even TVB has never achieved such a high rating. On the one hand, it is naturally because this set of millionaires produced by ATV is very good. On the other hand, it also benefits from the copyright turmoil of wireless and ATV, which has attracted the attention of all Hong Kong. Boss, we succeeded. We succeeded. Chen Shisan held Zhou Hao's arms excitedly and swayed continuously. In this first battle, ATV won, and Zhou Hao was also very happy, but he did not show too much excitement. He just looked at Su Lin beside him and smiled, and then smiled at Chen Shisan everyone. Okay, to celebrate, you and all the staff of Millionaire will have fun at the Peninsula Hotel. I will bear all the expenses. Yeah, long live the boss. Chen Shisan, everyone cheered again. That's right, Jiwei. Zhou Hao said to Xian Jiwei suddenly. If you have time, you seniors should go to the hospital for a detailed physical examination. Even if it is the company's benefits, I don't want to be able to do so because health issues affect the operation of the company. In fact, Zhou Hao knew that in his previous life, Xian Jiwei, an important producer of ATV, died of nasopharyngeal cancer. He was only in his 30s when he died. It is a pity that he died young. Therefore, Zhou Hao asked Xian Jiwei to do an examination in advance and change Xian Jiwei's destiny and saved his life based on the principle of treating the disease to shallow Chinese medicine. In order to prevent others from doubting, Zhou Hao simply asked ATV's senior management to go to the hospital for a physical examination. There is a problem statistics on the book page. I hope everyone will take a look and choose your favorite heroine. While Zhou Hao was celebrating with a group of high-level TV stations, Lu Mingwei and Su Jinxing also made an appointment to meet. However, the faces of both of them were terribly gloomy. The two of them were in a private dining room of a star hotel, drinking boring wine together, and no one spoke first. The atmosphere was very dull. When the two settled the third bottle of foreign wine together, Su Jinxing finally couldn't help but speak. FCK him. I didn't expect Shaw to be able to beat Zhou Hao's big circle, Mingwei, and now ATV's 100 millionaire can be said to be heard in Hong Kong. I heard that the management of ATV has gone to celebrate the celebration. Lu Mingwei squinted his eyes filled with gloom. I didn't expect that there would be such a result. Originally, I thought Run Run could at least make Zhou Hao lose a little bit, but I didn't expect Run Run to lose a lot. I heard that Run was so angry that he was admitted to the hospital this time, and Fang Yihua appeared in court on behalf of Wireless. What the is going on? Why even Run Shaw was at a loss in Zhou Hao's hands. Su Jinxing said, Isn't Run Shaw claiming to be the uncrowned king of the TV world? Why is the old cat burning his beard this time? Lu Mingwei shook his head. It's not that Run Shaw is not smart, but Zhou Hao is too good. In my estimation, Zhou Hao must have used some tricks to make Run Shaw, and let ATV take advantage of the trend. Seeing the resentful look on Su Jinxing's face, Lu Mingwei knew he was unwilling. In fact, it is more than Su Jinxing. Lu Mingwei himself is not willing. Not only couldn't deal with Zhou Hao, but also let Zhou Hao continue to fight. Let ATV break through the situation of being suppressed by Wireless, and won the prologue of this ratings war. However, Lu Mingwei was extraordinary after all. Although he was unwilling, he still said to Su Jinxing, Don't act rashly by yourself. Even the old fox like Run is at a loss. Fortunately, Zhou Hao didn't know that it was the ghost we were behind. Otherwise, we are also afraid that it will be difficult. Even if he does not know how to deal with us, he will definitely not give up. He persuaded Su Jinxing. Although Zhou Hao is a young man, he is by no means a simple role. Lu Mingwei touched his chin. It is not surprising to say that he can be considered a godson by the Politburo Standing Committee. How could it be simple? Glancing at Su Jin's voice, Lu Mingwei said, Let's be patient and wait for the opportunity slowly. It's not too late for a gentleman to avenge him for 10 years. Don't go wrong because of impulse. The expression on Su Jinxing's face kept changing, and it was a long time before he let out a long sigh and nodded slightly as an agreement. In the days that followed, the court decided on this copyright dispute between ATV and Wireless. As expected by Zhou Hao and many others who watched the show, there is no suspense in the verdict this time. Under the conclusive evidence, Wireless finally lost the case. According to the court's ruling, Wireless needs to publicly apologize to ATV for this matter and admit that Millionaire is an original program independently produced by ATV. In addition, it needs to compensate ATV with 7.5 million Hong Kong dollars. As for Xueqi, Zheng Yuling and others who were sacrificed by Wireless, it was fine because ATV did not pursue them. Immediately after the verdict, a press conference was held to announce that he would leave TVB forever and switch to Asia Television, which once again set off a big aftermath in Hong Kong. After this battle, ATV won the biggest victory since the competition with Wireless, especially the Millionaire broadcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, set off an upsurge in Hong Kong. Many TV magazines have published articles saying that ATV is about to rise again. By this time it was about to enter October, and Yin Tong called Zhou Hao and asked him to go back to Shanxing. Although today, everyone around Zhou Hao thinks that with his achievements, it doesn't matter whether or not to continue his studies. But Yin Tong still traditionally thinks that Zhou Hao is still a student at his age. Even if Zhou Hao cannot go to school every day like other normal students, he has to go back and have a look. Under Yin Tong's high-pressure methods, Zhou Hao's Tina Beverage Group was about to officially launch Fruit Orange on the market, and Zhou Hao planned to go back to Xiangqing. As for Hong Kong, there is Song Jiahao watching Galaxy Investment, and Su Lin and others watching Asia TV. Zhou Hao is still very relieved. Back to Xiangqing alone, it happened in the afternoon. Knowing that Zhou Hao was back, Yin Tong and Yin Qing both stayed at home and waited for him. So as soon as Zhou Hao opened the door, he saw Yin Tong and Yin Qing's nephews coming here. Mom, cousin Qingqing. Zhou Hao greeted the two with a smile, and at the same time looked at Yin Qing, who was standing behind Yin Tong. Compared with the last time Zhou Hao left Xiangqing, Yin Qing now looks a lot more mature, and she seems to be dressed up specially, wearing a light blue short dress, revealing her slender figure and those snow-white slender thighs. Zhou Hao knew that Yin Qing seldom wore such tight-fitting short skirts. Moreover, when Yin Qing saw Zhou Hao, although she could still stand sensibly behind Yin Tong, there was already a faint layer of water vapor in her eyes, and her body seemed to tremble slightly. She clearly missed Zhou Hao extremely. With Yin Tong present, even though Yin Tong knew about the two of them, Zhou Hao resisted the urge to step forward and hug Yin Qingqing. And Yin Tong kindly touched his head at this time, and said with emotion, "Why don't you see him for a while? You seem to have grown taller, and I'm afraid I won't be able to touch your head in a few days." In order to go back to Yuning Middle School, Zhou Hao also put on the school uniform, which Li Ruolin gave to Yin Tong when the school started. Li Ruolin knows Zhou Hao's size, so this school uniform also fits perfectly. Zhou Hao really felt a little bit about the school uniform on the bed. Whether it was psychological or experience, Zhou Hao was no longer a student. Just like what Zhou Hao did in Hong Kong during this period, what high school students can use their funds to make money in Southeast Asia, taking advantage of the financial turmoil, and which high school students can buy ATV and beat the TVB-TV. And Zhou Hao is also a little embarrassed. He is nominally a freshman in high school, but so far, he has not returned to school once. Just for this matter, Li Ruolin did not nag Zhou Hao less on the phone. Yin gently turned Zhou Hao's collar around and smiled. "I am used to seeing you in a suit, but I am not used to wearing a school uniform." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. "Just say that I am not like a student." Yin Qing lightly nodded on the tip of Zhou Hao's nose. "How do you think you look like a student? Are there students like you?" She blushed as she said that. After leaving home, Zhou Hao drove to Yuning Middle School, and then Yin Qing drove to Tongguan Catering Company. It's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Normally, school time has already passed, but school will soon be over. Looking at the closed school door, Zhou Hao sighed slightly and went in through the side door. The guard saw Zhou Hao wearing the school uniform of Yuning Middle School, but did not stop him. Walking on the campus, because it was still school time, Zhou Hao felt that the surroundings were quiet, except that there were some classes on the gym in the distance, and there was a lot of noise. Zhou Hao looked for and came to the classroom of grade 1 and 5, but saw that there was not a single figure in the classroom, and there were only school bags and books on every seat. Zhou Hao was taken aback, then stepped out to look at the school on the wall, and scratched his head at the same time. "It's class 1 and 5 in high school. Did I enter the wrong classroom?" The students from the 4th and 6th grades of grade 1 and grade 1 next door were in class. Seeing Zhou Hao in the corridor through the window, those students were a little curious, because they had never seen Zhou Hao either. It was because Zhou Hao was tall and handsome, which attracted the attention of many girls. At this time, Zhou Hao saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses walking across the corridor with a lesson plan in his hand, thinking that he should be a teacher from the school. Zhou Hao immediately walked over. "Hello, teacher. Do you know where the students in class 5 of grade 1 are going? Are they taking physical education?" The male teacher held up his glasses. "Are you also a student in class 1 and 5 of high school? Don't you know?" "Yes, I have taken time off these days, so I don't know much." Zhou Hao casually found an excuse. Seeing that Zhou Hao was still polite, the male teacher said, "They are going to play a game with the 7th grade of high school today. They should be at the gym now. Today they are going to compete for the championship of the Newborn Cup." Zhou Hao was quite curious. The gymnasium of Yuning Middle School was an indoor basketball court, So this newborn cup should be a basketball game. He smiled at the male teacher. Thank you, teacher. Then he turned and walked to the gym. The gymnasium was on the playground, far away from the teaching building. When approaching the gymnasium, Zhou Hao heard cheers and cheering from inside. Walking into the gymnasium, Zhou Hao saw many students in the spectator stands on both sides. On the basketball court, 10 athletes from 2 classes were running back and forth to organize offensive and defense. Zhou Hao could recognize that some of them were from his junior high school classmates, boys who liked to play basketball and played well, but didn't know which of them were in Class 5 and which was Class 7. After all, even if he was a classmate of Zhou Hao before, now it is possible to be assigned to another class. Zhou Hao looked up at the scoreboard over there and found that the game had just entered the 4th quarter, but the score of Class 7 was 75, while Class 5 scored only 49, which was nearly 3 behind. At the same time, Zhou Hao also saw Li Rulin standing in front of the auditorium on the left, cheering and cheering for the athletes in Class 5. In addition, more than 40 students, including Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, were all cheering up in the front auditorium. They were all students from Class 5. Among those students, Zhou Hao found many familiar faces, all of whom were in the same class as him in junior high school. Even Lu Shichao, Gao Jingyi, and Luo Hui are among them. There were also a few boys who were sitting on the ground in basketball jerseys and resting. They were sweating profusely. They should have just retired from the court to rest. They just don't know if they are the players being selected or the reserve players. They are all old acquaintances. Zhou Hao smiled in his heart and walked over to them. Both Li Rulin and Wang Shijuan were actively cheering up the players on the field, but they didn't find Zhou Hao who was coming here. Li Rulin looked at Zhou Hao in amazement until Zhou Hao came straight to Li Rulin and called out, "Mr. Li." "Ms. Li, I'm back." Zhou Hao smiled at Li Rulin, who was surprised. Li Rulin didn't know until Zhou Hao came back today, but she didn't expect that he would come to school right away. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying also saw Zhou Hao at this time. They immediately walked up and called him sweetly. Zhou Hao looked at the 2 women and smiled. "Hee, we will be classmates in the future." "Zhou Hao." Lu Shichao over there also trot over. "The little belly is very cute." He ran straight to Zhou Hao and punched him hard in the chest. "Smelly boy, are you reluctant to come back when you go to Hong Kong? We didn't even participate in the military training because we were by the instructors because of the sun and rain. It's okay for you to come back after the military training is over." Listening to Lu Shichao's FCK it to the death, Zhou Hao secretly laughed in his heart. However, seeing that Lu Shichao, who was originally white and fat, is now a lot darker, Zhou Hao also knew that military training was indeed quite difficult. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying also participated in the military training, but they were girls and would naturally receive preferential treatment from the instructors, and Zhou Hao knew that they were naturally beautiful and were the kind of people who couldn't get tanned. When Zhou Hao and Lu Shichao were getting together for a while, Gao Jingyi over there also saw him. Luo Hui pulled her by her side and walked over with her. Zhou Hao felt a little entangled when he saw Gao Jingyi, who was facing his own Zhou Hao. Whether it was the last period of time in junior high school or later from Li Rulin, Zhou Hao knew that Gao Jingyi, an aloof girl, fell in love with herself. It's just that Zhou Hao felt that there were a lot of women around him, and Gao Jingyi was going abroad again some days later, so he didn't dare to accept it rashly. Even so, every time Zhou Hao saw Gao Jingyi's pitying eyes, there was always a bitter taste in his heart. When Gao Jingyi and Luo Hui came in front of them, Zhou Hao smiled and said hi to them. Gao Jingyi glanced at him with complicated eyes, then said softly, "It's been a long time." "Yes, it's been a long time." Facing Gao Jingyi's gaze that seemed to be 1,000 words in his eyes, Zhou Hao really didn't know what to say. Just as Gao Jingyi wanted to say something to Zhou Hao, the two heard a sharp whistle suddenly sounded, and at the same time, a basketball bounced and rolled out of the basketball court toward them. Zhou Hao picked up the basketball that had rolled under his feet and saw a boy about 1 meter tall wearing a basketball jersey approaching him. Looking at his jersey, it was obviously a player from Squad 7. The boy first took a deep look at Gao Jingyi and then turned his gaze to Zhou Hao. As soon as he touched the boy's gaze, Zhou Hao felt a strong hostility, and the boy also stretched out his hand to Zhou Hao with an arrogant expression. "Bring it." Zhou Hao knew what he wanted was basketball, but Zhou Hao was very upset with this guy, so he didn't answer and threw the basketball on his hand to the referee who was walking over. Anyway, the whistle was just because the basketball was out of bounds, and the basketball must be given to the referee first. But Zhou Hao's move was obviously not to give the boy face. The boy stared at Zhou Hao. His face twitched. You. But at this time the referee had already walked over and signaled the boy to start the ball again. And in the crowd, he didn't dare to do anything to Zhou Hao, so he snorted heavily before turning around to catch the basketball. When he turned around, he gave Gao Jingyi a deep look. Cut. What is arrogant? Lu Shichao was obviously also very upset with this boy. Zhou Hao asked him, "Who is this guy, from class 7? Lu Shichao nodded. That guy's name is Wei Yingyang, the son of our new principal Wei Yuanjun. He is usually arrogant and doesn't pay attention to anyone in school. However, although he is very unhappy, this guy's basketball is indeed he played very well and led class 7 to lead our class by more than 20 points. Zhou Hao frowned. Our school has changed the principal? Yes, the original principal has been transferred to the Municipal Education Bureau. This Wei Yuanjun seems to have been transferred from Guangzhou. Lu Shichao curled his lips and said, That Wei Yingyang always loves to go to our class. Run up. He leaned in Zhou Hao's ear and whispered, It's not because there are so many beautiful girls in our class. Gao Jingyi, needless to say, Shi Juan and that Situ Jinying are also very beautiful, and some girls are very good. Plus teacher Li is still our class teacher, so now everyone calls our 5 classes Zongxiangguo. This week Zhou Hao also discovered that in addition to the original junior high school classmates, the girls who were admitted from other schools and were assigned to the 1st and 5th grades of high school have relatively high appearance quality, plus 17 and 18 no ugly girls. The girls in Zhou Hao's grade 1 and 5 grades are still very pleasing to the eye. What's more, there are schoolgirls like Wang Shijuan, Situ Jinying, and Gao Jingyi, and Li Ruolin, who is very popular. It is no wonder that the 1st and 5th grades of senior high school have the nickname of All Xianghua. At this time, in addition to the students in class 5 of grade 1, many students in other classes cheered. I saw that on the basketball court. Wei Yingyang reached the ball from the 3-point line and quickly passed through the 5th shift defensive player to the basket, then made a jump and hit the ball into the basket with his right hand. Completed a standard one-handed dunk. Class 7 once again led by 2 points. The students from class 7 on the opposite side stood up and cheered. The students in other classes were also boiled over by Wei Yingyang's skills and athletic ability. From the perspective of ordinary people, Wei Yingyang, who is about 1.8 meters tall, has outstanding jumping ability. However, Wei Yingyang, who fell back to the ground, turned and looked at the 5th class. First, he glanced at Gao Jingyi, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jinying with a smile, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhou Hao. The smile turned into sneer, full of provocation. Damn it, the points difference has been widened again. Lu Shichao clenched his fists. Seeing his appearance, if not limited by his size and athletic ability, he would rush in and compete with the players from the 7th class. Suddenly, Lu Shichao turned his head to look at Xiang Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, I remember that you played basketball well. Or you can go on the court. Seeing that Wei Yingyang was so arrogant just now, you should teach him well. When Lu Shichao said this, Wang Shijuan, Situ Jinying, Gao Jingyi, and even Li Ruolin looked at him. Zhou Hao was also secretly annoyed by Wei Yingyang's provocative behavior just now, but he didn't know whether it was appropriate for him to come on the court halfway. So he looked at Li Ruolin. Ms. Li, can you? The corner of Li Ruolin's lips curled up. Of course, you are also a student in class 5. And since the beginning of the school, you have not come back, and you have not even participated in the military training. It is time to contribute to the class. After hearing her words, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying's eyes were full of excitement. Although they had never seen Zhou Hao play basketball, they were full of confidence in Zhou Hao. The players who were sitting on the ground also looked at Zhou Hao curiously. They didn't know Zhou Hao, so they didn't know his basketball level. However, seeing that Zhou Hao is 1.8 meters tall, even if his skills are not good, he can still do defense. After all, there are very few high school students with more than 1.8 meters. But I don't have a uniform. Zhou Hao thought of another question. Situ Jinying next to him immediately smiled and said, This is not a problem. We originally planned to use these uniforms as one of the class uniforms. Each person in the class has one set. Teacher Lee has already prepared one for you. You come with me, right in the dressing room. After speaking, he took Zhou Hao to the dressing room over there. When the classmates saw Situ Jianying unscrupulously taking Zhou Hao's hand to the dressing room, their eyes became strange. Wang Shijuan also wanted to go with him, but seeing the eyes of her classmates and her shy character, she gritted her teeth and didn't follow. Gao Jingyi looked at the backs of Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying. Her beautiful eyes became even more messy. On the first day Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan entered school, she recognized Situ Jianying, who was the girl who came to Yuning Middle School to look for Zhou Hao last time. At that time, Gao Jingyi thought that Situ Jianying was a senior sister, but now she knows that she was the same age as her. Due to Zhou Hao's factor, Gao Jingyi, who was originally not good at dealing with people, became even more familiar with Situ Jianying, and didn't say hello very much even when they met. Li Ruolin also noticed Gao Jingyi's look, and she shook her head secretly in her heart, feeling helpless for her little friend, feeling that Zhou Hao was not that kind of playboy, but was also a typical romantic seed. There were no shortage of women who fell in love with him wherever he went. In the locker room, Situ Jianying took out a black basketball uniform in a bag from the locker. The number on it was number 9, because Zhou Hao once told Li Ruolin that his favorite NBA player was number 9. Li Ruolin remembered it at that time. Without further ado, Zhou Hao immediately took off his clothes and wanted to change into his uniform. Situ Jianying, who was next to him, saw his powerful muscles, so she couldn't help but reach out and touch it, taking advantage of Zhou Hao's change of clothes to wipe a lot of oil. And after Zhou Hao changed his clothes, he put it up and kissed Zhou Hao's lips. Okay, I'm still waiting outside. If you don't hurry up, you won't be able to catch up the score. Zhou Hao kissed Situ Jianying for a while before letting her go and walking outside. Situ Jianying was not the kind of unreasonable person, so he stopped pestering him. After Zhou Hao, dressed in a basketball uniform, came out of the locker room, he immediately made the girls outside shine. And Li Ruolin also made a gesture to the referee to suspend the substitution. The referee, who was served by the physical education teacher, came over and said to Li Ruolin, "Mr. Li, your class is going to change?" Li Ruolin nodded. Chin pointed at Zhou Hao, who walked up to him. "Yes, it is him." The referee looked at Zhou Hao. "What is your name?" "Zhou Hao." The referee looked for the boys' roster in the 5th grade of high school, and he found Zhou Hao's name, so he nodded and allowed him to play. Li Ruolin also let the former power forward on the field retreat and replace Zhou Hao. This power forward is also 1.78 meters tall. In the game just now, he faced Wei Yingyang and defended him full time. It's just that his skills are too much different from Wei Yingyang, and he can't defend at all. At this time, he is already exhausted. Even if Li Ruolin doesn't replace Zhou Hao, he will retreat. "Zhou Hao, come on!" Lu Shichao, Wang Shijuan, and others over there shouted to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao turned his head and showed them a confident smile and walked into the arena. There are a little more than 10 minutes in the 4th quarter, and the 5th class has just struggled to get the points closer, but it is still 25 points behind the 7th class, led by Wei Yingyang. When Wei Yingyang saw Zhou Hao change into his jersey and step onto the court, the corner of his mouth curled up with a contemptuous smile, and he made a cutting gesture with his palm on his neck facing Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao naturally understands that it is a very serious provocative gesture. In NBA games, if a player makes this gesture, it is considered a technical foul, but in today's games, no one cares about it. Not to mention Wei Yingyang is new. The son of the principal Wei Yuanjun, the physical education teachers did not dare to bother. For such a person, Zhou Hao naturally disdains to entangle him, just thinking that he will be taught him a lesson. He came to the court of his class and said to the other 4 players in the 5th class, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, you are finally back." This person is called Tong Yaowen. He is a junior high school classmate with Zhou Hao. He has played basketball with Zhou Hao before and knows that Zhou Hao's skills are good. Today, he played as a point guard in Class 5. Zhou Hao nodded to him. At this time, the referee's whistle sounded again, indicating that the game continued. The ball was kicked off from the 7th class. The point guard of the 7th class passed the ball to Wei Yingyang, who is also a power forward, when he walked to the half court. It seems that he is still going to be used as an offensive point, because the height of 1.8 meters is already outstanding in the first year of high school. Zhou Hao and Wei Yingyang are both power forwards of their own team, and they are also in match. Zhou Hao knew that Wei Yingyang would attack, so he didn't take the initiative to pass, and stood waiting for him in the two divisions under the basket. Wei Yingyang looked at Zhou Hao arrogantly and walked towards Zhou Hao while dribbling the ball. He also deliberately did crotch dribbling and back dribbling in front of Zhou Hao. The movements were fairly proficient, so Wei Yingyang it looks very compelling. And Zhou Hao stood there quietly, looking at Wei Yingyang indifferently. From the perspective of Wei Yingyang and others, Zhou Hao's appearance is more like being frightened by Wei Yingyang's actions. He doesn't know how to defend. Even the players in Class 5 look at Zhou Hao. Disappointed, only Tong Yaowen was puzzled. Wei Yingyang looked at Zhou Hao's indifferent appearance, smiled inwardly, and then stepped on the left and right to make a fake move, wanting to break through Zhou Hao to make a layup. Zhou Hao still stood there without moving. Wei Yingyang sneered in her heart and suddenly accelerated under her feet, passing Zhou Hao and rushing forward. As he passed by Zhou Hao, he laughed with a gentle voice and said, "Trash." However, just as Wei Yingyang passed Zhou Hao and was about to rush to the basket and put the basketball on his hand into the basket, he felt a little strange. Because he felt that he couldn't catch the basketball anymore. At first he thought the basketball hadn't bounced back after hitting the ground, but after waiting for half a second, before the ball returned to his hand, Wei Yingyang looked down in amazement. He was stunned at the sight, because the basketball was not in his hands at all, nor did he bounce to the ground, and was completely gone. At this time, the surrounding team members and the players from Class 5 also heard exclamations and looked behind Wei Yingyang. Wei Yingyang followed their gazes and looked behind, and he couldn't believe that Zhou Haojing was skillfully running with the ball to the backboard over there. He was silent, so he took Wei Yingyang's hand. The ball was stolen. 2 or 3 meters in front of the rebound, Zhou Hao took a big step and jumped high. Under the eyes of everyone in the basketball court, Zhou Hao jumped up 2 or 3 meters before the backboard, flying towards the backboard like a glider, holding the basketball's right hand and rotating it counterclockwise for a full circle, smashing the basketball heavily. In the basket, almost at the same time as the basketball fell back to the ground, the entire basketball court fell into silence, as if time had stopped, and even the air had stagnated. Wow! The first response was the group of students in Class 1 and 5 of high school. They cheered loudly in excitement, clapping their hands desperately, and then drove everyone else in the basketball court. He got up, making the entire basketball court boil, and even the students in the 7th grade of high school looked at Zhou Hao dumbfounded. If Zhou Haoyun was infuriated and used all his 10 successful powers, it would not be impossible for him to jump from the three-point line to complete a dunk. However, it was impossible for Zhou Hao to reveal the secrets of his martial arts skills in this large crowd. It was too shocking to the world. Zhou Hao is not even willing to imitate Michael Jordan's jump from the free throw line, because this is too exaggerated for a middle school student like him, which is less than 1.8 meters, and may attract people from the national sports world. Annoying. Therefore, Zhou Hao kept his athletic ability in a normal range, so that it would not be unacceptable. However, he just silently intercepted the basketball in Wei Yingyang's hands, and completed this windmill dunk all the way through the field, which was enough to startle everyone. No one thought of being suppressed by the 7th grade. Such a powerful high school 1 and 5 class still hides such a basketball master. The most unacceptable one is Wei Yingyang, who has not yet reacted. He has played basketball for many years, and even went to sports school for this. Until Zhou Hao appeared, he couldn't find a person who could compete with him in Yuning Middle School. Before Zhou Hao arrived, he was still the focus of everyone's attention in this basketball court. For him, this game is more like a personal performance of his own, and it was Zhou Hao who pulled him off the upper stage. In the auditorium of Class 1 and 5, the faces of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were flushed with excitement and pride in their eyes. They clung to Zhou Hao. Li Ruolin also looked at Zhou with a smile on his face. How? She knew that Zhou Hao could help the 1st and 5th grades to turn the tide. As for Gao Jingyi, her gaze towards Zhou Hao was also very complicated. She admired Zhou Hao, and she also had a trace of constant resentment and sadness. Is that boy really in our class? The girls in the 1st and 5th grades of senior high school in the back looked at the tall and handsome Zhou Hao on the court, and they all started discussing. In Hong Kong, is he a Hong Kong? The dunk just now was so handsome. You see, he is smiling at us. Ooh, so handsome. I'm going to die. The other girl clasped her fists. While talking, the game continued, and the ball was also kicked off by Class 7. This time, Wei Yingyang didn't wait for the point guard to pass the half court before asking him for the ball. The point guard didn't dare to disobey him and immediately passed the basketball to him. I saw Wei Yingyang dribbling the ball towards the position of Class 5, while Zhou Hao was still standing within the three-point line, watching Wei Yingyang not far away, his eyes still faint. He must be lucky to steal my ball just now. It can't be so fast, Wei Yingyang said to himself in his heart, and at the same time couldn't help turning his head to look over to the audience seat of Class 5, and found Wang Shijuan and Situ Jian. Everyone, including Ying, Gao Jingyi and others, looked at this side, but not at him, but at Zhou Hao. The eyes of Wang Shijuan, Situ Jianying, and Gao Jingyi were particularly concerned, which made Wei Yingyang's heart full of jealousy. He approached Zhou Hao, but saw that Zhou Hao was still motionless just like before, just looking at him indifferently. Wei Yingyang took the ball and made a shooting posture, but it was a fake move. He immediately bent over and passed Zhou Hao's left. This time, he also deliberately held the ball tightly to prevent Zhou Hao from stealing it. After crossing Zhou Hao, he deliberately lowered his head to look at his hand, and he was slightly relieved to see that the basketball was still there. After crossing Zhou Hao, there were no defensive players in front of him. The players in Class 5 were stopped by Wei Yingyang's teammates. Just now Zhou Hao's windmill dunk caused the audience to boil, and Wei Yingyang wanted to respond. However, although his jumping ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people, there is no way he can dunk 3 meters away from the rebound like Zhou Hao. He rushed to a place about 2 meters below the basket and jumped fiercely, turning the ball from bottom to top with one hand to dunk it into the basket. But when he jumped in front of the rebound and was about to slam the ball in, he suddenly heard his teammate shout to him, "Wei Yingyang, be careful." Wei Yingyang still didn't know what was going on. He wanted to complete this dunk, but suddenly felt a breaking sound coming from behind. Before he could react, he saw a hand stretched out from his head. One hit the basketball in his hands. The strength of that hand was so strong that it immediately knocked out the basketball in his hand, and Wei Yingyang's desire to complete the dunk was also gone. As he landed, he looked back and saw that Zhou Hao was the one who had chased himself and blocked shots. He had already grabbed the rebound and rushed to the opposite side. Under the cheers of the audience, Wei Yingyang only felt the humiliation he had never had before. Zhou Hao's chasing and blocking shots just now completely wiped out his prestige. However, he immediately gritted his teeth to suppress the anger in his heart and shouted to his teammates next to him, "Quickly, catch him, defend." After saying that, he took the lead to chase Zhou Hao. At the same time, there were players from Class 5 who followed Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao grabbed the rebound just now, they rushed forward to help Zhou Hao cope. Wei Yingyang's running speed is very fast, even better than those sprinting track and field athletes. Looking at Zhou Hao's back, a fire filled his heart, vowing to chase Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao did not dare to perform light work, but he also controlled his speed in a clever range, neither surpassing the range of ordinary people, nor allowing Wei Yingyang to chase him, and always kept a distance of less than 1 meter from Wei Yingyang. Soon, they ran to the backboard. Zhou Hao didn't slow down at all, and continued to rush forward. He didn't want to dunk this time. Instead, he planned to gently throw the ball into the goal frame. And Wei Yingyang jumped high when Zhou Hao bent his leg to bounce, trying to cover Zhou Hao with a big hat. However, when he waved his right hand to block a shot, he suddenly realized that Zhou Hao had no ball in his hand. Both Zhou Hao and Wei Yingyang continued to lean forward due to inertia, and Wei Yingyang, who jumped high, fell directly off the court. Wei Yingyang, who had faintly understood, turned around immediately after landing, and saw that the center forward who was running Zhou Hao and the 5th class behind him had reached the basket, holding the missing from Zhou Hao in his hand. The basketball, without defense, easily put the basketball into the basket. It turned out that Zhou Hao just passed the ball in his hand cleverly to the supporting teammate, who followed up from behind, while Wei Yingyang was only paying attention to himself. And he continued to finish his shots. Because of his coherent actions, not only Wei Yingyang, but even the audience outside the court thought that Zhou Hao was going to shoot, but he did not expect him to pass the ball. The center forward of Class 5 was a little inexplicable when he received Zhou Hao's pass, wondering how did the ball get into my hands? However, he also knew that it was a critical time for the game, so he didn't plan to figure it out. He seized the opportunity to send the ball to the basket, and then he wanted to understand that Zhou Hao made a wonderful assist for himself. Zhou Hao turned back to the center and raised his right palm. The excited center also immediately raised his right palm and hit Zhou Hao with a crisp high five. Zhou Hao, the assist just now was so beautiful. Even I thought you were going to shoot, and I was afraid that you would eat Wei Yingyang's block. Tong Yaowen, who came forward, praised Zhou Hao. Other teammates also gave Zhou Hao a thumbs up. Zhou Hao smiled slightly and accepted the compliments of his teammates. The audience outside the court also warmly applauded Zhou Hao. The girls from Grade 1 and Grade 5 spontaneously formed a temporary cheerleader. They stood in front of the audience and gave unison to the players of Grade 5 and Zhou Hao. Cheer up! Only Wei Yingyang, who was standing outside the court, was staring at him with gritted teeth, wishing to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Although they can't be compared with professional players, the players in Class 5 are very good. They have been suppressed by Class 7 led by Wei Yingyang before, which has drained a lot of morale and fighting spirit. But now that Zhou Hao arrived and dedicated 2 such wonderful offenses, their morale was all back. With 7 or 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and there is still time, Tong Yaowen and others have strong fighting spirit in their eyes. They believe that with Zhou Hao, their class really has a chance to turn defeat into victory. The last class of high school is usually self-study. Students in other classes know that Class 5 and Class 7 will compete for the final championship of the Freshman Cup, and they all rushed over. Especially Zhou Hao's 2 brilliant offenses quickly spread to other classes, and more people came to watch the game. So soon, the auditorium in the stadium was full of people, and even the open space around the stadium was empty. There were 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and the difference between Class 5 and Class 7 had been reduced to 6 points. In just a few minutes, Squad 7 was bitten and chased by Squad 5, losing a full 20 points. Wei Yingyang, who was originally the most important offensive point of the 7th squad, could not get a point under Zhou Hao's defense. The fourth quarter has continued until now, and I can only rely on the other 4 players to score. However, except for Wei Yingyang, the skills of the players from Class 7 and Tong Yaowen from Class 5 are between the same level. It is said that throughout the fourth quarter, here, the 7th class only scored a poor 7 points, which was obtained while Zhou Hao went to defend Wei Yingyang. Compared with Wei Yingyang, who was defended by Zhou Hao and couldn't get a point, Zhou Hao's offense was unstoppable. 4 dunks, long shots, or assists for teammates to score. Class 5 could push Class 7 to at this point. Zhou Hao's contribution is entirely due. At this time, the audience on the basketball court was also full of students who came to watch the game. Seeing the wonderful performance of Zhou Hao and others on the court, they did not hesitate to applaud, and at the same time, they asked who Zhou Hao was. Zhou Hao, come on. Class 5, come on. The students from Class 5 were excited to cheer Zhou Hao and the players from Class 5. Among them, Liu Shichao, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jianying were the most excited. Liu Shichao even became the temporary captain of the cheerleader team of Class 5, directing everyone to shout slogans. The game was very fierce. More than 1 minute passed. Class 5 scored another 7 points under Zhou Hao's leadership. Class 7 also scored 2 points very difficultly under the tight defense of Class 5. The difference between the 2 classes was still 1 point left. Only half a minute left is not enough. The ball is still in the hands of Class 7. I saw Wei Yingyang dribbling the ball while directing his teammates to move, shouting loudly, "Slow down, play slower, don't disrupt their rhythm." He deliberately slowed down the speed, so he had to delay as much as possible, and it is best to complete the last offensive, so that Class 5 has no chance of reversal. However, looking at Zhou Hao over there, Wei Yingyang was itchy with hatred, because after Zhou Hao arrived, he was tightly controlled by Zhou Hao, and he didn't even get a point. Standing outside the 3-point line with the ball, and when there were only 7 seconds left, and only 1 second left in the 7th squad's offensive time, Wei Yingyang raised his hands and seemed to be about to shoot a 3-pointer. Zhou Hao also ran over from the 2 divisions at this time, jumped up slightly in front of Wei Yingyang, and stretched out his right hand to cover his eyes. However, Wei Yingyang smiled triumphantly and deliberately ran into Zhou Hao's body that had jumped into the air. The faces of the players in the fifth class changed drastically, because Wei Yingyang clearly wanted Zhou Hao's foul to make himself free throws, and his serve percentage was also very high. Moreover, these fouls outside the three-point line often get 3 free throws. Even the referee over there is already biting the whistle. As long as Wei Yingyang and Zhou Hao's body come in contact, it will sound immediately. Just when everyone thought Zhou Hao was going to commit an inevitable foul, they saw Zhou Hao's body circling in the air very sensitively and avoiding it. Wei Yingyang obviously didn't expect Zhou Hao to be able to do it in the air. With this kind of action, he was also emptied, and in a daze he forgot to throw the ball, so it fell to the ground, and Zhou Hao also stood firmly beside him. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle blew, but it was because Wei Yingyang did not touch Zhou Hao and his actions caused a walking foul. Yeah. The players of Class 5 and the students outside the court cheered excitedly. If Wei Yingyang's foul tactics were successful this time, Class 5 would have no chance. After the kickoff, Tong Yaowen passed the ball to Zhou Hao, who had become the core of the fifth class, and let him complete the last 6 seconds of offense. However, the seventh class obviously expected Zhou Hao to be the core of the offense, so when Zhou Hao walked through halftime, he immediately separated 2 people to double-team Zhou Hao. Wei Yingyang was also one of the teammates who doubled Zhou Hao. He shouted to his teammates, "Defend him. We must stop him." Under this double team, Zhou Hao was also a little helpless. If he smashed them with brute force, it would become an offensive foul. Looking at the electronic clock on the wall over there, time elapsed every second, and only less than 3 seconds were left, and Wei Yingyang and the players from Class 7 both showed joy, because as long as they held this one, they are about to win. Zhou Hao also saw Tong Yaowen, who was standing outside the three-point line unguarded, and immediately threw the ball between Wei Yingyang and another 7th squad player who doubled him, and passed it to Tong Yaowen. Upon seeing this, Wei Yingyang shouted immediately, "Hurry up and stop him. He is going to shoot 3 points." He himself immediately left Zhou Hao aside and rushed towards Tong Yaowen at a speed of 100 meters. At this time, Tong Yaowen looked around, raised his hand, and jumped up to make a standard posture for a three-pointer. Wei Yingyang had already ran up to him and stretched out his right hand to cover Tong Yaowen's eyes, because he knew that blocking shots was no longer possible at this time. So he had to go back and interfere with Tong Yaowen's hit rate. I saw the basketball flying out of Tong Yaowen's hand, drawing a parabola high in the air, and the players from Class 5 and Class 7 on the court looked nervously at the basketball in the air. At the same time, the numbers on the electronic clock on the wall are beating, and the time is counting down, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. However, when the basketball flies to the backboard, it obviously leans to the right, and it deviates more and more from the basket. Wei Yingyang, who is also paying attention to basketball trends, has a stronger smile on his face and can't help shouting, "It's a 3-non-stick air ball. It's a 3-non-stick air ball." Everyone knows that Tong Yaowen's ball really couldn't even touch the rebound. The players in Class 5 already felt desperate, while Class 7 held his breath and looked at the basketball in the sky, praying uncontrollably, "Don't enter. Don't enter." Just when everyone's eyes were focused on the basketball in the air, a figure jumped into the air like a dapeng spreading its wings, stretched out his right hand to firmly grasp the basketball in the air, and fiercely moved towards the front basket. The basket fell. Beep. The whistle sounded. The game was over, and the basketball fell from the net pocket of the hoop, and the figure still grabbed the hoop, hanging on it. It was Zhou Hao. It turns out that Tong Yaowen's shot just now was not a three-pointer, but a pass, allowing Zhou Hao to complete this aerial relay. Everyone looked at the referee because Zhou Hao smashed the basketball into the basket at the last second. It was seen that the referee made a gesture with both hands under the nervous gaze of everyone. And on the scoreboard, the score of the fifth class added 2 points. In other words, Zhou Hao's air relay goal was effective. This was a perfect lure. At the last moment, Zhou Hao took the 7th class. The whole stadium was boiling, especially the 5th class players, excitedly rushed to Zhou Hao, who fell back to the ground, and hugged him tightly. Although it was their first meeting today, Zhou Hao gave them too much surprise. After being nearly 30 points behind, in the last quarter of the game, they led them to reverse the game. Finally, won the game. Zhou Hao also smiled at Tong Yaowen and said, "What a beautiful assist. I see your eyes, and you know your strategy." Tong Yaowen also smiled. On the court, in addition to personal athletic ability, the most important thing is the tacit understanding between teammates. The students from Class 5 who were originally in the audience also ran into the arena, and Lu Shichao hugged Zhou Hao even more. "Zhou Hao, you are so amazing, really amazing. Our class can win the championship." Gao Jingyi also came to Zhou Hao, looked at him shiningly, and then smiled slightly. "Congratulations." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. "It's everyone's credit. I just joined in midway." Situ Jianying smiled at Zhou Hao. "Fortunately, you only played in the last quarter. If you played at the beginning, we would definitely win the 7th class by more than 30 points. Lu Shichao also immediately agreed. "That is, you didn't see the arrogance of Wei Yingyang in the first 3 quarters, and it was uncomfortable to look at it. If you came, that guy would have no chance to play." The other boys also nodded. It turned out that the power forward who was in charge of defending Wei Yingyang was also very impressed, because when Wei Yingyang confronted him, he was often insulting and very arrogant. On the other hand, Wei Yingyang handed over the towel to wipe his sweat from his classmate and threw it to the ground, and yelled angrily, "Damn." Then he gave Zhou Hao a bitter look before turning around. He left the gym. The next step is the awards. The 5th grade of high school has been killed all the way from the preliminary round to the current final. After winning Wei Yingyang, after the strongest grade 7 of high school, the throne of this champion is returned to the 5th grade. The class is all. The guest of honor was the new principal of Yuning Middle School and Wei Yuanjun, Wei Yingyang's father. I saw that this was a middle-aged man with a medium build. The hair on the top of his head was almost taken off, revealing a bald scalp, a typical Mediterranean hairstyle. Wei Yuanjun has been sitting in the guest seat over there with several other directors, and has also seen the whole process of the game. Watching his son go from the big lead to the final 1-point defeat, he must be in a bad mood. However, Zhou Hao couldn't see what was on his face. Instead, he still had a kind smile on his face. When Wei Yuanjun handed over the championship trophy to Zhou Hao, he smiled at him in a low voice. "Young man, your skills are very good, very good." Looking at Wei Yuanjun's smile with a knife hidden in his face, Zhou Hao didn't panic at all. Originally, he was not even afraid of the son of a member of the Politburo. So how could he be afraid of a principal in this mere district? So Zhou Hao smiled at Wei Yuanjun after receiving the trophy. "Thank you, President Wei, for your appreciation." Zhou Hao's posture made Wei Yuanjun a little astonished, because he didn't know who Zhou Hao was. Just now, when Zhou Hao was playing against Wei Yingyang, he asked the director of the political education office to ask him, and he just knew. Zhou Hao was admitted to the high school of Yuning Middle School through a separate examination and took a long vacation. Wei Yuanjun knows that the family who can let the school arrange the entrance examination alone is obviously not simple at home. However, Wei Yuanjun only thought that Zhou Hao was only rich in the family and did not think of anything else. And Zhou Hao ignored Wei Yuanjun's reaction, holding the trophy, and walked over to his class. When he came to his class collective, Zhou Hao handed the golden trophy to Li Ruolin, because she was the head teacher, and it was normal for her to keep the trophy. At this time, Situ Jianying suggested to everyone, "Don't the prize money of the newborn cup have 2,000 yuan, or let's find a place to celebrate." Her proposal was immediately approved by all the classmates, but Gao Jingyi said, "Those bonuses should be used for duty pay." She has now been named by Li Ruolin as the class leader. Situ Jianying knew that due to Zhou Hao's relationship, Gao Jingyi was a little hostile to herself, so she smiled without showing weakness. "Since it's a class fee, it will naturally be used for the activities in our class. Today's celebration can also be regarded as class activities." Speaking of sharp teeth, reserved temperament Gao Jingyi is far from the opponent of precocious girls like Situ Jianying. Subconsciously turned his attention to the head teacher Li Ruolin for help. Li Ruolin touched Gao Jingyi's head. "It's rare that everyone is so happy today, and our class hasn't had any activities after the military training, and tomorrow is Saturday again. Let everyone relax tonight." Since even the head teacher had put down the conversation, Gao Jingyi naturally had nothing to say, but she gave Situ Jianying a bit displeased. And Situ Jianying, just like a proud peacock, also glanced at Gao Jingyi, quite fascinating. In fact, Situ Jianying had known Gao Jingyi a long time ago. A long time ago, Situ Li, as the chief of the public security, took her to the mayor of Gao Holu's house for New Year greetings. There were also many officials like Situ Li who came to Gao's family to pay New Year's greetings, so that day, Gao's family was full of friends. Situ Jianying also met Gao Jingyi at that time, but Gao Jingyi was already very arrogant at that time. Her temperament was originally like this, relatively deserted. But in Situ Jianying's eyes, he thought he was pretending, so at that time Situ Jianying couldn't get used to Gao Jingyi. Especially Situ Li kept flattering Gao Holu, making Situ Jianying very suffocated. Since there were too many guests in the Gao family at that time, Situ Li and Situ Jianying were only two of them, so Gao Jingyi did not leave any impression on Situ Jianying. Otherwise, when Situ Jianying came to Yuning Middle School to find Zhou Hao, she too wouldn't he recognize Situ Jianying. It's over now. Now that the class celebration is about to be held, everyone hurries to go back to the classroom to get their school bags, and Zhou Hao and all the sweaty players go to the bathhouse behind the gymnasium to take a shower. In the bathhouse, these more than 10 boys met Zhou Hao again. This is a public bathhouse, and everyone is boys, so it's not embarrassing, but it narrows the distance between each other. Zhou Hao, have you studied basketball in a sports school? Why are you so good? Gao Yunxi, who played the center position just now, asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. No, it's just learning how to fight. Tong Yaowen over there smiled and said, you can play to this level by learning to play. I think, even if you are a player in the NBA, you are at this level. By the way, do you have a favorite basketball? Athletes, such as Jordan. Of course there is. Zhou Hao laughed, but his favorite NBA basketball player, Andre Iguodala, is probably just a kid now. So Zhou Hao named his second favorite. An athlete, my favorite is Dominic Wilkins, who is known as the essence of human movies. I like his domineering dunk. Gao Yunxi said, it's no wonder that your dunks are so powerful. I am ashamed to say that I am a bit taller than you, but I can't do dunks. In our entire higher level, only you and the guard can dunk. Yang is now. Speaking of Wei Yang, although that guy is a bit arrogant, but his skills are also excellent. Tong Yaowen said objectively, if Zhou Hao hadn't come in time, we would definitely be slaughtered by them. But having said that, Zhou Hao, your figure is really good. The people around him nodded in agreement. Although Zhou Hao's figure was not as exaggerated as a muscular man, it was also sharp and masculine. Compared with other boys of the same age, Zhou Hao's figure is much better. But seeing Gao Yunxi next to Zhou Hao suddenly took a breath. Zhou Hao looked at him suspiciously and found that he was looking at the thing under him, his eyes full of shock. Rao is Zhou Hao's rich experience. At this time, his face was flushed and he turned sideways in embarrassment. What's wrong? Tong Yaowen asked Gao Yunxi. Gao Yunxi said, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's second child. Good, so big. According to Gao Yunxi's words, everyone noticed that the evil dragon between Zhou Hao's legs hadn't entered a combat state, but its scale was much larger than that of ordinary people, and it stood out among the peers. Although they are all men, Zhou Hao is still very embarrassed to be watching his most private place with so many eyes. He quickly took a bath towel to cover it, and said to everyone, I have seen enough. It's not gay. We are not, either. Tong Yaowen laughed. After finally taking a shower, Zhou Hao and Tong Yaowen wanted to go to the classroom to find someone else, but Zhou Hao's mobile phone rang. It was Situ Jianying. Zhou Hao, we have already waited at the school gate. We have their school bags. I also helped bring it over, so you can come here directly instead of going back to the classroom. Okay. Zhou Hao put away his mobile phone and said to Tong Yaowen and the others, they are already at the school gate. Let's go directly. Tong Yaowen and the others were even more surprised when they saw that Zhou Hao had a mobile phone. Because at this time, mobile phones have not been fully popularized, especially for middle school students like them. Only Situ Jianying and Gao Jingyi have them in the entire class. This is because of other people's fathers. One is the police chief and the other is the city. Long. When they arrived at the school gate, Li Ruolin and the others were already waiting there. Zhou Hao said, after playing for so long, I think everyone is hungry. Why don't we go to eat first and then sing karaoke? Li Ruolin nodded. There is a restaurant over there. The price is not expensive. Let's go there. She said to the other students. By the way, have you called home? Everyone nodded one after another. So a total of 50 people in the first 5 class of high school rushed towards the restaurant over there. This restaurant has 2 floors. Zhou Hao and the others went to the second floor. 10 people per table booked 5 tables. Then, the most experienced Li Ruolin and Zhou Hao took charge of the order. The price of this restaurant is really not expensive. When you count it, the food and drinks for 50 people add up to only 7 or 800 yuan. Before serving, everyone chatted enthusiastically. This kind of warm atmosphere among classmates made Zhou Hao very moved. At this time, everyone's identities are still students, and everyone is equal, but after going out of society, the strong class distinction will gradually become prominent. Now, there are very few opportunities for such frank intercourse. Zhou Hao also took advantage of this chatting opportunity to get acquainted with his classmates. It's just that because he was so popular today and his appearance is very outstanding, the little girls who have been in love with him all cast their eyes on him, full of admiration. However, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were sitting beside Zhou Hao, and Li Ruolin and Gao Jingyi were on the opposite side. There was no intention to provoke other girls. Now Gao Jingyi can see that Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan, Situ Jianying, are old acquaintances. Wang Shijuan is okay. It is difficult to make life feel bad, but Gao Jingyi is hostile to Situ Jianying, and he looks at Zhou Hao with a bit more resentment. Moreover, Li Ruolin looked at Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, who were sitting next to Zhou Hao, with a bit of playfulness in her eyes. Surrounded by these beauties, Zhou Hao didn't enjoy the yin fu that others thought. Instead, he felt a little tingling on his scalp. By the way, where will we go to sing karaoke later? Surrounded by this kind of gaze, Zhou Hao had to deliberately change the subject. Go to Xinjiang, Situ Jianying said. It was newly opened by Wen Xiaoqiang and his father. For your face, the prices there will be cheaper. According to Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao learned that when Xiaoqiang's father Wen Xiangdong opened a new karaoke shop called Xinjiang nearby, mainly for the consumer group of students. But at this moment, a little girl who was sitting at the same table with Zhou Hao and them suddenly asked Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao, are you the one who sang the song, Love Me Don't Go? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.